everybody. This is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Welcome back to Echoes of War. I'm joined here by my co-host, Gaurav. How are you?
Hey Greg, wonderful to be back here. And I know to our audience, basis like how we have released the episodes, we are taking a detour in series, but we did give a hint of it in our previous episode. And yep, this is going to be a pretty interesting series that is starting now.
And we have a guest here to help us along this journey. Simon, how are you?
Thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here again. Yeah, let's have some fun with history.
Simon,
yes.
It's good to have you back. I think the last time you did join us was for the naval arms race and the Battle of Jutland. So looking forward to this series with you as well.
And I mean, everyone's probably already read the title of this one. It's going to be something along the lines as, prelude to World War Zero or beginning of the 7 Years' War. It's definitely a crowd pleaser to say the least. But before we jump into it, if you've not joined us on YouTube, please consider doing so, as we're going to be tossing up, I think each of us has more than 20 tabs open on our Chromes each, maps, portraits, and whatnot, to try and give this more of a visual, feel to it, more of a documentary look. And of course, if you like to further support the channel, consider checking out the YouTube membership or the Patreon account at www.patreon.com/the Pacific War Channel. By joining either of these, you get access to the exclusive podcast series, which is 32 episodes and ongoing, I think, by this point. You get early access to all the content I make and voting rights to the subjects I will tackle next. But stating all of that, I guess let's just jump right into it.
Yeah. One moment. I think I need to bring up maybe we should start with what the hell happened with the Elector of Brandenburg. I'm going to call that out. So perhaps, Simon, you could take us through while I just bring up an image. And for the audience, please pardon this. I have way too many tabs open. God, this is I really need to find a way to maybe
organize it somehow. Yeah, it's not easy.
But meanwhile, Simon, maybe we could start with, the rise of Brandenburg from an elector of the Holy Roman Empire to actually becoming its kingdom, and talk about the reign first of Frederick William of Prussia.
Yeah, so one important thing to remember right now is that at this time, Prussia is not a great power. They are at best considered a second-rate power at the beginning of the war, and before that, they are not really looked upon by most of Europe. They have just recently become a kingdom after the 30 Years' War, and there has very little really action been done there. So
yeah, and I think I'll just add, as the map will also show, it's kind of really a patchwork also of networks, because as you can see, most of it is here. You have the original Duchy of Prussia, but it's actually the family of the Hohenzollerns who've been ruling Brandenburg, that kind of are also the rulers of the land. This is just kind of strange borders, to say the least.
Yeah, because we have to remember the Kingdom of Prussia consists of Brandenburg and Prussia, which are these two regions that are split apart by Poland. And the kings are actually not allowed to use the word king of Prussia, but they have to use the word king in Prussia. Because if you see here, you see this region called West Prussia, which is a part of Poland, which they are not a king of. So they cannot even call themselves the kings of Prussia.
Yeah, and another, you can call it a complication to the relationship, is as an elector, Simon, maybe we could I'll also maybe just digress a little bit about the Holy Roman Empire. But the Elector of Brandenburg, which you can see here as a Margrave of Brandenburg, is one of the great electors of the Holy Roman Empire, which is what we know today as modern Germany and parts of Czechoslovakia, northern Italy and such. And it is the most complicated patchwork of territories with varying degrees of freedom and autonomy, ruled predominantly by the Habsburgs since the 1400s.
Yeah,
and it was the only empire if I'm not mistaken, where you kind of had these elections.
Well, there were a few instances of these elector councils, but it is the most prominent case of it. And yet this created sort of this patchwork where it's just chaos. Everybody has special rules for everything. You cannot walk 5 meters without crossing 2 countries, and everywhere there are different rules. Religions are split apart. You can travel from one village to the next one, and there could be completely different rules. And this all is sort of held together, or supposed to be held together, by the emperor, which have been now for a few centuries the Austrians, or the Habsburgs.
Yeah.
And in order for them to essentially keep their position, they have to convince the great electors to vote for them. And as you can guess, this comes with a lot of opportunities for these states or their rulers. And by opportunities, I mean a lot of bribes and money they can get in exchange for the votes.
Yeah, I think as you can see on this map, like at this top half here, this is actually the Margrave of Brandenburg, which actually used to be the elector of Swabia, which I think it transitioned in the 1300s to this region. Then you also have Saxony. Then you have what was Bohemia, which is in this light red here, but they kind of lost it later. And there's several archbishops as well that tend to have it. So you have the Archbishop of Trier, Mainz, and Cologne as well, that are also the various electors. Now, while you also did allude correctly about the amount of bribery that's involved to get the votes, it's also a case that within the realm of a prince elector, they have a lot more autonomy and a lot of influence in the imperial diet. So if you actually were to go back in the past, a lot of the Austrian wars with the Ottoman empires, to mobilize the main German responses, you could call it, it needed to go through the imperial diet and could not be just like the pure Austrian forces that would be mobilized under the Emperor of Austria itself. So it is a bit complicated, to say the very least.
Yeah, and
I
one
think
important
bribery
thing also is that is especially important for this war, that as the emperor, they couldn't really do too much against these electors, because if you have a bad relationship with one of the electors and you want to become the next emperor, then you have a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's like one of your key 8 votes that are against you. 7 to 8, 7 to 9, depending on the era. And to your point, I just wanted to say about the bribery, I think the best example was the 1519 election between King Francis of France, who tossed in his name to kind of unite the Kingdom of France and the Holy Roman Empire, and Charles V, both tossing in their names, and the electors actually took the bribes of both the French king and Charles V, and they said to Francis of France, "Thank you very much," and all cast their vote unanimously for Charles.
Yeah.
But
that's the thing with bribes. You cannot guarantee that it will work.
But if you're accused of bribery, you can always bribe your way out.
Yeah.
So I think the reason we brought this up is this is Frederick the Great, Frederick William of Prussia, while he's the king in Prussia, is also an elector of the empire, and so would be his successors. And maybe you want to talk a little bit about the soldier king, and the relationship he had with his son, considering that is going to be the future Frederick the Great, one of the best commanders. I personally love that guy. So, Simon, maybe you want to talk about, I'll get a portrait of the soldier king.
Yeah, so the soldier king he, as the name suggests, really loved the army. He was just all in for the army. He expanded it massively, he modernized. There's even one story where one of the greatest treasures in Germany at the time was the Ivory Room, which was a room completely decked out in ivory. And Frederick William I just gave it to the Russians in exchange for like an enormous amount of extremely tall men for his army. Because he wanted to have
the grenadiers.
What do you mean?
I think they would have been for the grenadier divisions because grenadier units used to be the tallest guys of the armies.
Yeah, and he absolutely loved his tall man. But at the same time, there was only one thing he loved more than soldiers, and that was money. So because of that, despite modernizing and putting so much money into the army, he never went to war. And he lived really frugally. He didn't spend on anything, and just everything was put into the Prussian coffers to prepare for eventual war that would never come in his lifetime. But he was expecting a war constantly. And that's also why he put so much hopes into his son that he would become a great general and essentially lead his army into war and win many battles. So every single second, he wanted his son to get a military education. But
I think I'm just going to add one thing, Simon, is while the other electors and key nobles of the Holy Roman Empire this time actually spent all their money on these lavish palaces and feasts to kind of like show off their power, he actually was deploying everything into the the army. The courts were very frugal, like literally, like you would call them Spartan almost, right?
Yeah.
So with bare minimum furniture, cheap furnishings, and the man would also be actually hoarding supplies because at times when there were droughts and famines in his territory, he actually never even dispersed any grain from the royal stockpiles to the people.
Yeah.
Because it's like not worth it. But he was pretty disciplined in terms of that rigorous lifestyle that you said he tried to instill into his son, but did nearly cause the possible execution of young Frederick.
Yeah, there was a rather famous incident where, Frederick William was also a really bad father, to say the least. He frequently beat his kids, and it reached so much of violence and to such a bad point that Frederick II, or the future Frederick II, decided to flee Prussia together with his lover. Unfortunately, they were discovered, and the Soldier King was so angry that he nearly executed his son for desertion. But because he only had one male heir, and in the Holy Roman Empire, only men were allowed to inherit, not women, which will also come back later. And also because this story has kind of become internationally famous, sort of in a gossip way, where everybody knew that of that king, his son, he tried to flee. So all of the eyes were on this kid. So executing him wouldn't really have looked too well on and reflected well on him. So he chose a different option, a rather cruel one. It is said on the day that the execution was supposed to be held, he forced his son to the prison bars and forced him to look as his lover was executed in front of his eyes. It is said that he fainted right? before it happened.
But I think it kind of permanently did damage the relationship, and
I would say that makes sense.
Yeah.
The reason he actually wanted initially in his anger propose the execution of the young Frederick Frederick did desert technically in a military uniform, and he was holding an officer's rank in the Prussian army despite his tender age. I think he was 16
Yeah,
at this time, 16 or 17.
I
And
don't know exactly what age, but he could have
but
even been younger.
but yeah, he was officially did desert in his uniform, so that technically is an executionable offense, as we've seen in multiple conflicts even up to this date. And it is also the Holy Roman Emperor did not really want. He had already approved Frederick II as the heir designate of the Margrave of the kingdom in Prussia. And the advisor like, yeah, the emperor may probably just not give your house the next heir, might appoint someone else. So probably just best not to kill the young prince, which was probably I would say the reason that it did not go. But it did harden young Frederick,
Yeah, he
and he did.
really learned to hide all of his passions.
Yeah,
Because
but
I think we talked a bit about the Soldier King. Now I think it would be a great time to talk about his son, or one of the most important figures for this, which is Frederick II, or Frederick the Great, as he will become known. The thing with him is that he was a great general, but he is like almost the embodiment of the Enlightenment ruler, or the enlightened tyrant, as some would call it. He really loved arts. He was a really smart guy. There's this famous story of him wanting the people in Prussia to plant potatoes. So he said to them, "Plant potatoes." But his citizens didn't want to do that. They didn't know what to do with potatoes, so they just ignored it. So he got a different approach. He declared the potato as a royal food, and all around the country he made farms for him and sent soldiers to guard them, but with specific orders to be bad at their jobs. So the people would sneak onto the fields, steal the potatoes from him, and plant them.
because it is shiny
So
and people are magpies.
Yeah, I mean, those are royal. This is a royal food. It must be expensive. So if it's really valuable to steal them, and that is the reason why to this day in this region potatoes are absolutely loved. And he even himself published a cooking book for potatoes. He wrote an entire cooking book to give to his subjects, his personal one.
Damn. I mean, I'm pretty impressed. Like, can't imagine any ruler
Yes,
of
impressive.
Europe, actually in the world at that time, just like writing a cooking book for his subjects. But he was a patron of arts, literature, science, culture.
Yeah,
And I'll just say this: Prussia was a poor state, as you alluded to, Simon, when he took over beyond the war chest. By the time when he dies, Prussia is kind of like slightly above average in terms of its economic strength. It's nothing close to what France or Great Britain will be, or even Austria. But considering from where it was and where it went to, kudos to Frederick. But at this early age, he is only focused on one thing: war and writing his name into the annals of history. And I think this is where it starts to now get entangled with Austria. Yes, I think we need to talk about the pragmatic sanction first, because that is the backdrop. We mentioned that the Habsburg dynasty was the rulers of the Holy Roman Empire for most of their time. Problem is, as you alluded to, Simon, is what if I'm not mistaken, it's called the Salic law, where women are not allowed to inherit property, right, or titles, which would actually even impact, Queen Victoria in the future. But that's a different story. And Charles VI, who was the father of Maria Theresa and she was his only surviving adult child, passed a pragmatic sanction into saying that women can hold lands so that his daughter can stand. And this ended up causing quite a bit of problem for Europe, because a lot of people were pretty opportunistic, or holding on to the tradition that they got to stick together and control, like have the same law. And this
Yes,
is what you have is the War of the Austrian Succession. And I'm just sharing the belligerents on the map, where Austria, the Dutch Republic, Great Britain kind of fight off against France, Savoy, Naples, Sardinia, and Spain, who are backing actually the Bavarian Duke to be the next Holy Roman Emperor and not Maria Theresa. And this is where I would say Frederick the Great comes into the picture, because he joins the war initially on the coalition side, if I can use that term, but he doesn't give a shit about the pragmatic sanction.
yeah.
All
The
he cares
thing with
about is
the pragmatic sanction is this is not a law that changes the inheritance laws. That would be way too difficult to get through. It essentially says, for this one time, my daughter is allowed to inherit. Just this once.
exception rather than the norm.
Yeah. Yeah, and as you said, Frederick the Great, he didn't care who the Holy Roman Emperor was, but he had one important thing, and that was
The
a
vote.
claim on Silesia.
And also
And
the vote.
and Silesia is a rich province, so it's going to be really valuable if he is able to get his hands on that. And this is
1 sec. I'm just trying to get the map of and this is, so if you were to see the map of Silesia, it's kind of like heading down. And for the audience's benefit, I would say this is one of the most industrialized areas of Europe. And currently this single province is actually responsible for I think 25% or so of all tax revenue in the Habsburg domain. It's very lucrative. But so Frederick does invade, and he is very opportunistic in the way he wants to go about the war. And his first battle of Molwitz was pretty a learning experience, to say the least, for the young king. Simon, would you briefly want to talk about that battle?
Yeah, of course. So essentially, this is at the very beginning of the war of the Austrian Succession. I'm not even sure if it has even really fully started yet, because the move on Silesia is one of the first things that happen. And the others, they are questioning Maria Theresa right now, but they are not really sure if they should go to war, because Austria is still really strong.
But Frederick is very strike now, react later.
Yeah. So the first thing that happens is kind of a maneuver where the two armies are positioned. The Prussians to the north and the Austrians to the south. But in the middle of the night, the Prussians essentially do a march around the formation, meaning that the Prussian front is now facing the Austrian back, which is a real problem, because normally you would want to have your best soldiers in the front and have all of the artillery correctly positioned, which are now reversed. So it's a lot more difficult to fight in that way. Then the first real engagement that happens is the cavalry maneuver on the right side of the Prussian army and the left side of the Austrians. So the Austrian cavalry charges the Prussian cavalry, and there's engagement. The Prussians are slowly pushed back. They lose more and more ground and are on the verge of routing. Frederick himself, together with his cavalry reserve, charges in and tries to save his flank. But despite him fighting valiantly and trying to stabilize it, he is unable to do so. And the flank breaks. And after that, Frederick flees the battlefield. Oftentimes it's said that his advisors tell him to do so because you do not want a dead king. That is an immediate disaster. And the war would have most likely devolved into chaos. So better for him to flee.
Just ended right away.
Yeah. And later, Frederick would say that this was one of the most embarrassing moments of his life, fleeing the battlefield. And he swore to himself that never again would he flee.
Though you got to give it, in this battle, it was basically Count Schwerin who commanded the infantry, who then just said, all right, now I'll show this guy how real soldiers fight. And as you alluded to at the start, Frederick William I, he might have spent his army training and never fought, but this is where the training took off, and the Prussian infantry was unleashed with its full power onto the Austrians, and it was completely stunning. Even the cavalry charges were dismantled. One Austrian soldier actually wrote that the way that these guys, stopped to fire, they thought that these guys are actually on a parade in peace and not on a battlefield. But this battle was a learning experience, and Frederick would continue this long journey, you could say, of training the Prussian cavalry, which was pretty bad at this time, to say the least, to at least become a usable asset in the battlefield for the years to come. And I think the First Silesian War does end pretty much in 1742. It was a pretty quick conflict, if you were to consider the number of years.
For the most part, it ends. There are still a few more battles. So first of all, there's a short ceasefire because, as mentioned before, Frederick the Great does not care about who gets to be emperor, and he still wants Austria to be powerful enough to defeat the other nations. So half a year they have a ceasefire. And in the summer, they start fighting again. And a few more battles are fought, and these are won by Frederick as well. And that is pretty much then the end of the First Silesian War.
Yeah, they have this Treaty of Berlin that was signed, which pretty much cedes most of Silesia to Prussia, which really pissed off the Austrians, to say the least, because this territory is gone. And more importantly, it was actually negotiated by the British, who were the primary allies of the Austrians. And, in return, the only terms was for Frederick to leave the anti-Habsburg coalition. Despite that loss of this pretty important province, Prussia did leave the alliance. And for a few years, they kept the peace. And that actually allowed Austria and Britain to gain a lot of ground against the opponents of theirs, which was led by France and Spain and Bavaria. And this would actually result in Frederick renewing hostilities and preemptively attacking Austria again, because, well, he was worried that they're becoming too powerful and they're going to renege on their promises.
I mean, Frederick is a smart guy. He pretty much knew that it was only a matter of time before another war would break out for them to recapture Silesia. So he thought better for him to attack them now while they are still at war with the others and prevent them from fighting him again or attacking him. So a preemptive strike, he thought, was his best option. And it turned out that he was correct.
Yeah, and what would actually happen was, I think one of his greatest victories also took place in this war, which was the Battle of Hohenfriedberg, which, if I'm not mistaken, is considered one of his greatest victories of all time, where he defeats a slightly larger Austrian and Saxon army, with him having a 3-to-1 favorable losses, ratio of casualties. And what ends up happening is there is a Treaty of Dresden that gets signed shortly after on Christmas Day 1745. And this predominantly just the terms is Frederick now acknowledges Maria Theresa's husband as the Holy Roman Emperor in return for Silesia. And Saxony just kind of got the short end of the stick where they were like, yeah, you also have to pay all your fines to Prussia for bothering them for all the trouble in the war.
And the thing is
Which-
also, Saxony also had a claim on Silesia. All three technically had a claim to Silesia. One of the reasons Frederick the Great attacked so early was because he wanted to get it before the Saxons could.
Oh, that makes really great sense, right? But ultimately, the first two Silesian wars are a great success for Prussia. Though people kind of don't trust Frederick anymore for diplomacy. But this is a nasty wound that Austria wants to avenge the loss of this very lucrative province. And it actually does set some goals into why Britain and Prussia start to get a bit closer, and why another power is now a bit worried about Prussia. Now, I think now we've set the stage, I think you would say, for Austria and Prussia, right? Because they are the two main players for the war, you could say. Next, one of the next major powers which is going to be participating in the European theater of operations is the Russian Empire. Now, Russia was considered a pretty the Tsardom of, I think was it called the Tsardom of Russia at this time? When the Kievan Rus started to reconquer everything. Because they had been in fights with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for centuries now. But Russia became what you could call a first-rate power during the reign of Peter the Great, who also moved the capital to St. Petersburg and beat Sweden in the Great Northern War as Russia expanded its influence towards the Baltic coast. He also dismantled that big the Russian hegemony and the boyars and everything. And it was through him that people now began to see Russia as a credible player in European politics. So this was like the rise of the Empire of Russia. Now, Peter was more of an absolutist, kind of like how Louis XIV used to rule France. But there was a few succession crises for a few years after his death before you had Tsarina Anna kind of stabilize the regime. So that kind of gave a relatively more power back to the nobles after Peter had taken it away. Now, the reason Russia is monitoring Prussia in this situation is because of the buffer zone that they crave. So this is a map of Europe, in the aftermath of the War of Austrian Succession. As you can see, Sweden is really battered from this war, so they're not really much of a threat. And the Russian Empire wants to ensure that Poland remains as a buffer from the west. So they want to keep a lot of influence in Poland. And with the strength of Prussia rising in the aftermath of the Silesian Wars, because now all the powers in Europe have taken note of this small elector state that's suddenly become a relatively larger player. Let's just use that term. They decide to, something must be done because there's also the threat of this gap here of Prussia, which is under the King of Poland, for them to unify, and Russia wants to avoid it. So you could say this was the only real reason Russia has an interest in joining the future conflict through diplomacy for now. Simon, is there anything you wanted to add to this? Or Greg?
One thing we have to remember about Poland is Poland at that time is, well, you can somewhat say that it's even a greater mess than the Holy Roman Empire. because the parliamentary system of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is, let's put it, a disaster. Imagine a parliament of a few hundred people where everybody gets a veto on any law. That's going to create a mess. And that was the parliamentary system of the Poland-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So they are very easy to manipulate, and that's one of the reasons they are so weak and easily controlled by Russia. And they were fully under the control of the Russians at the time.
Can I just say, now I don't want to really complain about the United Nations security permanent members of the Security Council, since it's only 5 vetoes versus what he described as like several hundred vetoes. I don't know what you, Greg. I'll not complain about the UNSC anymore.
Yeah, that's a discrepancy.
And it's also interesting, actually, that the elector of Saxony who fought against Prussia during the Second Silesian War is also the king of Poland at this time. So that's actually another reason he wanted Silesia also, for strategic purposes, is to kind of keep a continual border of his realms. Otherwise, he technically needs permission to go through, Frederick's lands to go to his kingdom. But yeah, so the main thing is Russia is concerned about Prussia's potential strength of gaining some control and influence over Poland. They have no intention, at least now, of really occupying, or like as we would see later down the lines. But they want to ensure that this realm is kind of like that proper buffer zone. It's kind of like how Rome and the Parthians and Sassanids kept fighting over the kingdom of Armenia for so long. You just want to keep the buffer. So this is the real reason why you could say the Russians are going to be interested in this war. And they are now much more stable as a nation, because in the aftermath of the devastation of the Golden Horde, and then when it was at its peak, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth held a good chunk of what we call as of the Russian Empire, even successfully invading them in the winter and holding on for several years, I might add.
Yeah, during the Great Ivan War, where a guy keeps coming back, died like 5 times.
So he just lost all his lives finally. Yeah, I guess gamers do finally have a respawn limit. But yeah, and it's actually kind of sad because the once mighty Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because I know we all did actually that episode of Grunwald where Poland and Lithuania united to smash the Teutonic Order, permanently crippled it. And this is actually, you could say, like the last 40 years of this realm, because after this there'll be like a series of partitions between the Austrians, Russians, and Prussians to just literally take up the territory. So yeah, it's kind of sad demise for our mighty realm. And I think now that's covered 3 of the 5 major combatants of the war. I think, Craig, maybe you'd like to talk a little bit about the 2 largest powers in the world at this time.
Yeah, so obviously we're talking about Great Britain and France, and I guess you would say they're 2 of the, not the most significant, but pretty significant players in this conflict, and do pitch in whenever you can. Definitely not my specialization, especially when it comes to things like the Middle Ages, for example. But Britain and France are obviously, by the point of the 7 Years' War, rivals. And I mean, their antagonism dates back to the Middle Ages, and it includes many conflicts like the 100 Years' War, which I think everybody kind of has somewhat knowledge of.
I actually say a little bit, going back to the Norman conquest, because that's actually what ultimately tied the 2 countries with a history.
An inevitable rivalry, because, both sides would see it fit that there's one ruler who's ruling both of them together, but it has never, it's happened now and then, but it's still an ongoing conflict. And it intensifies a lot more during the age of exploration. So by the 1700s, both nations are emerging as, leading maritime powers, and they're competing for what is becoming a global trade network. And the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713 ends the War of Spanish Succession, which redistributes the colonial holdings, but it leaves a lot of unresolved grudges. So, for example, and I'm going to pull up actually a different map of America here. One of the biggest issues here is after this treaty, France cedes Acadia, which is Nova Scotia today, to Britain, which is basically the nail in the coffin of Nouvelle France, because if you hold Newfoundland, you can basically just screw up all the naval traffic into what is
Is it
Quebec.
that area where it says Port Royal and Arcade, like that area? Because part of my Canadian geography.
Let me zoom in a bit. Well, that didn't zoom in too much. So northeast, you have Newfoundland, which is, in the purple over here. Port Royal over here is part of that deal. Controlling this, as you can see, the St. Lawrence, which is the river that goes into Canada of Quebec, which is at this point the lifeblood of Nouvelle France altogether. There's no other ports that the French can use to get anything in. They're at the mercy of the British, more or less. Like, this really is kind of the end of what was the experiment of Nouvelle France. I'll get into it a little bit in a bit, actually. Talk about this. So the rivalry, definitely, it's escalating through economic warfare, as well as the ongoing political issues of the day.
Yeah, I just wanted to just show this map because this is going to be like the sides during the upcoming war, and
globally, yeah.
you could just say that most of the possessions which are not in Europe, it's just pretty much belonging to Britain or France.
Don't forget the Portuguese.
Yeah, that's why you have that's why you have Brazil.
They will never break their lines with Great Britain.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, really, it's still like the longest standing alliance, right?
It is. And it had a lot of impact in World War II. Very sneaky stuff there. In Europe, they clash over, of course, all the alliance systems, everything that's going on, all the crises, the succession movements, and all that. So, as we just spoke about, there was the War of the Austrian Succession. That was a significant hurdle. And France supported Prussia against Austria, who was backed by Britain. So inevitably, all the players kind of get involved somewhat in these conflicts. Overseas, competition is really turning towards North America and India, where there's informal skirmishes I'll kind of get into later between, in French, the Cleux de Bois, the great traders that are going around with the Aborigines, and they're, it's heightening a lot of suspicions. It's not a full-blown war, but the colonies and Nouvelle France are always kind of battling each other in one way or another. Britain's growing naval supremacy is very much challenging France's ambitions, making, conflict is inevitable. And I mean, both of these nations are pretty used to just building up to a nice war between each other. So whenever there's something that's going on that's a bit more global, they're getting ready to attack each other. Now, I'm pretty sure you can talk a lot more about this than me, Gareth, but I'll talk a little bit about the kings. So let me just bring up a portrait.
But I would just also say one thing. Currently, Britain and Austria are allied. Mm-hmm. Prussia, and it has been a much longer standing alliance than what Prussia has with France at this moment. And the only reason Britain is now kind of like not happy with Austria is because of this man, King George II. The reason I say that, he is part of the dynasty which we call the Hanoverian Kings of Britain, because they have the Duchy of Hanover as a personal fief, and they want to protect it. And Britain, seeing Austria get its ass whooped by Frederick the Great, to say the least, they are not really confident about Austria protecting their their continental holdings.
Yeah. So obviously, King George II, like you said, he's fearing French attacks on Hanover, and this is pushing them more in the orbit, with his ally there. And of course, the Prussians under Frederick the Great are getting involved. George II, he's trying to support a strategy that's combining the fighting in France and Europe, but also trying to get involved with the other colonial possessions, where they can hit, France on an unequal level. So obviously, one of the best ways to do this is to attack Nouvelle France, because the French will not be able to bring over many units to protect their holdings over there, as well as what's actually a lot more crucial is the Caribbean holdings, which is by far a lot more financially beneficial to Nouvelle France than where I currently live, since they gave us up for a bunch of Caribbean islands.
Well, so I guess they still don't accept your French, right?
I am not. If you asked anyone here, no, they'd have some bad words about me being an Anglophone. So yeah, it's my second language, French, by the way, not my first. And there'll also be a lot of fighting over India, which
Yeah.
we'll be talking about in another episode. I'm very excited to hear about that because I'm ignorant to that conflict.
To be fair, even I'm pretty ignorant. I've not studied that since like sixth grade. So it's going to be a lot of research for that. But yeah, while they don't actually have a lot of actual area on the subcontinent at this point, both the French and British East India companies, which are now backed by their governments, they have a lot more financial entanglements and influence.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is just a thing that we need to consider is the territory numbers will be very small in India, but they're not going, but it is still going to be a significant development.
Financially, it's a huge one because we all know about the history of the Hudson Bay Company and what's going to be coming about in the next few hundred years and stuff. It's going to be definitely a large part of the puzzle here. And on the other side, of course, we have Louis XIV of France, who's, very engaged
15th.
Oh, 15, excuse me. He's very engaged.
Sun King is dead. We are all happy for that.
Yeah. He's very engaged in the political scene and driving his nation forward. He's really taking a iron fist role in that. So as you can imagine, his reign is marked by, a reliance on the advisors, his generals. There's a lot of internal problems and a lot of financial strain at this time, because I guess you could say France is kind of stretched pretty thin with its holdings, because unlike Britain, it doesn't have the proper naval force nor populations in its colonial holdings to actually properly conduct itself, which is going to come to be shown soon. He's going to be entering the war primarily to counter, Britain, and particularly Britain's naval hold over, their colonies. He's on, the side with Austria and Spain, hoping to defeat Britain and Prussia, but I don't want to get into the 7 Years' War itself, but France is going to certainly have a lot of problems. Gaurav, do you have anything to say about the king's role in all this?
Yeah. So Britain, it's not really much because Britain is still, they have been a parliamentary democracy for quite a while. So the king does have say, and kind of got to give it to King George II. At least he still was the last British monarch to be in an active combat zone, like, with the armies, which was at the Battle of Dettingen which was a miraculous victory, you could say the least, for the anti-Austrian alliance in that war, because the French, even despite being pretty outnumbered, nearly won. Louis, he did join the War of Austrian Succession just because of, he just did not want Salic law, and also France would take any opportunity it got to screw over the Habsburgs, which is precisely why they just joined the 30 Years' War in the first place.
But I mean, the second half of the 30 Years' War was just, guess everybody is fighting the Habsburgs.
Yeah. And he was, like his predecessor, Louis XIV, an absolutist, Louis XV, especially when some of his key ministers actually died of natural causes. He did not have like that, you could call it absolute level of control that Louis XIV did have over the government. That I got to give it to the 14th. There's no point calling Louis because there was a taxation proposed to kind of pay off the heavy debts that they incurred during the War of Austrian Succession, because that bankrupted France as usual, right? Because wars are pretty bad on your economy. And the bond purchase, which was to give a 5% interest and pay off a 36 million franc debt, because 36 million was humongous at the time. It was overwhelmingly rejected by the clergy and the first estate of France. But the main consideration is how they approach their foreign policy for this upcoming war. France would actually not send much control or support to any of its colonial forces in North America or India. They're on their own. If they can recruit locals and everything to fight for them, brilliant. But they are not going to get any support from the home country.
Could I actually explain a little bit about their colonial holdings before you get into that?
Sure. Please go ahead.
And I also just want to bring up that this period of time it involves the balance of power theory, which is going to be, I guess, afterwards it's a little bit more obvious, but basically this is kind of an understanding amongst the great rulers of the great powers that no one wants anyone to hold an absolute monopoly over the power scene in Europe. So in general, when these conflicts come about, most of the larger nations will either band together to take down whoever's the biggest dog, in the fight. So for example, taking down the Spanish was a thing that was going on for quite a long time. So that's still present in all of this. But as for the composition,
it will even go through in the Napoleonic era.
Yeah, of course.
Because before the Battle of Leipzig, Clemens von Metternich, when he met Napoleon before Austria did join the Sixth Coalition, did want to weaken France, but was willing to offer the deal that Napoleon still remains the emperor, since a relatively stronger France would be a great support to Austria and Britain if they have to go up against the Russian armies.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even in the ancient times, that was also a case. You had the Diadochi Wars,
mm-hmm.
And in the aftermath, if one of Macedon or the Seleucids or Ptolemaic Egypt became very powerful, the other two would kind of gang up and say that, all right, let's beat him and return to the status quo.
Yeah. But by the 18th century, Britain's empire is a patchwork of settler colonies and trading posts built through the British East India Company and other royal charters. So in North America, as you can see on this map, most of my audience is American, so I'll just regurgitate this quickly. It's the 13 Atlantic colonies, from Massachusetts to Georgia. Plus, they also now have parts of Newfoundland and the Hudson's Bay territories. And that's looking into the fur trade, which by this point is kind of calming down, but it was very lucrative at the beginning. The Caribbean featured very, very lucrative sugar-rich islands like Jamaica and Barbados. In Asia, Britain held coastal footholds in India, so you have Bombay, Madras, Calcutta. And trading rights in China are beginning there. African outposts supported, obviously it's the slave trade, while possessions like Gibraltar and, Minorca are securing some access in the Mediterranean. So basically what we think of as like the pinnacle of the British Empire, it's starting to form. And the empire spans, I think, 1.5 million square miles loosely. It's not really like, not protecting it per se, but it's by a trade basis, it's that big. You have something to say, Joe?
Yeah, I was just going to talk about like their doctrine of how France wanted to approach the war. They are not going to send any help to the colonies, as I mentioned. They're on their own. Colonies can recruit and try to get locals or mercenaries to join them, but they are not going to get any major help from the Kingdom of France or the King in Europe.
Well, I'm talking about Britain right now, but I was going to get to France.
Oh, okay, fair. Just continue that. Sorry, I'll get to their foreign policy of both after that.
Yeah. So for Nouvelle France, it's unlike the 13 colonies for Britain. There's a very, very small population. It's actually embarrassing, but it does cover 3 million square miles. So Nouvelle France encompasses what you can see here on the map. That's in the blue, but honestly, not really. They're like, for example, everything you see in the Louisiana areas, there's almost no one really there. They're just outposts. So what you think of as modern day Canada,
which Napoleon would sell.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So the area around Quebec and the Great Lakes is basically where the people are. The Louisiana Territory, so that's the Mississippi Valley and the Rockies. There's very, very few people there, and it's built off of the fur trading network. And more or less it's being defended by the indigenous populations who are working in collaboration with the French, more so than the British, where it's a little heavier handed. The Caribbeans for Nouvelle France, which includes Saint Domingue, which is Haiti today, Martinique, Guadeloupe. This is sugar and coffee rich. It's extremely lucrative. It's so lucrative they will give up Quebec straight away for it later. In India, France controls ports like Pondicherry and Chandenagua and they also have
You know, I've
African
actually never
holdings.
visited Pondicherry.
Oh yeah, okay.
The British, it's actually funny. Except for Calcutta, I've pretty much lived mostly in the former British capitals of India.
And they do have some African holdings. So, of course, there's Senegal, Guinea, facilitating the slave trade. There's islands in the Indian Ocean as well, Mauritius, which I wasn't aware of that one, serving as naval bases, but I don't think it's anything that could really threaten the British. France, historically, it's integrated into the Catholic missionary network, which is kind of their means of trying to centralize control. It's very loose. And that's pretty much all I can think of as far as the two empires concerned. And I just want to reiterate, Nouvelle France is like, I think, maybe a tenth the population of the 13 colonies. So what you see here on this map is kind of very misleading, to say the least.
They have more area but less people.
In the Louisiana Territory, it's literally a bunch of like drunk fur traders with some natives at an outpost. That's it. There's nothing else.
Okay. Just getting back to the map here. The reason France is not going to send any support is there is actually a genuine necessity for them to maintain a large army in Europe. France does have pretty large, boundaries that they need to go protect, which is why they are going to concentrate. And the idea is the French army on the European continent is going to do a bang up job. They're going to go through, they're going to smash the Prussians, they're going to smash the British who would be at Hanover. All the gains that they're going to make on the continent are going to be bartered away. And they just hope that their colonial possessions can hold off or not lose too much so that France can kind of make a net gain at least. It's predominantly their strategy and thinking. And it's actually a bit surprising they do lose in North America, if you ask me, given how many of the Native American tribes actually supported the French over the British. I think,
unfortunately, not to give it away, there's a very specific tribe that formed a confederacy. I ironically work for this tribe today. I work on a native reserve. They loved playing both sides, and the British paid them more in the end. That's what happened.
I think Frederick William of Prussia would be really proud to hear that.
Back again to rivalry.
But the thing, right? That concept of driving away the mercenaries always works. But yes, this is the strategy of France. And while you did correctly mention, right now the three most powerful navies in the world, you could say, are Britain, and then France and Spain are sort of a bit equal at this moment. But Britain is the clear number one. But it's not as big of a gap we will see that Britain will have in the 19th century. And France knows that they are not going to be able to blockade run or stop the British. So there's no point even trying to risk sending in like these convoys of supplies and troops, because Great Britain will either sink it or liberate it for their own use. And this concept was not a new thing. They have been using it for a few decades, France, though it's not really like it would serve them well. They're going to lose pretty much a lot of their colonial possessions. And their plans in Europe, devised by Louis XV, was a system of diplomacy, and it actually caused a lot of problems in the French court. France is going to publicly state something with the ministers, support of, what are their ambitions, what they're going to do, right? Every country needs to do that. And Louis goes behind his ministry's back and has an entire network of agents trying to put through his own ideas, which kind of contradict what he's publicly stating. And while you did allude to correctly the balance of power, the idea of Louis here is he's going to be like the shadow puppeteer. On paper and for the most of the world to see, Louis is keeping that balance of power, but he is going to be pulling the strings in many other duchies if he got his way through. And I think one of the greatest ideas he had was actually get his kingsman, one of his family members, Louis Francois de Bourbon, the Prince of Conti, to be to the maintenance to get the Polish crown. So yeah, he wants an ally there, and this is literally what 40 years after the Habsburg reign in Spain ended, and the Bourbons took over. And he does want to also open alliances with the Ottomans and Sweden as well, mostly to oppose the Russians. So he does right now think Russia is his biggest threat to come in the future. And Britain, just given its geography, they're not going to commit troops to the continent. If I'm not mistaken, I think the only time Britain ever agreed to a major concentration of troops was only during World War One and Two on the European mainland. I'm probably just going to give this away. In the 7 Years' War, Britain's contingent of soldiers that fought on the continent would be about 25 to 30,000 at most. When we discuss later the size of the total forces mobilized, you would realize that it's a really pathetic number. Britain's strategy is going to be focused on its senior service, the Royal Navy. They're blockading French ports, they are attacking French merchant shipping, and they are actively sending a lot of aid to their colonies. Which I think, Craig, you might know this a bit better. They do send in good amount of reinforcements to North America, for example, which I think one was led by, General James Wolfe when he captured Quebec.
When Wolfe comes in, the France doesn't leave Nouvelle-France without officership, but unfortunately they end up sending, I won't get into too much, but Montcalm. And Montcalm is a pretentious asshole who wouldn't use what was called the guerrilla fighters, whether they be Aborigines or the Quebecois. Well, yeah. Wolfe had more numbers, inherited actually a better situation because Nouvelle-France actually was winning early on, but they were under a Prussian general who was a mercenary, who was actually just very, very good. But yeah, as soon as a French officer came over, he actually just doomed everything.
I think I could see Simon in the back saying, yes, France only was good when they had Germans leading them.
It's 100% true.
Russians carrying every team.
Yeah.
Well, one of the other greatest French commanders fought valiantly for the Holy Roman Empire, Prince Eugene. But yes, just getting back to Britain's strategy, they are going to focus on blockades. And the main thing on the continent is to protect the Duchy of Hanover, since that's a direct possession of the king. They're not going to give that up. So they will be convinced by Prussia. And ultimately, their strategy is just to find a continental partner and give them, send them money, supplies, and everything. It's kind of what Britain did again in the War of the Sixth Coalition. They did not send much troops, but they certainly outfitted the coalition armies. And Britain would subsidize almost a quarter of Frederick the Great's upcoming war. So that is a good chunk of money that is coming his way. And now this brings us to what we can call the diplomatic revolution, which was a grand changing of the alliances. And in this, I'm just going to get a different map up, is the aftermath of the various, in the War of Austrian Succession, how the alliances changed. And the biggest change, obviously, is Austria is no longer allied with Britain, and Prussia is now no longer allied with France. They just kind of switched their alliances over. The reason why people are ganging up on Prussia on the continent is Frederick's aggression, to say the least.
Yeah,
The way he...
This will come up several
Yes.
times, and in the next episode we do on Europe, it's gonna be really clear why they gang up on him.
In the let's not get ourselves in the previous two Silesian wars. Frederick really did not really conduct himself as an ally, and preemptive striking is never really good, especially if you do it in 2 consecutive wars. It's not good PR.
Yeah, and a bit of foreshadowing, it's not better when you do it 3 times.
Yeah. As we mentioned, Russia's main goal is to have the influence in Poland, and they are threatened by the Prussian strength for that region. France is pretty disgusted with the way Frederick was treating them, leaving an alliance with them, joining the Austrians through a non-aggression pact and ceasefire, then breaking the alliance again, joining them, and then breaking it again. You kind of don't want to work with this guy. And from their vantage point, I definitely understand that. Austria, no doubt, has the biggest grudge. They want Silesia back, and they want to humiliate Frederick for what he did for provoking them twice. And Britain decides to use Prussia as its continental ally so that it can combat France. It's a bit easier also for them to supply. Prussia is closer to Hanover, so maybe they can better protect the king's territory. And this leads to the several treaties that happen in the lead up to the 7 Years' War. The first is called the Anglo-Prussian Alliance of 1756, which surpasses the 1731 alliance that Britain did have with Austria, which is the Anglo-Austrian Alliance. It was first actually called it's officially also called the Treaty of Westminster, which was a treaty of neutrality that was initially signed on 16th January 1756. And in this treaty, it was signed between King George II and Frederick the Great to protect Hanover because the British feared a French attack would come through. And the terms stated that Prussia and Great Britain would seek to prevent any foreign powers' forces from passing through the Holy Roman Empire, and was part of the diplomatic revolution as well. The problem for the British is they wanted to avoid a war on the continent so that they can focus their economy onto, their colonies and trade. But unfortunately, they allied with Frederick II of Prussia, now called Frederick the Great, who decided to open the war with a preemptive strike again. I'm not going to say who, we are just going to let it pass. And this involves retaliation that they were holding their own, so Britain decides to commit forces to just defend Hanover and supply Prussia. But this would be the main terms of this alliance between Britain and Prussia. And with the Austrians and French, you have... Alright, before I get this, I just want to ask you guys a question. What was the name of the treaty between the French and Austrians? It's a very famous name.
You mean the Treaty of Paris or what?
You're close. No, you're close to the area. The Treaty of blank.
It's near France. I mean, near Paris.
Yeah. It's a very famous name. We've referenced that name and before.
I actually don't know.
Simon, you want to try? You were pretty close.
I had to say
it's
Paris because half of the trees with France are named Paris.
Well, I'll just say it's a region right by Paris, full of where there was a coronation for a German monarch.
Okay, so it's gonna be a Treaty of Versailles.
Yep, there were 2 treaties of Versailles that were signed.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to make a play on that name since we always know the World War I aftermath.
Yes, of course.
The first treaty, which was signed in 1756, was a mutual assistance pact if either were to be attacked by Great Britain or Prussia in the next 30 years. The first treaty is just that much between the French and Austrians. The second treaty, which was signed a year later, and this was actually signed during the 7 Years' War. Since we're not going to get time to dwell into some of the smaller diplomatic concerns, especially in the first years of the war, I'm just bringing it up here. The second treaty would say that France will agree to assist Austria in regaining Silesia from Prussia in exchange for Austria to cede the Austrian Netherlands. So that would be like, your Belgium today. Or is it Netherlands?
No, Netherlands are already free after the 30 Years' War.
Yeah. So it would have been what we know as Belgium today, that time. Not mistaken, Belgium's monarchy doesn't come into play yet. I don't think they're sovereign. But yeah, it is the Austrian Netherlands, which is like, it's kind of like near Burgundy. And this was like kind of playing into both sides' long-term goals of territories they wanted to recover. And in the wake of the treaty, the French would actually occupy certain troops to free up the Austrian garrisons. And the French would actually want to end up putting Bourbon here in the future to head, so that, well, lo and behold, balance of power doesn't really mean much to Louis XV as long as he holds all the power. This is not directly tied to this episode, but what I want to also talk about is the evolution of the war. I'm sorry, before I get that, both of these alliances are gonna like crumble in the aftermath of the war, not long-term alliances. So Portugal, be happy you still maintain your 800-year alliance. And I think what was very interesting is the scope of war that's about to be unleashed on you. Armies are gonna get enlarged significantly. Early wars in the 30 Years' War in the mid 17th century. Battle of Brighton-Fell was the first Battle of Brighton-Fell was one of the largest engagements, and that had slightly over 70,000 troops on both sides, and were pretty large armies for both. Even though it also included 18,000 raw Saxon soldiers as well.
And
by 1700, organizations and logistics have improved so much. Louis XIV in the wars at the turn of during the War of Spanish Succession, France was actually maintaining over 500,000 soldiers in the field for extended periods of time. Considering in the Italian wars, they would literally be bankrupt in 3-4 months of campaigning when they raise an army of around 35,000 men. It's a pretty significant development. Simon, sorry, you were saying something?
Yeah, and we also have to keep in mind, I don't know if you have that also, these are not, in the 30 Years' War, what the troops that fought were mercenaries. Basically, everything was mercenaries. In this war, a lot of the troops are professional soldiers, especially in the European theater, where for the Prussians, they barely used any mercenaries. It's really nearly everything as professional trained soldiers of the Prussian army.
Yeah, and I'm actually just adding to that. As you mentioned, mercenaries, and if mercenaries are not going to be paid, they are going to go on a rampage. For example, in the 30 Years' War, you had that sack of Magdeburg, which really dented the prestige of the Catholic cause by the brutality of that sack, for example. Here, as you mentioned, because they are more citizen soldiers, you could call it, for lack of a better term, there are more rules so that this kind of slaughtering and looting of civilian bodies is actually minimized, which is why the battlefield losses were probably higher, in terms of casualties over the war, but the overall death toll, if we compare it to the 30 Years' War, was significantly lower for the civilians.
To be fair, 30 Years' War was a massacre for civilians. I mean,
True.
Like a third of Germany just died. People thought the apocalypse was happening.
Can't blame them also, but yeah, there are now rules of conduct. And another thing is actually supply trains have now come into place. Armies are now significantly larger, and they are literally too large now for the concentrated forces to feed off the land and move through different villages as they move through and get supplied from them. It's practically impossible, and they also know that. That's why you have these slow moving supply trains from centralized depots that are going to be accompanying the army, and that's going to be their primary lines of supply and retreat, which slows down the army but keeps them concentrated. And that also leads to the fear of commanders for actually wanting to commit their forces into battle, because people are always kind of scared. And this is a very long historical trend of commanders not wanting to really engage into battle most of the time. They just rather psychologically win or skirmish. And that's been a case like since the Norman times till date for most commanders, except if you're very aggressive like Alexander the Great or Frederick the Second, who have no, they're not reckless, but they are not afraid to get into the scrap of a battle. And I think this slow moving supplies is actually what will make Napoleon implement the core system later on, since it increases his speed of movement. But yeah, I think now the scene is set. The great diplomatic revolution has taken place. The countries of Europe are the great powers of Europe, rather. They are on the warpath. They have old grudges or recent grudges, imperial ambitions that need to be settled, and we are going to see the start of World War Zero, as some people like to call it.
Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/thepacificwarchannel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out.
All right, folks, this is the map in Europe where we are looking at the belligerents for the 7 Years' War. As we mentioned last time, Frederick the Second of Prussia with his two Silesian wars, which were part of the broader War of Austrian Succession, had pretty much pissed off a lot of monarchs in Europe, to say the least, with his opportunistic aggression. And in that war, he did take this area, which I'm just moving my cursor around, which is called Silesia, which was a really tax-rich haven, representing 25% of the Austrian monarch empire's revenue. So it's a pretty big loss. Russia has also emerged after its victory around 40 years earlier in the Great Northern War. France and Britain, anyways, well, they've been fighting for on and off for 600 years now, 700 years. So that rivalry is going to endure. In the build-up to the war, the biggest change is a series of diplomatic maneuvers. First, you have the Anglo-Prussian alliance, as Britain and Prussia sign an alliance so that Prussia will be able to support Hanover, which is a land owned by the King of England. It's their hereditary possession. The monarchs here were known as the Hanoverian kings of Britain. And currently it's King George II. And they also moved away because they felt like Austria was doing a pretty shit job, because they were the previous allies of Britain on the continent. And it is British strategy to have one powerful ally on the continent while it will focus on economies and naval warfare in the colonies against France. France, on the other hand, was pretty annoyed for two reasons with Prussia. One, Prussia cozying up to Britain, because historically Prussia was an ally of France. And second, Frederick's pretty rash diplomacy really triggered France's animosity. And at the same time, Russia also cozied up to Austria because they were unhappy with Prussia growing influence. Because keep in mind, up till the Silesian Wars, Prussia was an insignificant state and now had announced itself as a European power. The main reason is Russia wants to keep Poland, Lithuania as a buffer zone to Western Europe. And they fear that if Prussia becomes too powerful, they are going to interfere. So that was the diplomatic revolution that took place in the build up to the war. But perhaps before we get into the details of how the opening maneuver started between Britain, France, Prussia, Austria, everything, we should take a moment to understand the shift in warfare. We did allude a little bit to it in the previous episode, but maybe spend a little bit more time talking about how it changed, etc. So just give me a second. I need to bring up a different image. So warfare that we knew from the 16th, 15th to 17th centuries saw the early advances of the muskets and arquebusiers into the military, but it was still, you had some amount of typical ranged units like your bow and arrows. You still had heavily armed infantry armed with pikes, swords, and you still had the cavalry, which were like a mix of light cavalry for recon scouting and the heavily armored knights. So, one of the common formations, as we can see here, this is an example of the Spanish Tercios, were one of the key big formations of muskets and pikes. This was the core unit of an army that went through this time. And I don't actually do that, but yeah, this was the core unit of movement. And the Tercios that the Spanish and late by default the imperial armies used had a 80 to 20 ratio in terms of the pikes to muskets. So it was still predominantly a melee unit, you could say, and it was quite densely packed. And one moment. This is an example of how the unit would be positioned during battle. Now, what also changed is warfare until the 30 years war predominantly utilized insane amount of mercenary soldiers as well. The great thing about mercenary soldiers, you don't have to conscript your own population. And on the bad side, well, if you bring about a lot of mercs, you got to pay them. Otherwise, it could lead to pretty atrocious sacks, as we saw during the 30 Years' War, where cities across Protestant and Catholic Germany were utterly sacked, brutalized by these mercs who were let loose. It began to change with the Swedish intervention, where you had Gustavus Adolphus come with a larger conscript army, and he moved to more firepower. So the ratio of muskets to the pikes started to almost equalize in his units. Another key advancement was actually the use of the flintlock muskets. This was you could call it like the next advancement of technology, which later would be surpassed with the use of the breech loading rifles, like around 100 years or now from the 7 Years' War. But the main advancement is the powder is more potent, the shots can go longer. So it does make the musket a much more effective weapon. And conversely, it also meant that plate armor and armor in general is just out of fashion now. Even at 100 yards, someone can be killed by a firearms bullet. And the amount of armor that you would actually need to protect yourself has now become pretty prohibitive, since it would have to be like very thick for anyone to wear and unwieldy. So I think only the heavy cuirassiers would be guys that would be even wearing just a breastplate. Otherwise, units across the battlefields, as we will discuss, they're going to be unarmored. They're going to be killed exactly the same by cannonballs or musket shots or the bayonets. And the last major change was, instead of living off the land and taking supplies, since the armies of citizen soldiers grew exponentially, there were pre-prepared depots and war treasuries scattered across all the nations. And this is from where, through slow-moving supply columns, would the various armies be supplied with food, munitions, uniforms, boots, etc. With that, Greg, maybe you'd like to talk about the different units types.
Yeah, sure. I'm just
You want me to pick up that
share.
image?
Yeah, sure. Let's start with that image, and you can just like go through the different nations' military forces. So just wait. Okay, it's up. So yeah, when we come up to the 7 Years' War, it's, you know, as you explained, it's now characterized more so by like professional standing forces. It's supplemented still by mercenaries, but you know, the more regular armed forces, conscripts, are now making kind of like more of the bulk of the military forces. Most nations are maintaining regiments at, you know, the core organizational unit level. Typically, it's just like 500 to 1,000 men. They're divided into companies, about 50 to 100 soldiers. And if, you know, the infantry is going to form, of course, the backbone, with line infantry regiments making up the bulk, supported by units like elite grenadier companies. So these are the taller and stronger guys who are reserved for assaults. I guess you could see them as like the precursor to storm units. Cavalry is, of course, always going to be
I'm pretty
popular.
sure the Soldier King was pretty happy to hear that.
Yeah. Cavalry is, as always, very important still. You're going to have heavy cavalry for charges. You're going to have medium dragoons for mounted infantry roles, more mobility, light hussars for scouting and harassment and such. And artillery is getting much better at this stage. There's going to be artillery batteries with field guns, howitzers, providing range support. And, you know, very important for sieges and such. Weapons are standardized. So you mentioned the flintlock muskets are coming in. The British are going to have their brown besses, which is, you know, the most famous weapon for a long time for redcoats. The French, we're going to have the char de ville. This is effective to about 100 yards for volley fire. Soldiers are also carrying bayonets instead of those melee weapons. So it's turning muskets basically into spears. It's a very dramatic change for warfare. But officers are still going to brandish swords and pistols. Cavalry is going to be using sabers, sometimes lances, and carbines if they're specialists. Very difficult to shoot.
As I was just going to say, as Jack Churchill always said, an officer cannot go to battle without his sword.
I have to make an episode to him at some point. Definitely. What a character. Artillery employed cast iron cannons, you know, firing solid shot, grape shot, or canister. Training is much better now. It's really, a lot of people are drawing influence from the Prussian model, which of course is going to come under Frederick the Great. He's going to really wield that with an iron fist. It's going to be more discipline in drills. Recruits are going to undergo rigorous marching and close order formations. They're going to be practicing linear tactics at firing range. Volley fire is going to be involving the front rank shooting. So I guess at this point, I just want to put up some models of what the volleys look like. So I'm going to put up the French, Dutch, and English first. There we go. Just to give an idea visually what these formations might look like. You also mentioned the change in logistics. So obviously, they're not, quote unquote, living off the land fully. Logistics are still rudimentary. So supply trains are hauling food, powder, and shot, but it's pretty limited, you know, at this point. At a tactical level for the 7 Years' War, it's revolving very much so around linear warfare. In Europe, in North America, it's completely the opposite, actually. But here in Europe, it's definitely linear, where the infantry form long lines to maximize their firepower. My audience is like 80% American, so you've probably seen Mel Gibson's The Patriot movie. Just basically, it looks like that. You know, that's if you want to visualize it. So men are, you know, forming up these lines, and there are varying tactics of how they're going to do this. You know, there's a famous battle in the 7 Years' War at Rosebach, which showcased volley fire, for example, with ranks alternating shooting and then reloading, followed by bayonet charges to break the enemy lines. Cavalry would be used
I'm just
to
going to say
flank
that's
or
one
pursue.
battle Just going to say that's a battle we're going to discuss today, and it's one of the best victories of Frederick the Great.
Of course. Don't want to get into it, though. I want to tease it. For the cavalry, of course, it's same as ancient warfare. They're there to like flank the enemy, pursue when the enemy is routed, where the majority of casualties are going to be inflicted. They often help up. The cavalry can also rally up after a bombardment by artillery, for example. That can also be a thing now. Formations are very rigid. Columns are moving all as one, with lines for combat to maintain cohesion. There's also differences when it comes to these formations. So I'll put up Frederick the Great's oblique order, which definitely was interesting for this time. Strategically, these battles and the war overall, it's a war of maneuver and attrition. Commanders like Frederick the Great would use, interior lines for rapid concentration, outmaneuvering larger forces through forced marches and surprise attacks. Sieges are still kind of, dominating, with fortified towns like Quebec in North America that was besieged for 3 months before they had a real battle, or Schwinditz, hope I pronounced that right, was besieged using trenches and artillery.
Add that for the European theater, sieges were not as prominent, given the, as you mentioned, the drastic improvement of field guns.
Yeah, of course.
That it's now become this warfare is more open battles and skirmishes rather than sieges, which was the dominating
of the previous few years
of the 30 Years' War.
And
Simon, you were mentioning something?
I think it's also important to point out that the numbers of soldiers has improved so much that it's far easier to split off a small force of your troops to still besiege a town and just move past it, which happened regularly in the 7 Years' War, where they just ignored cities, sent like a few hundred or a thousand men there to keep it on watch, to starve it out while the main army moved forward.
That's true. It's actually
there's an example of that we will be talking about in one of these battles. I'm not going to get into which one yet, but it does allude to your point, Simon.
You're definitely right. For the European theater, the sieges are kind of falling apart. In North America, it actually is the dominant thing, because basically the North American campaigns are riverine and lake battles, and they're all held by significant forts. And almost every significant battle in North America is just some fort being attacked. So almost all the battles are sieges, or they're forced engagements where they just force the enemy force to come out and face them on the field. But again, they're so different. The French Indian War versus the European theater, it's like it's linear versus abstract. Yeah. But
I was just going to say, the reason why people might think that it looks kind of dumb that where you have the line units moving forward, I actually did think that when I was a kid. First time I saw Patriot. It looks counterintuitive, but there was a big sign, since movies do kind of embellish the accuracy of the guns.
Yeah, of course.
It really was not that great. And it still isn't. You still maybe suffer battlefield casualty even to this day for a few hundred bullets fired in combat zones. It was, I think, 4,000, 5,000 for World War II.
Definitely. But could you, by any chance, just toss up the picture of the units again?
Just one moment. The reason they move in such close order formations is just to keep cohesion and encourage each other, because smaller groups are much easier to scatter. Larger groups, you kind of feel a bit more emboldened. You're willing to just risk it because you have your comrades with you, and it's a great protection against cavalry.
Absolutely. When it comes to the different nations and their units, like more or less at this point, most nations have basically the same standardized, units that we have already mentioned. But I guess in general, the Prussians would be rocking more like elite fusilier regiments. So, I think the grenadiers would be more specialized and a bit more impressive. Britain, of course, would have they'd have more towards their amphibious operations. So they're developing something that's kind of akin to a Marine, I guess you could say in some ways. And they would be pioneering light infantry tactics. In North America, they'd have something like Rogers Rangers, for example, which they were trying to adapt to guerrilla warfare, especially in the dense forests. So that's again something that's not relevant to the European theater, but they were developing specialized units. France was, I don't want to say stagnant, but France was boasting what they've always traditionally been boasting. But they did also dabble in, some marine infantry development to try and contest with the British, of course. I guess of all the players in this, the Austrians would be kind of the most interesting since they're such a cosmopolitan group of different peoples. They would have a lot of different fighting styles.
The differences between getting, like, say, some of the Germanic speakers versus the Austrian versus the Hungarian units within of the empire.
The Croatians, everybody. You have a lot of different units there. And of course, if you're looking at the Russians, we got the Cossack cavalry, of course, the traditional ones we're always thinking of. So there is some variation amongst the different nations and how they do things, but more or less, it's pretty standardized in Europe, I'd say, at this point.
You could just say there's the line infantry, there's the grenadiers, who would be your biggest punch, and then you have skirmishers and light infantry, who are going to fight in a more loose individual basis. You have your dragoons, you have your hussars, and you have your cuirassiers, with dragoons being kind of like a mix of a hybrid of range and gunpowder cavalry, whereas your hussars are just your standard melee cavalry, and the cuirassiers are your heavy melee cavalry. These are probably the last set of units in Europe at this moment that would probably be even wearing some amount of plate armor. I think that's what you could pretty much just broadly summarize all the unit types.
And anybody who plays like an RTS can basically figure out the units.
That's a bit simplistic if you see it in Age of Empires, but yeah. All right, so I think we are now ready to get into the war a little bit. So let's start about what kicked off the war in Europe. So we're not going to be talking about the British islands of the attack on Minorca, or the fact Britain and France have technically been fighting for a little over a year now in Ohio.
Yeah, it's the crossover of what we over here call the French and Indian War with the 7 Years' War. There's a few years kind of molded in there.
Yeah, essentially the opinion of time was more or less like, those are the colonies, so what do we care about if they're fighting? They're fighting constantly anyways.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's maybe just start with how Frederick attacked Austria again, and what were the reactions of everyone, and we get into probably the first major battle of the war. So, as we mentioned, the alliances have changed across Europe. You've had the Great Diplomatic Revolution. Spoiler alert, it would completely dissolve after the war for both teams. And Frederick began to get intel that the Europeans other monarchs were still pretty pissed off with his brazen diplomacy, and were openly plotting to kind of take back Silesia, make pledges and such, right? Between the Russians, French, Austrians, and Swedes. He tries a bit of diplomacy to go to the courts to try to say, okay, I'm willing to talk it out. And they are so fed up with Frederick at this point, they don't even hide the fact that, we just want to take back what's ours, and war is the only answer. Now, Frederick then decides, okay, I tried diplomacy. Now I need to use my special diplomacy weapon, which is called invade. And he launches an invasion of Saxony. One of the key advantages Prussia has is, thanks to the drilling and system of administration, they are able to mobilize significantly faster than any other state in Europe at this time. And he overruns Saxony pretty quickly, at least through their borders. And his invasion is so brazen. No one, people were not even expecting it. It was said Maria Theresa was not even in Vienna at this time. She was in her country retreat having a holiday and immediately just rushes back to Vienna to start coordinating with the French. And this is where the Treaty of Versailles, not the famous one that France forced Germany to sign in 1918, 1919, but one of the many treaties here was signed, which was a pact of mutual support between France and Austria against Prussia.
And
And
another thing
yeah,
with this invasion with why he invaded Saxony was that he thought that the Saxons would attack him, or that they were part of this alliance, which for a fact that they were not. This is one of the
yeah, that
greatest
actually is
blunders he made in his entire life, that he thought Saxony was going to fight him, which they had really no idea of. They had nothing in the works. This was just his imagination. But
and
it
that
would turn
actually,
out that it would give him a tactical advantage in the future.
yeah, it does. It's a mixed blessing since it does ensure that the imperial diet, that is the rest of Germany, kind of declares war on Frederick, because he did invade a state without a declaration of war and for no real good reason. But
Yeah,
Saxony
and
was a pretty developed state and it would finance him pretty well. About a third of all his expenses that he's going to incur in the war, the entire 7 Years' War, is going to be financed by Saxony. So it was a good state, and the intention was he wants to take this so that he can prevent it being a springboard for the Austrians and French armies to link up and invade him. Because he was aware Russia might want to go after East Prussia here, and Sweden might want to, and Sweden was promised Pomerania by the Austrians. So he does invade Saxony, and the same old thing happens. When you are fighting for your home, you fight harder. Frederick's plan was pretty ambitious. The man wanted to overrun Saxony in a few weeks at most, occupy Dresden, their capital, take over the treasury, take over their army, and then invade and then winter in Bohemia, so that he's creating a big buffer zone for against the Austrians, who he expected would be the first enemy that he would face. However, the Saxons they played a delaying game, and it was not until 9th of September 1756 that Dresden even fell. And to his surprise, though, the Austrians did mobilize pretty quickly as well. And you have the army of Austria that quickly goes to the Saxon border. It's not a particularly large army. It is about 34,000 men, and it is commanded by Field Marshal Brown. His full name being Maximilian Ulysses Brown. He is the first commander, and it is a big surprise for Frederick to see that an Austrian army of significant strength has mobilized in front of him and ready to fight. And by this time, the Saxon king, the Prince Elect of Saxony, who's also the king of Poland, Lithuania, he has also abandoned with quite a few of soldiers who go to Poland and are going to be linking up with the Russians later. So it's a bit of a double whammy. And the imperial diet has now declared war on Frederick. And since France and Austria have also declared war, it is now, you could say, without territory violations, the French armies are now able to cross over Germany to attack Prussia.
The interesting thing about this imperial diet is a lot of people rightfully think of the Holy Roman Empire at that time to be just completely incompetent. It barely exists. But at this point, I always like to call it that the Holy Roman Empire follows the rule of fuck around and find out. If you can do a lot of things, but the second you overstep the line, all hell will break loose. If you fight all of Germany, most likely you will lose. That is a disaster for you. But you can do a lot of shit and still get through with it. At least if it's fighting internally.
You mean like during the 30 Years' War and having 500, 600 political entities with their own commands in the Holy Roman Empire?
Yeah. But the infighting is not gone, as we will see very soon. It's still there,
True.
but the HRE is not weak. It's disorganized.
Controlled anarchy. I like that. So we have the first battle, which is called the Battle of Lobositz, which is the first engagement between Frederick and the Austrians under Field Marshal Braun. At the start of this battle, the Austrians have already set up, as we could see on this map. They are based behind the small stream here. Behind the main force is behind Sulowitz, and Lobositz is also another stronghold. And they have a small force of about 2,000 men at the village of Velhota. But key positions that they have in Lobositz and Sulowitz are hidden trenches for the infantry and hidden artillery emplacements. One of the biggest upgrades Austria did have in the 10 years between the War of Austrian Succession and the 7 Years' War, they really upgraded their artillery. Pretty well, though. So the Austrian artillery is not going to be incompetent. It's mostly the commanders that generally tend to be incompetent. Not all of them. I think, Simon, you might agree with that.
Yeah, there were a few competent ones. Braun, for example, he is competent. Yeah, he's a really good general.
Not that competent. I wouldn't rate Braun that well. I do rate Field Marshal Daun much higher.
Well, Braun was not one of the true greats, but he was competent, at the least.
Okay, all right. I'll give it that. Better than Charles of Lorraine.
That's not a challenge.
But yes, so the Austrians are already in a defensive position, as we can see with their blue lines here. But keep in mind, bulk of their forces are behind this river. There is actually like a bridge here, which is supposed to be used for crossing. Frederick is marching down to the Elbe Valley, and what he currently believes right now is this is just an Austrian rearguard. He's not facing the main Austrian army. What he does is he starts to deploy at the mouth of this valley and does tactically very astute deploy his forces on the Homolkbach hill here, where he's going to drag a lot of artillery guns. Now, the first engagement does start when the Austrian contingent under General Laun over here, which is about 2,000 strong, it's not a really big component, decide that he's going to outflank Frederick, because the greatest tactic of set-piece battles is only outflanking your enemy. And he does manage to, without being detected, get onto the Lobosc hill to try to fall onto the Prussian left flank. Frederick, on the other hand, wanted to take this height anyways, and had already deployed his his left flank to move up. And it actually became like a slugfest without much order, since the terrain was pretty uneven. You're fighting through like a wooded hill. So you're not going to have your typical line formation battle. You're just going to have your, just like every man for himself. And those 2,000 Austrians would actually suck up way more soldiers than, way more than 2,000 soldiers. It was a slugging match. And right now the Austrians have deployed a total of about 34,000 men. And Frederick has about 28,000, out of which only 18,000 are infantry, 10,000 are cavalry, and he has 97 guns. Whereas the Austrians have a clear advantage of almost 26,000 infantry alone. They don't have that much cavalry. Now, Frederick is still at this point convinced that this is the Austrian rear guard. It's not a significant force. There's still a bit of a haze and a fog, and he sends a cuirassier group to kind of like go on a reconnaissance in force. And moment they entered the main plain of the Elba, the Austrian cannons decided to welcome them with a destructive barrage. As these guys, move forward to kind of reconnoiter the area between these two villages, Solowitz and Lobositz, the Austrian cavalry engaged them. Initially, they do a successful feigned retreat after the first battle. So the Prussian cuirassiers are like, yeah, we're beating them. And keep in mind, the Prussian cavalry is not as good as the Austrian cavalry. It's the weaker, you could call it the weakest of the three battle arms of the Prussian army. I'm not sure if Simon would agree with that. I think it is.
Yeah.
Prussian
at least
cavalry was pretty. You mean unless it was commanded by General Zieten?
Yeah.
But yes, they have a successful feigned retreat. And it was also at this moment Frederick realized, oh shit, we are actually facing a pretty sizable force. And when the Prussian cuirassiers actually kind of pursued them, that's when all these hidden units from the villages, the infantry in the trench, some trenches, and the hidden guns, they open point blank on the Prussian cuirassiers. They are devastated. And it leads, then the Austrians also countercharge and they fully withdraw after taking heavy losses. And they kind of regroup with the main infantry here. So actually, between the two infantry lines, you would actually have like all the Prussian cavalry gathering up. So all 10,000 of those guys. And the Austrian guns are really loving the Prussian cavalry so much this battle, they're only targeting them. Now, while Frederick is assessing the situation, the all Prussian cavalry are getting mauled. And they decide that they had enough. And without orders, they charge. Not really good for discipline, but then again, it's the Prussian cavalry, so. And the cavalry, they do damage the Austrians, they do push them back. But the further they went, they are now exposed on their flanks since they're not supported by the infantry. And Field Marshal Brown does send in a few regiments or battalions of soldiers across. And they repel the Prussian cavalry, and those guys have taken pretty heavy losses by now. Now, concurrently, as Field Marshal Brown was actually deploying his infantry to go across the bridge to Solowitz to mass up for an attack, the Prussian artillery that had gone up to the Homolkpa hill, now with the added advantage of the height, they are now pouring in a thunderous barrage. So the Austrians know they cannot use Solowitz as a mobilization point as intended. And in the meanwhile, the Prussian left flank has completely defeated the Austrian contingent here and are moving back. But concurrently, since he saw the Prussian cavalry retreat in disorder, and this is like the full strength of all his horsemen, Frederick does a Mollwitz. He he hands over command to Field Marshal Keith and withdraws from the field of battle, giving orders to the Field Marshal that he can withdraw. So that at least Frederick will say, I did not withdraw, my Field Marshal withdrew. But guess who saves the day? The Prussian infantry. So what happens is this force is in panic retreat, and they kind of go down to Lobositz, pursued by the Prussian left flank, and Field Marshal Keith decides to advance with the left half of the Prussian infantry center, and they storm through Lobositz. there is some pretty fierce fighting. It goes door to door. And this is when Field Marshal Brown, realizing it's going to take too much time for him to deploy his army now across the longer redeployment route, just decides to call it a day. He withdraws his forces, with his forces here that were behind the stream providing covering fire as his forces evacuate Lobositz. And the Prussians kind of camp on the field of battle, which is the traditional sign of anyone saying that, yes, I won the battle. It You can't call it a great victory for Prussia in this battle,
Yeah, I would say that it was most likely something like a draw for the most part, because while he was able to push them back, he got slaughtered in the woods. We have several accounts of people just being appalled by the whole forest being littered with corpses, and the damage to his cavalry was massive as well. So his losses were massive. This could have been a way greater disaster, but it certainly was not a victory.
Thanks to the Prussian infantry to save the cavalry's ass once again. Like Molwitz again. But yes, the main outcome was Frederick could claim that he won the battle, but it was a draw. Of his 28,000 men that engaged in this battle, he lost about 3,300 to 3,400 soldiers. Keep in mind, he had a smaller army. The Austrian losses were actually 3,200 or so, slightly lesser, but they had 6,000 more men. So, in terms of percentage, definitely the casualties favor the Austrians. But the biggest outcome of this battle, I would say, is it delayed Prussia's advance into Bohemia. That was Frederick's key goal. He has to winter in Saxony. And he also badly underestimated how fast everyone else would also react. Because towards the end of winter 1756, at the Saxon-Austrian border, the Austrians have about 140,000 troops already now deployed in 4 armies. Field Marshal Brown commanding a center near the city of Prague, and you have 3 screening armies around each flank, with the leftmost force actually being closer to the imperial cities of the imperial diet. The intention being that since France has now committed 120, 130,000 soldiers to taking back all of Silesia from Frederick, they are going to be the Austrian contingent that's going to link up with this army. Now, later, what we'll have is in the summer, we are going to have the Battle of Prague, as it's called. Simon, would you like to take us through the Battle of Prague if you are ready for it? Since this is where all the enemies reunite.
That's true. So essentially, now we are moving the armies to Prague. The winter has passed. The Prussians are essentially split into 2 forces for the march. You have one that entered from Silesia, which are commanded by Jurin. They previously had won a small battle, the Battle of Reichenberg, where they sort of gained entrance into Bohemia and secured essentially Silesia for the time. And Frederick now moved in after his winter quarters in Saxony, and they both unite. I would also
just add one of the biggest outcomes of that battle of sorry, forgot the name. I know, remembered with R.
Reichenberg. You mean that?
Reichenberg is when the Schwerin's army did reach into Bohemia. They actually got enough supplies to last themselves for a month or so. And Schwerin had an army of around 30,000 men. Keep in mind, Frederick has deployed a grand total, including his largest contingent, around 120,000 men. So it's a pretty significant chunk of the remaining troops, since I think he kept about 40 to 50,000 with him. Field Marshal Keith was another person who was covering, you could say, Frederick's right flank, which is the closest to the imperial cities and the imperial diet. But yes, Schwerin and Frederick would reunite around Possek. And I'll also just say the Austrians also have a change of command. Prince Charles of Lorraine takes over from Field Marshal Brown at Prague, and he's determined to fight. But he does a pretty good job of getting in supplies to Prague. I gotta give him that.
And he actually manages to pull his forces together, because the forces that were at the time waiting for the French army have now decided to also join them. And he essentially focused all his, or as much as he can get, his strength into his army to essentially prevent a further entrance of Frederick into Bohemia.
When Prince Charles gets the news that the village of Prossek has fallen, what he does is he deploys his army outside of Prague to the east of it, as we can see on this map. Ultimately, it is you can call it like a L shape at the most. He has about 63,000 men, some say 66,000 soldiers. It's about 47,000 infantry and 70,000 cavalry with 200 guns. The northern line, as you can see in the map, are north of the Tarburg Hills, and they are facing the town of the Prussia, which was where the Prussians are reported. And Field Marshal Brown is commanding the other half or wing of the army, which is bent southwards on the right. So you can just think of it that they have formed loosely an L shape of battle. And right now we have Field Marshal Schwerin, who is just in command. And this is when Frederick links up with him. Frederick has also a similar sized army, though he has slightly more cavalry and 200 guns. And depending on the source, some say he had 190, some said he had 210, but probably around the same figure of 200 as the Austrians. So it's a battle of equals. And keep in mind, Charles actually does have the ability to summon immediate more reinforcements, as he has about 13 to 15,000 garrison troops still in Prague itself. They are not involved in this fighting. The Prussians decide that instead of attacking the main northern fortifications and defenses of the Austrians, they are going to outflank and move to the far right. That is, they will be taking out Field Marshal Brown's forces. And they began this really long deployment. But Field Marshal Prince Charles did notice this. And what he does is he, from his center force here around these hills, he redeploys about 40 companies of grenadiers to Field Marshal Brown and about 15 squadrons of cavalry led by General Hajic to plug the gap here. And his movements were just in time because the advanced Prussian guard of cavalry, which was at this time under General Skoniak, had arrived, and they would just be engaged in a melee at this south of this village of Stehenboli. And this is going to be a slog for the entire battle. Right? Neither side are going to be gaining an advantage at this moment. And while the Prussians are conducting this march, as you can see from Prossek all the way down here, and they need to cross over this small water body and stream to form up, the Austrian guns are pummeling them. And the Prussian guns cannot move quickly. There is only a single road actually that moves between all these villages on the intended route of march. Otherwise, it's a quagmire swamp. And you had a traffic jam that just formed with the slow moving supply and artillery wagons that a good chunk of the infantry of General Schwerin and General Winterfeld, who would be commanding the infantry columns here, these guys had to go through a marsh. They had to walk through that quagmire. So by the time they just come here, they've been mauled by artillery and are bloody exhausted, to say the least. Now, after we have that deployment, Field Marshal Brown is attacking, and Frederick has again not given the order as he waits for the infantry to form up. But what we have is the forces of Winterfeld here, which will be where my cursor is pointing around the village Hotzawitz. He attacks right away without orders because he recognizes that the more he's delaying, the Austrians are going to reinforce their defenses and they're going to be sitting ducks. Frederick was pretty annoyed again that the commander attacked without orders, but this is where Field Marshal Schwerin just supposedly said to the king, Prussia Eier, guten Eier, something like the early bird is supposed to gain the best or something. Simon, maybe you could just tell me what
he
means.
said, as you said, he said Frische Eier, gute Eier, which literally translated means something on the lines of fresh eggs are good eggs. So essentially, yeah, as you said, encouraging him to get into the fight and better to attack early than wait around and lose the opportunity. And Frederick also really respected Schwerin. And when I'm
Even though
talking
he
English,
kind of
I cannot say
omitted
his name.
his-
Schwerin.
Schwerin. But he did kind of omit his results at Mollwitz.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did obviously respect him. Otherwise, if he did not, the guy's not going to be commanding an entire army of the Prussians. But the reality is, as you can see, right, by this map, it is that the Austrians are deployed on an elevation, and this is like around 300 to 400 feet if we go by this, this legend. And the Austrian cannons from the Hornberg Hill, which is where Brown's forces are deployed, they are absolutely shredding the Prussians as they advance. And the Prussians have been ordered by the generals not to engage until they get into close quarters. That's where the Prussian bulwark, as their infantry can be known, is going to absolutely shred any Austrian. It is at this moment catastrophe does strike for the Prussians. We have a situation where General Winterfeld is hit pretty badly. He's shot through the neck. He's not mortally wounded, but he is pretty seriously wounded. And General Schwerin decides to go and link up and protect, like help, so that his body is his injured form is removed from the battlefield. And shortly after that, General Schwerin is hit by a canister shot and mostly had his head blown off. He dies at the spot. And this is when he was trying to lead the infantry forward. So the hero of Mollwitz, one of Frederick's best generals, has met his fate here. And now the Austrians, thinking that they have victory, Field Marshal Brown now makes the decision that he can charge. Right, the Prussians have already suffered. They are going to be, they're going to be, they are just ripe for the picking, and he makes a charge. And this actually was the biggest mistake of the battle. This is where the battle turned completely against the Austrians. As he moved down, the gap between the Austrian lines at the north and Brown's forces on the right, or the east, you could call it, they open up, especially around this village of Kige. And the Prussians were not idiots. Frederick, because he has established the officer training school, at least the lower ranking officers are competent. And Field Marshal Bebern, who is commanding the forces here, he and his regimental officers decide, well, thank you for the opportunity, and just rush across this river and start attacking the flanks of both the northern and eastern fronts, you could call it, of the Austrian line of battle. And to make matters worse, Field Marshal Brown at this moment is also, around this time, is hit by a cannonball while leading his troops forward, shatters his legs, and he's gonna die a slow, painful death like my favorite French Marshal Jean Lannes. And coincidentally, General Ziethen has now arrived with his hussars and reinforces the cavalry battle that has been going on at the extreme south of the battle zone, you could say.
And I just want to say, keep that name in mind. Ziethen will play a really big role in the future, and for all the shit we give the Prussian cavalry, Ziethen is definitely
He's the
not the
exception.
issue. He is a real respectable cavalryman.
If we all talk about like if people don't say Murat is the greatest cavalry general of the Napoleonic Wars, I'd go as far as saying Ziethen is his equivalent of the 7 Years' War.
Like the amount of battle this guy will fight in is enormous, and the impact he has is always great.
But yeah, I think we'll get into his escapades in some of the upcoming battles. But the Austrian cavalry are, they're being pushed off, and this is where Brown's infantry who are now in close quarters, so they are now getting beaten back by the Prussian infantry. And then they realize that Ziethen is about to launch a pincer. They all retreat. And it is said at this time Prince Charles of Lorraine suffers a stroke and is incapacitated from command. But other Austrian generals do around the Tabor Hill over here do form an impromptu line. Now, what happens is the other half of the Prussian army is still here, and they're getting pissed off that they are not getting into the action. So, what do? General von Manstein, probably a relative of my favorite general, since Prussian aristocracy, and Prince Henry, a younger brother of Frederick the Great, they quickly cross the river and just smash into the Austrian forces at the north. That's it. The battle is over, you could say. The defensive line here is it's now no longer needed. 40,000 troops quickly retreat to Prague. About 12,000 retreats southwards away from the battle zone. And what happens is, Frederick does claim the victory, but it's a pretty costly victory to say the least. He had about 14,300 casualties. The Austrians had a slightly less, but you could almost call it equal number of casualties. 40,300 to 30,500. It's not really much of a difference. But yes, he does take the field of battle.
The thing is also why he had many casualties is just that while the infantry was marching, you have to imagine they are constantly shot at by artillery. And it's a real miracle and a testament to their discipline that they actually managed to reach the enemy. A lot of different armies would have probably broken at that point.
Yeah, I think I did mention it, but it was when they were making their march from the north to the eastern flank. It is around here where I did mention they have only one usable road, which became a traffic jam. And otherwise, you have to go through pretty marshy land. And this is where Frederick now begins his siege of Prague, which is one of the first major sieges of this war. And he does think he can take the city, since Prince Charles and over 40,000 Austrian soldiers have now, joined the mouths to feed in the garrison. But there was one little problem. Prince Charles did a pretty commendable job, to say the least, in stocking up the city. And Frederick gets news that Field Marshal Daun is moving to reinforce this army and relieve the siege. Now, initially, he does think that it's a small army, 15, 20,000. But to his utter shock, if we include the 12,000 or so survivors from who retreated south from the Battle of Prague, Daun is now marching with 54,000 pretty experienced soldiers to relieve the city. And Frederick now has a decision to make. As you mentioned, Simon, he does have about 50,000-ish soldiers here. And he has to now split his army into two. But 20,000 is still enough to maintain the siege of Prague, which is holding around 56,000 garrison troops right now. And Frederick does set out to meet Field Marshal Daun in combat and is in for a pretty nasty surprise. Simon, would you like to talk us through this upcoming battle, which pretty much shattered Frederick's confidence?
Yeah. This will
Do
be...
you want me to bring up a map?
Yeah, that would be great.
Just give me a second.
This will be, essentially, just to say the least, one of the... He would have the worst luck he could possibly have, and everything that could go wrong will go wrong. So let's get over it. So, as you already mentioned, he doesn't really have much intel on this army that Brown has, and he doesn't exactly know where they are. So he is moving from the west side and moving to the east. And that's when he essentially starts to spot the army. So he starts to deploy the armies, while still keep moving forward to the east.
I'll just add a little bit of context just before this. We talk about this disposition. Is Field Marshal Brown had reached the field first and deployed his army, as we could see, across some hills and villages. Initially, Frederick was to a village it's not shown on this particular map, but it was to the southwest of this position. And Dawn had actually gotten some faulty intelligence that Frederick was about to get 60,000 more reinforcements. Completely fictitious, but that actually caused him to enlarge his line. And Frederick, anyways, having seen Dawn has taken the good position, but doesn't know to how far the line extends, had redeployed his army over a 2-day forced march to kind of try to come in from the north, as we could see, and then turn the Austrians on the flank towards the river. That was pretty much his strategy, and that's where you could see that he is moving down this road.
Yeah, and as you say, he doesn't really know where he is. He expects him to be on the two central hills and have his army be there. So he thinks that he can sort of shorten the march by going through a forest in what is essentially the center of the Austrian lines, which he doesn't know.
It's kind of like around this area called Kreskor. That was the shortcut.
Yeah. So he sends his soldiers there in order to fight them, to fight the Austrians. But of course he meets the line of the Austrians, and they get absolutely shot to pieces because they do not expect anyone to be there.
And it is around this time also, Field Marshal Anhalt Dessau, his two divisions here had deployed and were getting mauled because Dawn, by virtue of taking to the field first and not moving, he's already entrenched his infantry and guns. They are opening fire. Zieten is fighting Nadesti already. The cavalry are engaging on the flank. And you can also say right now Field Marshal Bevern deploys his units to actually take this village of Brezan, as sharpshooters are causing some havoc to the Prussian columns.
Yeah. And
And
during all that
just one
time,
more thing,
they are still
I just wanted
deploying.
to say, yeah, just one more thing is the size of the armies. Dawn, as I mentioned, is coming to this battlefield with over, 54,000 soldiers. And Frederick is coming with about 34,000 troops. He is also outgunned. Dawn has entrenched 154 guns. Frederick has 90 guns only. So he is fighting an uphill battle because he can't afford to be sandwiched at Prague by two similar sized armies. It's kind of like what Caesar wanted to try to avoid at Alesia, but the only thing is Caesar had Romans who knew how to make pretty big forts and they did not have to deal with cannons. But so later you could say, like, pretty much every unit of Frederick's army, infantry, cavalry, are all committed to fighting on the entire length of the front, and his forces are going to be stretched pretty thinly.
Yeah, and Frederick is hoping the entire time that he will once again break through, like have the miracle, despite being constantly shot at by the artillery, harassed on every side, like in the previous two battles. His discipline still winning the battle and being able to push the Austrians back. But unfortunately,
It started. Yeah, I'll just continue. I think I'm just getting to the same point.
Yeah. But unfortunately, this time, it will not be enough. It's just the casualties are mounting and they are getting ripped apart.
And it's not like the Prussians are not making inroads, they are making inroads. The problem is the Austrians outnumber them almost 2-1. Every gap on the Austrian lines on these hills, their defenses, every time an Austrian battalion is destroyed, a fresh one has already arrived to replace it. The cavalry reserves are now moving in, and the defeat starts when one of the Prussian cavalry brigades loses its commander and its nerve, and they retreat. The Prussian right flank cavalry here, they've also taken a battered and withdraw first. Only Zieten's cavalry tends to be the ones that can actually continue fighting amongst cavalry units. And by then, Anhalt Dessau's and Bevern, Field Marshal Bevern's, their divisions have been taking heavy losses. And it is at that point, Frederick just gave up because I think he finally realizes that he's beaten. And this battle is an absolute disaster for Frederick.
Yeah,
The losses, yeah.
There are essentially two aspects of this. One is the losses, as you just tried to say, which are absolutely massive. I don't have exact numbers. Maybe you have them.
Yeah. So of the 54,000 Austrians that were engaged, the Austrian casualties are estimated around 8,000 to 8,100. Around 15% of their force. So you still got to give it to the Prussians. Despite being in a terrible position, they did inflict some sort of a bloody nose onto the Austrians. But of the 34,000 Prussians that engaged in this battle, the Prussian losses were about 14,000 to 16,000. Almost 50% of his army were casualties. 50%. Let the numbers sink in. It's a complete disaster, and Frederick gets pretty suicidal and depressed after this.
Yeah, that's a big part. He actually sends a letter to his sister, and essentially as trying to convince her to form a suicide pact between the two of them. because they are really close, because they suffered through the abuse of their father together. And they sort of think of themselves as being the only two they can really understand each other. But
I'll get to that letter writing in a bit when we get to another battle. But yeah, it was a disaster, and it's actually a big what if for this battle. Did you know that? If Frederick won here, he could have actually won the entire war right here. It would have been over. If he won at the Battle of Cologne, as this was known, France would not have crossed the Rhine to send its armies to aid the Austrian and Imperial faction. Sweden definitely would not have come into the war, and Russia would have probably withdrawn from the war quickly, which would have meant Austria needed to make a peace. And Frederick would be the one dictating terms. Instead, emboldened by their big victory, the wolves gather around to take the war to Prussia. And from here, you could say that the 7 Years' War in Europe now kind of changes from like a decisive warfare engagement to attritional battles that are going to be taking place across the theaters.
Another thing that Frederick essentially loses in this battle is his myth. Before that, he essentially has won every battle. The people thought of him as sort of unbeatable, but this proved that the other's armies had a chance against him, and just a massive morale boost for the coalition against him. And he, as mentioned, he himself and actually his troops not as much. The troops still had hopes and thought that they could win this, but he himself was very distraught.
And things are about to get a lot more worse. Okay, Simon, I think we should cover the arrival of a new faction into the war, the Russians. Battle of Gross-Jägersdorf. I'll just bring up the map. So as in one of the various the maps that we showed of the factions, East Prussia is separated by Poland. And Frederick did leave a army there, but not a big army. It's about 25,000 men that were there in East Prussia to just guard against the Russian invasion. Russia was not really known for its supplies, though I think, Craig, you and I can agree that they don't seem to have learned that lesson even in World War One.
Not until Stalin's purges.
Yeah. So we have this Battle of Gross-Jägersdorf, where a pretty large Russian army under the Russian general Stefan Arpuskin does invade, and he is facing the Prussian force of about 25,000 men of General von Lewald. And they had just captured the siege of Melmet, which is a port in East Prussia. So it kind of does open the supply lines for the Russians to kind of keep supplying their forces. And that's where this large army, including the unruly Cossacks, begins its advance. So, Simon, would you like to continue about this battle?
So the Cossacks do what the Cossacks do, and they raid the place. They pillage, they burn, they raid everything they can get their hands on. And they terrorizing the land. They are moving through East Prussia. And at the same time, the Prussians are moving in from the west. But the Russians, they have spotted the army. They know that an army is on the way, but they do not know where it is. And they also do not know how big it is. They completely actually fail before this battle to deploy sentries. They do not know that a battle is about to happen. So this is essentially turning into an ambush. So the Prussians deploy and start moving, essentially forming up the battle lines while the Russians are still in camp. And the first engagement that really is happening is, I think this is the engagement that is happening to the north. And this is when the Russians first spot the army.
It's like the cavalry engagement, which you could see at this northern part here and southern part. That were the first opening moves of General Lewald's forces.
Yeah, and the Russians, it's at the beginning utter mayhem. They do not know what's happening. Parts of them are fleeing, other parts are trying to form their units and try to push them back. This is actually going so well that the Prussians are now moving their main forces through the forest. And while they're doing this, the Russians had enough time, well, the main Russians army, which was camping to the northeast.
Around here.
Yeah.
Near this forested area, right?
Yeah, essentially a bit to the northeast there. Started to form up and also move into the forest. And this is also turning into a slog. These two armies are now fighting.
I'll just say. Sorry. I was just going to say the biggest reason is you had General Peter Rumainetsev, who would become the best Russian commander. He managed to rally the troops. So that slowed down the momentum of the Prussians.
Yeah. And essentially, now they are fighting essentially through the entire line. Just a diagonal across essentially this map. And the Prussians are at the beginning doing really well, pushing back the Russians. But they are heavily outnumbered.
Yeah. And the Cossacks, being Cossacks, do a proper feint retreat and kind of like destroy the Prussian cavalry on their front. And that kind of caused pretty much General Lewald to cut his losses and disengage. Yeah. But by then it was a pretty heavy defeat. The Russians suffered about 5,400 casualties which is about 10% of their force. The Prussians, on the other hand, they lost about 4,600 men, but they had half the army from the get-go. And this opened up East Prussia completely to the Russians, who did not know what the hell they should do because they had not planned for the supplies.
But this battle actually is one of the reasons why Frederick manages to fight on and get out of his dread and suicidalness and decides, okay, because the Russians retreat after this battles, as you said, they have no plans on what to do further.
And they don't have supplies also, that's the more important.
Yeah, and the supplies. And this essentially convinces Frederick that maybe there is a chance I can win this. And he decides that if he cannot win against the Austrians, then he will search a different army to fight.
That's all you need, right? A new army to fight. Similar to Napoleon. And I'm just going to talk a quick thing about what was also happening in the war at this time was the French have already begun their attacks, but they have not attacked Prussia. 1 second, let me just bring up the map. The French have actually attacked Hanover, which is the British possession of King George, and it was actually defended by the Duke of Cumberland, a son of the king, and all he did was kind of just screw up pretty much. And a French army led by Prince, the Duke Louis de Letellier, engages him at the Battle of Hastenbeck, and the Duke of Cumberland is pretty badly beaten with his 35,000 against 60,000, and he surrenders. Right? It's not a major battle in terms of like fancy maneuvering or whatever. It is just a case of both commanders believing that, oh, I think I'm losing, and making some errors. It was just a case that the Duke of Cumberland's errors was pretty uh, much more significant, and it also destroyed his reputation because after that battle, we have the Convention of Clausewitz, which meant that Hanover as a force is completely withdrawn from the war. It does not mean England is out of the war. It just means Hanover is withdrawn from the war, and they can only have about a garrison of 4,000 men. And Frederick was pretty unhappy because this now means the and north is completely open, because he was kind of relying on the British to send him supplies via Hanover and money, and also kind of guard that flank. King George is pretty pissed off with his son, that George II has said to us, said, "Here is my son who has ruined me and disgraced himself." Yep, that's your father's approval, man. But through this difficult time, one of the greatest battles of Frederick's career is about to take place. So, as we mentioned, after the Battle of Culloden, Frederick is pretty depressed, to say the least. He, he's taken up big losses. His victories have also not been very spectacular. They've been pretty bloody victories. The Russians have now invaded, and he knows that Hanover is out of the war. And Britain doesn't seem too keen, which, as we alluded to, Britain is kind of on, like, Europe is not our priority. We are focusing on the colonies. And
from
the
an
French,
outside perspective, it really looks like Prussia has no chance of coming back from this. Just saying.
oh yeah, and at the same time, I'm not kidding. The Swedes have finally joined the war and have occupied Swedish Pomerania over here. So you could just imagine, right? It's like the wolves are closing in.
Psychologically,
Right.
it looks like you've got 4 points, like all converging upon you. Yeah, it looks bad.
And Frederick is like pretty upset, and as he said, Simon mentioned, he does he proposes a mutual suicide pact to his sister because he does not want to live under the enemy's rule. And he also suffered a further ignominious incident where an Austrian cavalry force did occupy Berlin for a few days and ransomed off the city. So it looks pretty bad. And this is when he's also lost. There was another battle, like another engagement called the Battle of Moys on the border with Bohemia, where General Winterfeld was also defeated. Now, the greatest thing about Frederick, and this is, I think, one of his greatest moments to me, is this, except for the excessive amount of letters sent to his sister, the soldiers and generals all thought this guy is still conducting himself with the same vigor, same energy, enthusiasm. They did not know that this guy is like borderline suicidal at this point. But for them, that's amazing. And as Simon alluded to a few minutes ago, he needs to find a new army to kind of restore morale, because the Saxon soldiers have now started to desert en masse, which, in Frederick's words, is not a really bad thing because they are of inferior quality. And he begins to decide. He decides that the Imperial Army, which is gathering on the western fringes here near Saxony, the Imperial Austrian Army, they are going to be his target. And this is where I think one of his early statements about the HRE comes into play. Officially, you have two commanders take the who have overall command. They are field marshals. Just one moment. I'm just also bringing up a map of the battle. I really need to find a better way to put all these maps. I have. Uh, just one sec. But yeah, so as we just get into the battle, you have the Prince de Soubise and Prince uh, Joseph of the Imperial Army. They are the nominal commanders, but with so many, what do you call, political entities all fighting and everything. It's kind of like a clusterfuck of who's supposed to be in command. The commanders do not have much authority, and as we can see here, uh, so what happens previous to the battle? It's not kind of visible on this map because keep in mind the terrain of these maps is over a larger area, and there's several other villages where the initial movements were. Frederick decides to approach and take on this Austrian army, and it's a pretty sizable force that he's going up against because he has only 22,000 soldiers and 79 guns, whereas the Austrian French are almost 42,000 men, and they have 110 guns. And both initially miscalculate where everyone is, and the all French and Austrians are kind of camped somewhere around here, and Frederick only knows about their presence because of the trumpeters. And it was also at this point where the Prince de Soubise, the French commander, keep in mind about two-thirds of this army is French. He kind of says caution, and the Austrian commander's like, "Nope, we are going in all guns blazing." And so Frederick, on the Janusberg Hill here, which is the central feature, was deploying his forces at that point, thinking that's where the battle is. Initially, the French and Austrians moved down from their camp, and he thinks that, oh, these guys are retreating. Great, I won the day. And then when he starts seeing the cavalry start to then turn towards the east, he's like, oh god, they are not retreating, and he needs to think fast. And this is where you could give the credit and quality of the Prussian army is its due regards. He immediately redeploys his army en masse. He has Prince Henry move most of the artillery onto the top of this Johannesburg hill. It'll take some time, but that's what they're doing. General Zieten is moving quickly and is coming to this villages to the south here to kind of engage the Austrian and French cavalry, which are their vanguard on this point, while the rest of the Prussian infantry are moving also to form their positions on this particular village. Right? This was the move, on the village of Seydlitz. Sorry, I mispronounced that name. And during the engagement, the General Zieten and his cavalry charge with their counterparts. And he is very strategic about the way he uses his reserves. So even though he's outnumbered, he is taking a bigger toll on the enemy. And by the time the Prussian infantry start forming up around Seydlitz, they kind of, it's not clear here, but they kind of form a kind of acute trap or kind of this kind of formation just into the mouth of the Austrian and French columns that are about to advance. Concurrently, the artillery under Prince Henry, which had been dragged to the Janusberg Hill, they now start opening a deafening bombardment on the French and Austrians, which are just kind of caught in a kill zone. By this time, General Zieten has completely he's chasing off the French and Austrian cavalry completely off the field. And as the Austrian and French infantry columns come to the forefront, they are in column, so only the forward few ranks can fire, whereas the Prussian vanguard has already deployed into line and in acute firing position, and the trap is sprung, and the carnage truly begins. And the biggest coup de grace is as the Prussian infantry start bulldozing their way through the Austrian infantry. General Zieten, after he chases the enemy cavalry away for a while, he halts his units, does not pursue the chase, and actually falls on the Austrian infantry here. So they are getting bombarded by artillery, Prussian infantry from the front, and now they're being outflanked by the cavalry. It's an utter disaster for the Austrian forces. And the casualties Frederick suffered in this battle was minimal. If you are talking about a ratio, nothing beats this. He suffered about 550 casualties or so. That's it. No senior officers also lost this time. The French and Austrians suffered about 10 to 11,000 casualties. But the biggest victory you could say for this battle is it convinced the British to continue backing Frederick, and King George did repel the Treaty of Clausewitz, and Hanover now re-enters the war, so his flank is safe. But Simon, I think you would agree, Rosbach pales in comparison to the next battle that we're going to discuss.
Yeah, that next battle is really interesting and considered one of his greatest, if not the greatest, battles of his life. And I also want to just add one more thing to the Hanover situation. As you said, it now re-enters the war. And essentially the British asked Frederick to put somebody in charge that can defend this. We will finance the army there that will defend it, but you have to put someone in charge. So he chooses his brother-in-law, which is kind of funny because he absolutely hates his wife. But he is such good friends with his brother-in-law.
Bros before hoes, I guess.
You could say that.
I mean, I can't think of any other statement. But it's definitely like we do have to also, probably not today, but we need to spend some time definitely talk about the various major commanders. But perhaps we should now get into the Battle of Leuthen.
Yeah.
It's like I'm trying to just get up an image. Actually, I do have like multiple images of this, so maybe you could just set the context, Simone.
Yeah. So essentially, this is right after the battle with the French. So they are now retreating. His western flank is secure for a moment, so he once again can focus on the Austrians. The Austrians at the time have now moved into Silesia, have taken parts of it, especially taking back the regions of Bohemia they had lost previously. And the commanders that were sent there, as you already mentioned previously, were defeated. So, yeah, this entire region is now under the control of the Austrians. So Frederick now moves there to essentially retake it, to gain back his foothold and secure his territory so they cannot move further into his territory.
And there was this one big advantage for Frederick and his men. They did their war games in this region of Silesia that they were about to fight. And it was also at this time Frederick was the closest to his army. It was said, because this Battle of Leuthen does take place pretty late into the year, it's literally 5th of December, and you normally don't have such battles, but both armies moved on a convergence to each other. But during the days in camp, Frederick would actually be going around his camp, sitting on the campfires with his soldiers, talking to them as if they were, his equals. He's not showing that haughtiness that nobility and rulers will show. He sits, warms the seat for the next person, talks about, encourages them. And with the recent victory at Rosebach, morale is also now restored in his army.
Yeah, the thing is, he also would later, in his philosophical works after the war, famously put out a statement that the king is the first citizen. So he essentially followed that logic and talking to the soldiers.
I just really like the fact that he would be sitting with them at the campfires more than anything, rather than having them come to, like, say, his royal tent or whatever. So you got to give it to that. And now I'm going to be bringing up a series of maps which explain the maneuvers of this upcoming battle, because he is still going to be pretty outnumbered. At this battle, Frederick has about 36,000 men, and the Austrians under Prince Charles of Lorraine have around 65,000. Right. Of the 35,000 Prussians, it was 23,000 infantry and 12,000 cavalry and 160 guns. Austria had 43,000 infantry and 22,000 cavalry and 210 guns. Though the Austrians did have some slightly higher caliber, so bigger guns. Just one moment, bringing up the first battle map, because Battle of Leuthen is a great example of using maneuver battle.
Yeah, Napoleon later would even say that this was one of the battle he admired Frederick the Great for. That this was one of the best instances of warfare through movement.
So yeah, if we just look at this, so when Frederick deploys his army, he does see that he takes the nearby Bourne Hill from this village of Hayday, and what he sees is from the village of Leuthen, and around it is the Austrians have centered in two great lines around 8 kilometers long, and they are already prepared because they had detected the Prussian movement. So what he does is around that village of Bonn, where he is, like Bonn here, what Frederick does, which is this force here, is just a single infantry battalion and a cavalry set of squadrons. This is to kind of just lull Charles into saying that, okay, my attack is going to be here. And Charles does believe that, because while it's not shown on this particular map, there is a kind of wooded forest here, which he thinks is going to be why Frederick is going to attack here. What he instead is doing is the rest of the army, artillery, everything are literally moving back, and there is some hills here that completely mask their movements. And time is actually against Frederick in this battle. He starts his day at the advance by 10 a.m., but it's only like 12:30 in the afternoon where the infantry and cavalry start coming in, with General Zieten coming to the far flank here. It's kind of not clearly visible on this flank, but it's closer towards the river. And the Prussian infantry also start to arrive. And this is the Soppenberg Mountains were his biggest ally, you could say, since it masked his movements. And Frederick's intention was to attack this particular flank, the southern flank, which crucially was not manned by Austrians. It was manned by Saxons and Germans, which were of relatively inferior quality, you could say. And as we can see here, Charles now decides to, once he sees this move, while Frederick's forces have already formed up, he starts to redeploy his second line to reinforce this, but he does genuinely believe this is just a diversionary force. And knowing that they are going to be out of sunlight pretty soon, General Zieten does engage the Austrian cavalry, pretty convincingly beating them off. The artillery of the Prussians have come up to Ragsdorf, Lobelitz, and another hill here. I can't recall that name at this moment. I had made in my notes. I'm so sorry, folks. But on this elevation, the Prussian artillery now starts to open fire, and the Prussians advance in an oblique order, with the right flank leading. And the Austrians are completely shell-shocked, and they are already like in the midst of redeploying their forces to the north and then redeploying to the south. So you can imagine the confusion and mayhem and set-piece battles that this, the confusion has brought forward.
And also the exhaustion from just moving back and forth.
Yeah, it's at least a 1.5 hour march one way. And this ensured, as the Prussians began their advance, one moment. I was about to open the wrong particular tab. So, like, both forces now start to converge on the Battle of Leuthen, because once the southern half of his line had disintegrated, Charles had to pivot his army from, facing west to now face south. Because initially he did not want to redeploy his forces here because he believed that is where the main Prussian attack is going to come. And General Zieten by now has driven off the Austrian left flank cavalry, and General Neiper here, which is this unit in particular, they are the Austrian reserve Austrian left flank cavalry, and they charge but are checked by Frederick's dragoons, which had been kept in reserve, and the Radeks of artillery guns also blast the Austrian horsemen to bits. And Frederick is now, the Prussian infantry gained the village of Leuthen through pretty vicious street-to-street fighting. And ultimately, they are able to force the Austrians completely out of the field and take a pretty impressive victory. Of the forces that engaged in this battle, Frederick suffered about 6,300 casualties, and the Austrians took 22,000 casualties. So it did completely restore Prussian morale. No doubt would have damaged the Austrian morale, to say the least. And this is also the last battle of Prince Charles of Lorraine, because I think the imperial court at Vienna decided to say that, okay, boss, enough is enough. You're not really good at your job here, so let's just move on. But I did realize that we have gone past quite a limit, so I think we should end today's episode here after the Battle of Leuthen and continue with the European theater in the second and third parts, as the Russians and French armies are now going to come in force.
Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/thepacificwarchannel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out.
I'm just bringing up a map of the participants. So where we left off last time, while as we discussed in our episodes of the French and Indian Wars, fighting has already broken out in North America, and we are at the situation where Frederick had invaded Saxony with the ultimate goal of trying to take over Bohemia from the Habsburg monarchy and just completely disoriented and get rid of the Austrian Empire before he could pivot to deal with the Russians and the French. The British and Hanoverians were supposed to guard his flank. The war did not get off to a good start for him. He faced setbacks. The Austrians fought with greater tenacity than what he was used to experiencing in the past. The Russians had successfully even invaded East Prussia and defeated the Prussians there at the Battle of Gross-Jägersdorf. If I'm not mistaken, they also had like a 3,500 cavalry detachment under General Nadasi, who actually occupied Berlin, which was a big humiliation. But he rallied back with key victories at the Battle of Rosebach and Leuthen, which is where we left. He smashed first French imperial army, since the rest of the Holy Roman Empire, by the imperial diet, had also declared war against him and Hanover. And then he beat at the Battle of Leuthen the Austrian army, which outnumbered him. In both cases, he was outnumbered like 2-1, and still won a resounding one-sided victory. They were pretty important since the Battle of Rosebach, more than anything, it caused King George II to actually break his treaty with the French and Imperials and actually re-enter the war. So that is good, since his port of supply and money and western flank is now secured from the French. The only condition that the King of England had was, please send a competent officer to lead the forces, because my son, the Duke of Cumberland, is an absolute idiot who doesn't know anything. That was pretty much King George's request. And Frederick would send his brother-in-law, the Duke of Brunswick, to take over. Craig, would you just like to speak a little bit of the Duke?
Absolutely. I'm just going to go through my list of 20 people with associated pictures. So the Duke of Brunswick. Okay. And I'm going to share. So we're talking about Duke Ferdinand of Brunswick.
Yep, this is our guy.
Yeah, okay. So Duke Ferdinand of Brunswick, Wolfenbüttel, emerged as one of the most capable Allied commanders in the 7 Years' War, leading a multinational coalition against Frederick the Great. Ooh, one sec, I have a... Oh, sorry, I was getting a weird disclaimer saying that like the quality of our call was going down, but it seems fine. Born into a storied German ducal house, Ferdinand possessed a rare blend of organizational vision, tactical caution, and ability to coordinate diverse forces, Prussian, British, Hanoverian, and other contingents, into a unified field army. Politically adept, he leveraged his status and diplomatic skill to maintain coalition unity in the face of hard fighting, economically stretched adversaries as well. Militarily, he is remembered for being quite measured, methodical in his campaigning, and he emphasized logistics, supply lines, and careful choosing of battlefield ground. His leadership had a stabilizing effect on the Allied war effort during rather difficult years, balancing aggressive action with prudence, and often turning initial setbacks into opportunities, though disciplined pursuit was also seen. A distinctive trait of Ferdinand's career was his talent for coalition warfare, keeping desperate elements moving together under a single coherent strategic plan while managing the political sensitivities of all the Allied partners. Keeping it really short and sweet with these little bios because too many characters we're going to be talking about in this episode. I have like 10, so yeah.
Yeah, that's a great thing. And there's just two things I'll just add. If people were to call Frederick the Great as the sword of their alliance between Prussia, Hanover, and Britain, he's also considered the shield. He completely would be stymieing the French armies of Louis XV with incredible success. And it's kind of funny because Simon only mentioned this to me. Frederick was married to the Duke's wife. and he absolutely hated her. He's like, I don't want to be seeing your face unless it's at like a public event.
Jesus.
But but he adored him because the Duke had also served with him. Though formally, when taking command of the Hanoverian front, he's technically subordinated to King George II, but Frederick would still be treating him like, yeah, you're my officer. You need to do as I say and what I say, etc. But, the Duke shrugged it off, as you mentioned, right? He kind of gets the different elements and political sensitivities to work together, unlike the typical French and Imperial armies, which never work on that front. So I think after the Battle of Leuthen, one of the key things that just came out of 1 second, just bringing up the map of Europe, was Leuthen happened towards the in December of 1757. They go into their winter quarters, and both sides are horribly screwed by the winter. There is disease that actually causes the Prussians to lose as many casualties as they lost in combat and desertions to this winter sickness. And the Austrians also suffered equally bad because before the Battle of Leuthen, they had like 90,000 soldiers in Bohemia, and come to the turn of 1758, their army's down to a third of its size. And despite this, the Habsburg monarchy is still very much anti-Frederick, and this is led by Maria Theresa and Count Canitz, who are basically anyone who just says like, we should not be fighting so aggressively, we should want to consider making peace. They pretty much get shat upon by these two figures in court, and they make the necessary decision, and probably overdue decision, of removing Prince Charles of Lorraine from supreme command of the Habsburg forces. And this also had the unintended effect of one of their most successful cavalry commanders, General Nadasti, and equal to General von Seydlitz and Zieten, you could say, to resign his commission in disgust on like imperial politics taking its toll. And we have a fairly competent officer now taking place. Field Marshal Dawn takes over the command. Craig, maybe you'd like to talk about this competent but ultra cautious commander briefly, since he's going to be playing a big role in the upcoming battles.
Yeah, here, I'm just going to bring up a portrait of him. So Leopold Joseph von Daun was a towering Austrian field marshal whose strategic patience and steady command were decisive in several campaigns throughout the Seven Years' War. He was born into the Habsburg military tradition. Daun developed a reputation for cautious but effective operations, using fortified positions and well-chosen deployments to blunt Prussian offensives. Politically, he embodied the Habsburg approach to wartime leadership, seasoned risk awareness, and deeply engaged in coordination of multinational imperial forces across the empire's very diverse frontiers. Universally recognized for his ability to manage attrition and to convert tactical pauses into strategical gains, Daun's hallmark was restraint, married to precision. He often preferred fortified lines, attritional warfare, and the slow eroding of an opponent's resources rather than reckless frontal assaults.
Actually, pretty short and sweet. Thank you about that.
I'm trying to do my best because when you gave me the list and I was like, wow, this is a lot of people. I'm like, yeah, okay.
That's true. But to be fair, last time we did not have the time to even speak about anybody.
Yeah.
But yes, as you mentioned, while methodical, military-minded, and has some sense, as we'll discuss a certain battle that's going to be coming up this year, he is very cautious, very, very cautious. And I think Simon had a more a more descriptive explanation, but I think we'll get to that when we need to get there.
We talking like Montgomery level cautious, like got to get all your ducks in order before we engage?
I would say even more cautious.
Okay.
Yeah, more than that. Like, he is competent, like we have to give him that, but when you need to be decisive, well, that was a bit lacking, to say the least. But he does start to rebuild the Austrian army after, that horrible winter. All right. And he gets them into a fully functional force. And Frederick initially was at the Bohemian Silesian border. The reason being he wanted to focus on the Austrians now because he believed that the Russians are gone for good. Because surprisingly, after the Battle of Gross Jägersdorf, the Russians, who probably did not plan to invade that deep into Western European territory, you could say, and with their supply lines completely stretched, had their field marshal withdrew. And Empress Elizabeth was not too pleased and she had him court martialed. The Russians would now be re entering the war this year again with a massive army of almost 80 to 100,000 soldiers under a new commander. Yep, wow. That's a very good description.
Yeah.
So there are
Yeah.
already two armies that are marshalling against Frederick directly that are numbering over 100,000 each.
If I was someone who knew nothing about the 7 Years' War, I would be very confused looking at a map and seeing the numbers as to how Prussia and Britain, how they can possibly hope to survive this.
Uh, yeah, I think it's just better. I just get back to that map first.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
the oh god. So do bear with me, audience. One of the biggest problems we yet to figure out is how do we navigate the tabs. I have like so many open. But yes. So you could say Frederick is here in the border of Silesia and Saxony right now. Brunswick is in Hanover over here, and the French and the Imperial Army tend to be northern, what we call northern Germany and the Dutch Republic here, because that's where their focus of the war is. The Russians have entered into from Poland, Lithuania, and will be marching into East Prussia. And the Swedes, who have come opportunistically, they are not really important for in the grand scheme of the war because the battles with the Swedes are really small in number and in troop count. Uh, the reason the Russians, if someone also asks why was Russia allowed to march its armies through Poland, Lithuania, the answer is actually very simple. The Elector of Saxony is also the king of Poland, Lithuania, and he was definitely not happy that Frederick took over his state. And yeah, so that is the situation with Frederick right now. So you have like 100,000 army. The Swedes have sent a few thousand troops. You have 100,000 here plus, and the Habsburg have a big recruiting grounds. And the French also have a fairly similar number of troops marshalling here with the imperial forces. Now, we go to the Russians are going to be invading. So what Frederick is doing right now is going to be a twofold strategy before he has to react to the Russians. So he doesn't know the Russians are advancing yet. What he indicates to the Duke of Brunswick, who's now taken over at Hanover, is drive the French armies away to kind of secure the western flank for me. And he is going to invade into Moravia, which is like just this northeastern part where my cursor is hovering of the Habsburg monarchy. He wants to take over the fortress of Olmütz, which is a key fortress city that he needs to take over. And the idea is if he can get the city, great. Or if not, it'll force Field Marshal Daun's army, which is closer to the Saxon border, to now come and fight him in battle, which is his ultimate goal. However, he really mistimes his advance. He reaches Olmütz in May of 1758, since he did require time to rebuild his army as well, which was affected by plague and disease and everything. But the Austrians have reinforced the defenses. It's a garrison of 9,000 soldiers with 300 plus cannons. They are well stocked with provisions. Now, as the Prussians, who will be conducting the siege under Field Marshal Keith, are doing, Frederick is trying to bring his supplies over, and that is to be done by one large convoy that's heading its way. because the king did not want to send isolated convoys. He felt like that'll be too easy pickings for the Austrians.
which
So he,
was also that was pretty much a fact that one small one wouldn't work because they keep trying to do it, but they keep getting ambushed because the Austrians had irregulars everywhere.
yeah. So, well, I'm going to get to the map of the upcoming battle shortly, but at the fortress of Olmütz, what would happen actually is the Austrians are coming in from the west towards the east. So they're coming in here from the Saxon border to kind of like, the Silesian border, you could say. And the regulars are screening off Frederick's reconnaissance. So he does not know that they are aware of his big convoy that is about to turn up. And this is going to be a massive convoy that's heading its way. So this is literally a convoy that's going to have 4,000 plus wagons of supplies. And it's going to be fairly well defended because the king wants over, 10,000 to 11,000 troops guarding it. Now I'm just going to share it to the new map. So we have the Battle of Simon, correct me if I mispronounce it, uh, Domstadel, that is about to take place, which is this supply mission. In terms of numbers, it's not a big battle, but in terms of significance, it's really big. And Field Marshal Daun is not involved in this battle. He sends two of his subordinates, General Laudon and General Siskovitis. Craig, would you also like to just talk about General Laudon? I do have his portrait as well, so I'll just bring it up.
Oh, sure.
Because he's going to be one of the biggest adversaries of Frederick the Great. You could just continue. Yeah, just found one of his images.
I can bring up the portrait, actually. You got it?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Erzgedon von Laudon was a master of operational warfare in the Austrian army, renowned for his adaptability, logistics management, and aggressive offensives against the Prussians and other allied forces while opportunities had opened themselves. Laudon's career bridged traditional Habsburg approaches with modern warfare at the time, as he shifted between theaters from Bohemia to Silesia and beyond, seeking advantageous ground and well-tighted supply lines. Politically, Laudon embodied the pragmatic Austrian leadership that valued experience, technical competence, and a willingness to take calculated risks under the constraints of imperial politics and court priorities. A distinctive trait of Laudon's command was his capacity to balance audacious action with disciplined administration. He could mount rapid, forceful blows when the moment demanded, yet always anchored his operations in logistical feasibility. So it seems he has two pretty good traits there.
Yeah, and what's especially good in this dynamic is that compared to his superior officer, he, as you mentioned, he is very active, and in this aspect can sort of mitigate the cautious nature of Daun.
Yeah. So just bringing back the map. So you can imagine that this convoy is coming down from Silesia, heading south to the fortress of Olmütz, and it's a pretty big convoy, as I mentioned, right? We are talking about 4,000-ish wagons of supplies, 2,500 cattle, and they're protected by almost 11,000 soldiers, including one of Frederick's favorite commanders, General Zieten. We'll get to his portrait and all a bit later, but this is the importance that he has. Now, Laudon does not have supreme command. He is sharing the command with two others. So, initially, his companion, General Siskovitis, is lost. Like, he takes time to approach the main area, and Laudon just attacks here in the first village, right? Just as the Prussians had, just crossed this river here from this village of Gettysburg. And Laudon had already positioned his hussars and artillery on these hilltops around the main road. So they are in a perfect ambush position. But given the fact that he was outnumbered, it becomes a stalemate. He's unable to break through, but the Prussians are unable to also break through. So he orders a retreat. Then this leads to the arrival of General Zieten. And what the Prussians do is they spend hours repairing all the damage and reorganizing their supply column. Now, Loudon moves to the village of Barn that you see over here. He kind of retreats towards the north of the road, whereas General Sivoskis, sorry, can't pronounce his name, apologies, has now arrived and around the village of Nuremberg here has positioned his forces in ambush. This is like a really hilly area, a lot of mountains, so it's pretty easy to get lost. Now, because of Loudon's attack, the Prussians are expecting trouble. But what they do is they become very front heavy. Half of the Prussian force is now put at the vanguard because they expect somewhere as they move along this track, they're going to be forced into battle and they need to be prepared. And this is where the Austrians show pretty good cunning because as the convoy was moving down, the general Siskovitis, he let the entire vanguard through. The vanguard, as I mentioned, almost 50% of the soldiers and only 250 or so of the 400 supply wagons. He literally lets them pass the village of Domstald because they're not his target. He's going for the main body, which is now going to be thinly defended. The vanguard has been completely cut out. He launches his attack here, as you can see from the village of Nuremberg, moving north and engages the Prussian infantry that is guarding the main bag of the main convoy body. And keep in mind, folks, that with 4,000 wagons, this is actually a convoy that stretches several dozen kilometers, it says. I think I read 45 kilometers, so it's supposed to be this entire convoy end to end. It's pretty big. And around the same time, General Loudon also decides to attack from the north. So, yeah, catching them in a proper pincer. And that's it. That was the battle. Zieten could not hold back, and the Prussians, being pressed from two fronts, began to crumble. And this battle would be a pretty big victory for the Austrians because, as I said, in terms of troops, it was 12,000 Austrians and around 10,000 Prussians. The Prussians had about 3,000 casualties, between 2,500 to 3,000, but the Austrians only suffered 700 casualties. The biggest loss for Frederick was the supplies. A lot of the wagons had heavy gun and a lot of artillery ammunition that he would be needing for his siege of the fortress city of Olmutz, which now he definitely cannot besiege. And this would cause him to make a retreat because while 250 wagons did leave with the vanguard, only 100 of them reached. And it's around this time because this battle takes place in towards the end of June in 1758, and he's now gotten word that the Russians have arrived and they've gone past East Prussia. Simon, is there anything else you'd like to add about this battle?
I mean, you pretty much covered all of it. And as you said, this is just, it makes his position untenable. And he just cannot take the fortress anymore.
And this was actually Frederick's thinking before this entire campaign, which he would write to his younger brother, Prince Henry. He says, if I march straight on Olmutz, the enemy will come to defend it. Then we shall have a battle in terrain not of his choice. If I beat him, as it must be hoped, I shall besiege Olmütz, and then the enemy, forced to cover Vienna, will move all his forces in that direction, and Olmütz taken. Then your Henry, referring to Henry's army, will be assigned to take Prague and hold Bohemia in respect. After which, let the Russians or whatever whoever come, I shall be able to make the necessary detachment. Now, this was honestly Frederick's grand strategy before the battle, but well, The Austrians decided that Frederick, your supplies are ours, and he would withdraw. Now, concurrently, we will switch fronts now. I need to talk about the Hanoverian front, where there is a big reversal thanks to a competent general now leading the Hanoverian forces. So, as we mentioned, the Duke of Brunswick has taken over the command, and what he needs to do is drive away. He was ordered by Frederick, keyword ordered, to take away the entire French army and secure area so that they are not going to be a threat to the Western flag. And this is going to be in conjunction with Prince Henry's army, and this leads to the Battle of Kreckfeld, which I'm going to just bring up a map for. Okay, I have the map. I just need to find it on the tab.
Poor audio listeners continuously
so
hear
sorry.
about the problems with our tabs.
Yeah. This is like a nightmare, these tabs. But as you mentioned, when the Duke of Brunswick did take over the armies, right? He rebuilt this coalition allied army. So I'm going to refer to the Duke's army as the allied army, since it's a combination of Prussian, Hanoverian, and British troops as well. So anytime we are in the Hanoverian theater and it's an allied army, please note that I'm talking about, the Duke of Brunswick and his forces, because primarily he's only going to be facing the French. Now, he launches a series of attacks, which was called the Allied Spring Offensive of 1758, and I know, right? But it is kind of going in the direction we're not used to from World War II.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the Germans, they're like, oh, wow, we get allied beside our name for once. This is interesting.
That's a good one. But the French army was around 50,000 strong. It was led by the Count of Louis de Bourbon, who was the commander here. He was a count of something. I completely forgot that because I just remembered now. But
a count of something. That's a pretty good description.
I'm so sorry. God, I just remembered reading his title, and in all my notes I referred to him as the Count. And then here I am with a complete brain fart. But yeah, sorry, the Count of Clermont. I'm so sorry, but he is the Count of Clermont, Louis de Bourbon. He gets pushed back, so they literally cross the Rhine, because while the Duke of Brunswick launches his own attacks, Prince Henry also launches his attacks into Germany on behalf of his older brother. This actually causes the Count to believe that he's facing like Frederick himself with a massive army of 90 to 100,000 men, since it's a two-pronged assault. They end up crossing the river. And do I have any other images of the region? Unfortunately, they're not that detailed. But they cross the river Rhine and they camp. And both sides know that a battle is imminent. And the French are right now, as you can see, they are positioned. They are the red in this map here. The right-hand side is actually their infantry predominantly. Around 60% of their infantry is in this region. And they also have around 6,000, 7,000 soldiers guarding the city of Düsseldorf as well. But they do not play a part in this battle. They have at the village of Anat here, there was supposed to be like a garrison of about 400 men. And in the settlements of St. Tonis and Krefeld over here, they had again posted picket garrisons of a few companies each. So between these three villages, you are deploying 15 to 1,600 soldiers in total. The cavalry is the main reserve, and they are positioned at the kind of like at the rear center. And the problem with the Count of Clermont is he believes his way of battle and his thinking is exactly what the Brunswick is going to do. So it's kind of like how our friends in the Imperial Japanese Navy and Army believed everything should go.
Yes.
He believed that they will not attack his center because he had already positioned his cannons across the length of the front. And he said that is suicidal. So the for Brunswick is going to attack him on my right flank, which is why he had positioned all his forces on the right. I guess the logic was they were fairly close to the river, so it is supposed to prevent at least one flank from being safe from outflanking. The problem is Prince Ferdinand, the Duke of Brunswick, has other ideas. When his forces come down, he has a subordinate take Crefeld here, and he also takes the village of Saint Denis. And what he does is similar to what Frederick did at Leuthen. He kept 6 infantry battalions from Saint Denis here and most of his artillery, and had them openly deployed to make a demonstration. And that started a long artillery duel between the two forces. He actually, well, it's not visible on this map because there was a wide outflanking move he would do on the French left. And he was to turn around and form up from this village of Anath that we can see at the bottom left of this map, and then smash the French from the flank. Even when they that artillery duel that came place, even after the French noticed that the advance guard had reached Anath and had driven back their picket detachment that was there, the Count of Clermont, he was completely convinced that nothing is going to happen on that flank. It's just a diversionary force. And in fact, ordered several infantry battalions in the reserve to move to the right flank still. The area where the Duke of Brunswick has absolutely no intention of attacking. Once the Duke's army forms up on the French left, his son leads the attack and completely smashes through the French lines initially. And this is where the French officers at least show some degree of competency, unlike the commander, where the center forces kind of turn back inwards to now face the allied Hanoverian German Prussian armies that are now attacking their flank. And the cavalry is actually moving behind to kind of come up between these two hills that you can see here. Again, this is like described to be supposedly an inhospitable place. Now, I don't know, these guys probably have never seen the tundras of Siberia or the Sahara Desert to ever consider the word inhospitable, but I digress. And now, finally, the Count of Clermont has woken up, and he is also sending in his forces to support the left flank. So you have his army's infantry columns lines here that are turning and marching in column to the left. Because as you mentioned, Craig, in our first episode of Europe, marching in column is the fastest way to go. And they still will have to deploy into battle. The Hanoverian Prussian, the Allied armies here, they are already in line formation. So they have the advantage. And as they're marching, two things happen. Well, three important things happen. For some unknown reason, his Brunswick's general at Crefeld just withdraws his forces, probably believing that they were lost. But as you see, this happens so many times where local commanders take their own initiative, but it does not really affect anything. And the Allied cavalry then charges and initially causes some mayhem to the infantry before the French cavalry that are kind of on the right flank as well. They charge in to kind of stabilize the line. The infantry also move into support, and the French infantry, which have now making a hard march and are getting exhausted, crossing this kind of marshy-ish ground as it's supposed to be described, they are completely flanked by the central 6 battalions that he had left here for the demonstration. Those guys just smash into the French lines. There's pretty fierce fighting for a few hours before the French start to break. You see infantry battalions slowly start to withdraw, and that's where the Count of Clermont probably making a very strategic decision, withdraws his forces. His last reserves, which were the grenadiers, were actually used to form a kind of line to allow the rest of the army to pursue, like to retreat in good order. The Duke does not uh, pursue that anymore. But it was a pretty good victory because with 32,000 men, the Duke of Brunswick and his forces suffered about 2,000 casualties, but they inflicted almost 6,000 casualties on a near 50,000 strong army. And the French army are now just going to be in a full retreat for now. But he's then ordered to withdraw back because Frederick had said, he just wants to knock the French off balance so that the flank is secure and doesn't want to overextend his supplies, which actually does make sense because now we are going to be talking about the Russians. And Simon, would you like to talk about the build up to this pretty decisive battle that's about to take place?
Yeah, I can do that.
Sick. Need to find the right map for you, but maybe you could just set the context of the Russian advance.
Yeah, as you already alluded previously, Russians, after the previous battles, retreated into their quarters and to resupply and establish more secure supply lines, which they finally managed, and they once again moved into East Prussia and mostly captured it for the most part, and then decided to move on further in. Now, at first, Frederick didn't really realize that the Russians were on the move. He previously still thought that he was going to fight the Austrians first, but when he got the information that the Russians were actually invading his core territory, he quickly decided that those were the bigger threat than the Austrians and really force marched his troops to the north in order for him to be able to fight them. This actually somewhat took the Russians by surprise because they knew that he was focusing on the Austrians, and the speed at which he was moving was just incredible. It's just they managed to actually put in the distance from Silesia to Prussia to the north in, I think it was 7 days, which is an insane distance.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. So the Russians are now led by a different general, as you can imagine, because Empress Elizabeth was really pissed off, and they're led by General William Fermor. And he had the task to either invade the lands of Brandenburg itself, so Frederick's core home territory, or Silesia. Both are prizes he cannot afford not to defend. So he actually was first attacking the fortress of Kustrin, which is slightly east of Berlin. So that's how close he's getting to Berlin. Kustrin is defended by about 26,000 troops. Frederick, meanwhile, because after the debacle at Battle of Darmstadt and where he had to lift the siege of Olmec, he withdraws back into Silesia and hearing the news of the Russian advance, this happened concurrently. He marches with only 11,000 soldiers up north. And as Simon mentioned, they marched 200 plus kilometers in 7 days. But that was enough to alleviate the pressure on the fortress, and William Fermor withdrew the Russian forces. And this is when the Prussians decided to move on the attack, and that's where this Battle of Zorndorf takes place. So initially, while it's not visible on this particular map, the Miedsel River that you guys see and the Quatschen, these are all tributaries of the Oder River. And Frederick was initially camped to the north. And since they're right by the rivers, it's like a lot of marshy land and everything. Initially, Fermor had actually positioned his troops facing northwards, thinking Frederick is going to attempt a direct crossing. And he also guessed that Frederick might try to cross back and attack from the southwest. So he had actually detached a pretty strong force of about 10 to 11,000 soldiers to block the southwest. So they don't participate in this particular battle. Frederick, on the other hand, as you can just see at the corners of the map, actually marches north northwards, then goes east, and then turns back south, which is not the intended route, but he's now completely cut off the Russian line of supply. This is where I believe Frederick made the one of his biggest blunders, or I won't call it a blunder, but yeah, actually it is. At the village of Wilkersdorf that you see here, the entire Russian baggage train was there. Yeah, the Russians, since they actually imagined Frederick will not be attacking from the eastern side, they had kept their entire baggage train here. He could have just simply captured it and withdrawn, and the Russian army would disintegrate on its own. He did not, because he had a pretty poor opinion at this point of the Russians, and he was too stubborn and he wanted to have the military victory, which honestly, this was just a really stupid decision by Frederick. There's nothing else to say. And he forms up into the battle, like in front of the village of Zondorf, as we can see over here. And over here, the Steinbusch here, it kind of is going to be a central demarcation. The Russians also are aware of his movements. So, uh, William Farmer has made his army just pretty much split, turn backwards in a 180-degree arc, so that instead of facing northwards, they're now facing southwards. The Prussians decide to attack in a staggered formation on the left. So this is the unit that is in question, that is going to be moving forward first. The infantry on the right do not move forward. Their intention is to keep their half of the Russian army focused on them, so that they are not able to go and intercept that half of the Prussian army that is moving forward. And at the start of this battle, he is outnumbered because there are an estimated 45 to 50,000 Russians, and he has between 33 to 36,000 Prussians. Frederick is aggressive. He only believes in attack, not defense. And when he attacks, it's at 11 a.m. when the infantry are moving forward. And we also have General Seidlich, one of his key cavalry commanders. He's commanding 36 squadrons of cavalry on this far left across the Zabengrund. Now, what happens is actually confusion, that one of the Prussian guns actually blow up an Russian ammo wagon. It causes that entire, like that big smoke and everything, but with the direction of the wind, it actually gave more favor to the Russians. The Prussians were completely disoriented with the smoke and haze that was now coming their way. That instead of maintaining a staggered, focused attack on their left flank, some of their infantry battalions became isolated. And after crossing the Steinbusch, a gap developed between the two lines. And the Russian cavalry that you see here just said thank you very much and just charged and completely routed the Prussian infantry on the left. The cavalry here comes, and Frederick did give desperate orders for von Seydlitz to attack. Von Seydlitz actually refused. He said, if after the battle the king can have my head if he wants to, but until then I'm going to move and deploy as I see fit. So he is not at all moving to engage. It's absolute carnage. One of the most iconic images of Frederick the Great is here, where he's part of one of the central infantry battalions, and he picks up a standard and personally leads his soldiers into battle. This is that famous image that was painted later showing the king leading the Prussians into battle. But it is carnage that's going on. And this is when the Prussian infantry on the right, whose initial job was to just stay put and just bringing up the map again, who stay put and lock down the Russian left, they start making their attack. The Russian cavalry on the flank have now also attacked these guys, so the Prussian army is completely engaged. This is actually when General Seidlitz launches his own attack because he realizes there's no way the Russians can reinforce against his attack. And in a single devastating charge, he completely destroys the Russian right flank over here. They dissolve completely. It is absolute carnage. There's no sense of discipline. Half the Russians actually run back and start looting their own camp instead of just fleeing. Some soldiers actually are reported to just go to the looting the camp and just start drinking alcohol. I guess the vodka is pretty important to prevent it from getting into Prussian hands, I guess.
I mean, if you're gonna die, dying drunk is better than not.
Yeah.
True. But there were incidents of Russian units also standing their ground. And with, both sides not pressing each other, the battle ended, you could call it. Like, the battle's over. A brawl has now broken out. And these guys are fighting for hours. It's until 9 p.m. Most units don't have ammunition by the evening. It is only hand-to-hand bayonet combat that's taking place between the infantry. So it's gruesome and brutal. Around 9 p.m., Frederick sounds the retreat to Wilkersdorf since he realized that he has absolutely no command of his army whatsoever. And William Farmer has also done the same with the Russian army. And it is a pretty costly victory. It's estimated that the Prussians lost around 13,000 of their soldiers, which represented about 35% of their army. The Russians also suffered pretty heavily. 45% of their army was casualties. They took almost 20% casualties, 20,000 casualties. Question is, it's considered an inconclusive battle. It is not considered a victory because Frederick kind of exaggerated his success. But, Farmer just said, this is not a victory for us, though it is pretty widely celebrated across Europe. And since the Russians would withdraw for the time being, since Frederick does kind of keep the battlefield, it is, I guess you could call it a success of some sorts for him.
I mean, the one thing it mainly does is that it forces the Russians out again and gives them a bit more time to focus on the Austrians again, which strategically for him is one of the most important results he can get.
And the reason the battle also broke down was it was expected Field Marshal Daun was to send in Austrian soldiers to support the Russians. They never came. And the Austrian envoy who was in Farmer's camp, would publicly criticize the general's capabilities as in battle. So it's not a really great relationship that the Austrians and Russians have beyond the hatred for Frederick. They have nothing. There's no way you can ever see them being firm allies. But it is actually after this battle, Frederick is he says like two things. One, he says of all our enemies, the Austrians understand war the best. The French are the weakest. So I think that's Simon that makes you feel very happy. And I think Greg, we anyways like to make fun of France.
As they should be made fun of.
Yeah. And he says the Russians are the most savage. And it's after this battle also of Zondorf, he says it's easier to kill the Russians than to win over them. And a British envoy in the Prussian camp also supposed to have said the Russians fight like devils incarnate. I guess maybe that's vodka power for you guys. But the reason Field Marshal Daun did not send in any troops was he was massing for his own attack. And this is going to be a pretty costly battle for Frederick. Simon. I'm sorry, guys. Simon has a gaming name, so that's why that inadvertently stuck out. that I called him a stick because that's his name there. But after this battle, we just have like two quick things that I'll just mention. We have the Battle of Tornau, which was between Prussia and Sweden. As I said, Sweden's not really important in the war. They just come opportunistic. The size of forces are small. And in the Battle of Tornau, they hold back the Prussian commanders 6 charges against their position, with the Prussians losing about 153 men and the Swedes losing 160 men. And after that, the Prussians kind of withdraw from that. And then you also have the Battle of Fehrbellin, which was again a Prussian attack against a Swedish entrenchment. The Swedes have around 2,000 men and they successfully hold off a 6,000 strong Prussian advance. We don't know how many men the Prussians lost, but it wasn't significant, but they did not take the position. And it was estimated that the Swedes lost about 400 men. Greg, did you get anything about General Seydlitz, or would you like me to speak about him?
Yeah, one sec. I'm just going to find him.
Yeah, I think I'd just like to get him out and then Zieten, because next will be a pretty decisive and important battle.
You able to see the picture?
Yep.
So it's Friedrich Wilhelm von Seydlitz was the guy you're talking about?
Yep, this is the
Yeah,
man.
just to make sure. So he stands out as the most...
there's Zieten as well, so Frederick had two pretty good cavalry commanders, yeah.
He stands out as the most celebrated Prussian cavalry commander of the era. As far as my notes go when I was researching this, he was celebrated for being quite bold, aggressive, and technically superb at horsemanship. And of course, he served under Frederick the Great. Seydlitz's career fused spectacular battlefield leadership with a keen sense of practicalities of mounted warfare, maneuver, tempo, and decisive use of cavalry to disrupt enemy lines, exploit gaps, and protect the army's flanks. His cavalry charges became legendary for their audacity, tempo, and shock value, and his innovations in drill, reconnaissance, and charging formations helped shape Prussian cavalry doctrine for generations. Politically, Seydlitz represented the aristocratic officer who earned trust through demonstrated bravery, reliability, and relentless work ethic. His unique traits included an almost instinctual feel for battlefield geometry, knowing when to press home a charge and when to spare wary mounts for a later maneuver.
As Simon had mentioned in the previous episode of the European Theatre, remember this name. He was the one who led the decisive charges at Rosebach and Leuthen as well. So he definitely is one of the most... And as you mentioned, he helped develop the Prussian cavalry arm, which was otherwise just a reconnaissance unit. He started building this up to that they are now actually a competent unit for Frederick to rely on in the battle. So that's actually, I guess, to his credit as well. But yeah, I think that's it about Seydlitz, and we now have to continue the War of Dawn's preparations for major battle. Simon, would you like to take us into the build-up of this engagement?
Yeah, let me quickly...
I'm just trying to find the maps.
I actually do not have that many notes on that battle in particular. I don't know why.
All right. That's fine. I'll take over. So, as I mentioned, one of the biggest things that of the disagreement was the Austrians never sent help because they were planning for their own attack into Saxony. And in August of 1758, while Frederick was marching north and then subsequently engaging the Russians at Zorndorf. Keep in mind, the Battle of Zorndorf happens towards the end of August. Prince Henry reports that who's holding Saxony, which is 20,000 soldiers, reports that 80,000 Austrian soldiers under Field Marshal Daun have now invaded my realm. He has, there's no way he can resist that. And Frederick, once again, after the Battle of Zorndorf, he force marches his troops down into Saxony. They march another 180 kilometers, literally a day or two after the Battle of Zorndorf. 180 kilometers is covered in just a week. But that pace did cost him a few thousand soldiers who dropped out as casualties since everyone has their limits of endurance.
Yeah, and if you just march this distance in such a short time, the chances for like you breaking bones, not because you trip or just because you're exhausted, is very high. There's a reason why oftentimes these kind of things do not happen in the modern day.
Yeah, and so as we mentioned, Daun had initially positioned himself east of Dresden, the capital of Saxony, but Frederick managed to slip through and reinforce with the armies there, and some reinforcements did also arrive, so that Field Marshal Keith, General von Zieten, all have a master force. We have this game of cat and mouse that is taking place between the two forces because Dawn is trying to lure him and bait him, but Frederick is just shadowing Dawn's army, even though he's outnumbered like over 2 to 1. And uh, Dawn is now under heavy pressure from the imperial court of the Habsburgs to fight because, well, Dawn does not believe in fighting unless he's absolutely sure. As you said, just think of Montgomery's planning on steroids. But with reaching this kind of position the in Saxony in October, he starts camping out. So Frederick also enters, and as we can see on this map, let me see if I can zoom in a bit. Did it zoom in for you guys? Because it's not
Yep.
showing on my end. All right. So the Prussians are encamped, and this area, while it's not a really great scale, all these orange bits that you can see on the map, all these orange blobs, they represent pretty dominating hilly features and forests. Frederick is kind of around the village of Pomwitz and Rodentwitz, and he is commanding what you could call the left flank. He had sent one of his generals with about 6,000 soldiers with to kind of be the far left flank of his army, and they are not unfortunately going to be fighting in this particular engagement. Dawn has is kind of camped initially over here, as you can see, like well away from the Prussians. Frederick kind of is lax. He is like pretty confident about victory. He's confident in his troops. He's confident in aggression. Whereas Field Marshal Keith, one of his best field commanders, General Zieten and General von Seidlitz, his two best cavalry commanders, they are not at all happy with the position that they camped in. They think that they need to withdraw to a better position, and Frederick overrules it. And he orders them to wait here because he wants to resupply his army, which on the face of it makes sense. And this was a decision that was made on the 10th of October 1758. And meanwhile, Loudon was urging Field Marshal Daun, his commanding officer, that please attack. We are in a good position. And Craig, because you are going to be completely having no idea about this, tell me, how long did Dawn take to make the decision to attack? Considering he's outnumbered, the Prussians have no idea where they are.
Yeah, and he's practically surrounding them already. So 2 days decision making.
Fairly close. He took 3 whole days.
Okay.
So, how the Austrians are going to be divided is you have the Duke of Arenberg over here, who is going to be commanding about 20,000 infantry on what you can call their eastern flank of the Austrian advance. Then you had the generals O'Donnell, who is going to be commanding a cavalry detachment which is supposed to cover the extreme west. So it's around this area. So this is all General O'Donnell's forces, but it's predominantly a cavalry unit. It's not a mixed unit like what Loudon and Dawn, who will be commanding the two largest contingents, with Loudon taking the southwest area, which would be around here, and these forces would be under Dawn themselves. And to compound errors for that, Frederick actually ordered his men that except for like pickets, no one needs to, the soldiers can sleep. The cavalry can unsaddle their horses and let the horses graze. You can imagine what's about to happen. Though, to their credit, the three commanders I mentioned, they disobeyed the orders. They try to keep their men in a better state of alert, but they could not do too much. The Austrians, from their positions towards the east, moved under the cover of darkness, and they launched their attacks focusing on the village of Hochkirch at 4 a.m. on the 14th of October to 1758. It's when the pickets of the Prussians are overrun, or Prussian guns over, like, start an artillery duel, but Austrian grenadiers, quickly silence the guns. And after that, chaos erupts. So this area of Hochkirch is technically considered the Prussian right flank. Units are not in order. They're still trying to form up and just get into some cohesion. And then you have Laudon's and Dawn's troops moving in a coordinated assault onto the village. There are individual instances of Prussian line battalions, cavalry squadrons, etc., all fighting with great valor and combat. They make the enemy pay heavily. But what is one battalion when you're being attacked by 10 to 20 battalions with heavy guns? It's complete carnage, and soldiers began to retreat up to the north where the Prussian left flank is. And Frederick the Great is sleeping. He does not want to be disturbed. He's literally thinking that the sounds of battle are just, skirmishes taking place. It is only when some cannonballs actually hit near his area that's when he's finally roused into action. And in the meantime, the three generals, Keith, Seydlitz, and Zieten, are just doing whatever the hell they can to just try to stem the Austrian advance. And concurrently, the Duke of Arenberg's 20,000 have also begun to attack around the village of Leuthen, where there is a small elevated position held by a few Prussian battalions and some artillery. But for now, they are able to hold off the larger Austrian force with relative ease. And when Frederick finally wakes up, he quickly springs into action. Some reserve regiments that were available with his left flank were immediately sent to the south to bolster his right. He quickly ordered for one of his generals, General Redzov, who I mentioned. He sent him to the far left. So they are not on this map, but they were supposed to be around the village of Vaika or so, to come back, and they are to now guard the line of retreat because he knows that he has to withdraw his forces in good order and needs a unit ready to engage. And he finally moves down to try to, secure the retreat. And it's at this time disaster for the Prussians and Frederick personally takes place. Field Marshal Keith leads a column into the village of Hochkirch because he wants to withdraw some of the heavy Prussian guns. And he is fatally shot and then blown up by a cannonball. And one of Frederick's best friends and best commanders is now lying dead in the village of Hochkirch. Seidlich and Zieten are doing whatever the hell they can to, secure the flank and just prevent an absolute rout. General Redzov's corps has now come, and they are kind of positioned to the north of this settlement of Rodewitz or so that the line of retreat is now open for them. And the Prussians then began their withdrawal. General O'Donnell was actually supposed to engage Redzov's corps as it came, but either we don't know whether he engaged and fled or just did not engage at all. But it allowed us unit of Prussians to be unmolested and ready for combat. And to the credit, the Prussian infantry did withdraw in very good order. Moment they left the village of Hochkirch, it was no longer a rout. They were retreating. The panic subsided. They were showing that iron discipline that the Prussians were always famous for. But this was a complete disaster for Frederick. He walked into the trap and blundered. He lost all between 9,000 to 10,000 men of his 33 to 36,000 strong army at this battle. Many of them at Hochreich, which was the scene of such bloody fighting. One of the streets was actually called Blood Street with the river of blood that formed. Regardless, you could also say that the Austrians took a beating as well. They still had about 6,000 casualties, which, considering their numerical, artillery, and surprise elements, I see they paid a bigger price than they should have. But as usual, because Field Marshal Daun is in command, they don't really make an active pursuit of the retreating Prussians. But it was a huge, huge blow. Losing Field Marshal Keith. And another loss for Frederick was, and the son of the old Dessau, his son, and von Dessau was also injured, and he would never recover. He would actually die in 1760 when released from captivity from the Austrians. So he lost two good friends. And another major personal blow was his older sister, Wilhelmina, also died of natural causes around this time. So, literally a few days after this battle, he gets the news that his sister, which is his closest confidant and his biggest cheerleader, you could say, she died. It's a massive blow for the man. And it was actually said that he showed his librarian a small box of 18 opium capsules that he could just use to kind of journey to a dark place. This was the state of Frederick the Great as the year 1758 came to an end. At the same time, France also gets reinvigorated. They do get a new prime minister who wants to now have the great idea of invading both Hanover and Britain at the same time. Yeah, Craig, your expression is pretty valid because that's
some dumb moves there. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think we'll continue on this side of the front, and Simon, maybe you'd want to bring us into the and explain the Battle of Gunnersdorf, like in the events that led up to it, because that's the next major engagement that takes place.
Yeah. So after this battle with the Austrians, the Russians actually once again make a move and move into Frederick's core territory once again. Now, his general that he placed there has troops to defend it, but for some reason he refuses to attack and actually fight off the Russians, which
This
makes
is the Battle of K.
That happen soon. So Frederick is very furious and he sends one of his generals, Karl Heinrich von Weidel, with part of his forces to the north to actually take over the front and engage the Russians. Now, this guy is extremely aggressive. He just wants to get the Russians out. And
so is he more aggressive than Frederick?
It's hard to be more aggressive than Frederick, but he has a similar spirit, but not the talent.
That sounds very ominous.
And because of his aggressive nature, the Battle of K happens, where the Russians absolutely defeat his forces and essentially force Frederick himself to go to the north and deal with him. And
just to add to Simon about the scale of losses, Russians had about 41,000, and they are actually now led by a new general called Pyotr Saltyakov, who is going to be probably the best Russian commander of the war. He had 41,000 men, and he loses about 4,800 to 5,000 men, whereas Karl Heinrich von Wedel, his army, which was just about 27,000, suffer almost 9,000 casualties. So, that was a pretty brutal beating.
Yeah. And what would actually happen as well is that the Austrians would actually send some troops to the Russians and sort of get rid of the losses, essentially, just bringing the Russians back to their previous numbers after the Battle of Kay. So now Frederick himself is essentially forced to move up there, which leads then to the Battle of Kühnersdorf. So originally Frederick would actually come from the south, but unbeknownst to the Russians, he would actually move around the troops and deploy his forces to the north. Now, unfortunately for Frederick, the Russian troops are still positioned in a direction that would actually face the Prussians. So they are not properly outflanked, but it's not a complete essentially. They still have the fronts of the Russians still facing the Prussians, but not as complete forces. And essentially what would happen first is that Frederick sends a part of his forces to capture the Mühleberg, which is this position to the north. You can see the furthest north position of
You could call it the left flank of the Allied armies. And just adding to a little bit to what Simon has mentioned, as you can see on the map here, there is a large contingent of Austrians under General Laudon. And just before you get into the details, Simon, I'll just, for the audience's benefit, just mention that it's estimated Frederick had just under 51,000 men with 230 guns. Combined Austro-Russian army is around 60,000 men. And in this case, almost 18,000 are 18 to 90,000 are from the Austrian army. So it's a pretty large Austrian contingent. It's not like a token contingent. But yeah, Simon, just back to you.
Yeah. So as you said, Frederick's actually heavily outnumbered in this situation. Now he actually his troop actually managed to capture the Mühleberg and take position there. And some of these generals actually go to Frederick and tell him, okay, we have defeated the Russians to the north. A further attack is too risky. They heavily outnumber us. We need to retreat. But Frederick, unfortunately, is once again too stubborn and too focused to force an engagement. And so he decides to move further down into this region, which is called the Kuhgrund, where in the meantime, the Russians have actually formed up more of their troops and have formed a proper line to face the Prussians.
And I think just adding to that, a larger chunk of the Prussian army has been engaged in fighting, whereas the Russian and Austrians have not really committed as much of a percentage of the troops.
Yeah. So now essentially most of the Prussian army is fighting the Russians, but the Russians have only like half of their actual troops fighting. And now this fighting on the Kuhgrund actually turns into a real slugging match. The Russians keep sending reinforcements and plugging essentially the holes that they get from the Prussians. And this goes on for a long time. And at some point, Frederick's troops are just exhausted. They cannot fight further, and the Russians keep on coming, and the exhausted troops are switched out with new ones, while the Prussian troops are fighting non-stop. And slowly,
you could call it the break.
Yeah. So at some point, it actually goes so far that the Russian troops cannot fight further. They have been fighting the entire day and are just exhausted.
Yeah, because apparently no one is Superman, right?
Yeah. And this essentially causes the Russians to push back Frederick, and at some point he is forced to admit that this battle will not be the victory he wants, and retreats. And this is actually the entire attack on the Kukon was a blunder by Frederick. If he had just retreated when he took the Mühleberg, he would essentially have caused the Russians major damage without having any casualties of his own. But thanks to
This was the one. Sorry. Yeah, you just finished.
but thanks to his further attacking, the losses at the end actually come out fairly similar.
And this is like the one battle where the Prussian infantry completely routed, though. To be fair, the quality of the soldiers now is depleted because a lot of the veterans that made the Prussian infantry the elites are now dead or wounded. This is a recruit army because all of them are now in the phases of conscription. So the quality of the troops has gone down. And Frederick was actually pretty close to being killed in this battle. A bullet actually did hit him, but was stopped by his silver tobacco case. I guess one of my friends who really loves his smokes will just probably not want, if he hears us, he'll just say, this is a good idea for me to want to start consuming cigs. But if we get to the details of the losses, Frederick lost a lot. His army completely scattered after the battle, and it's estimated he took over 20,000 casualties in this battle. 20,000, that's over 40% of his army. Allied forces here, which was about 60,000, was estimated to be about 16,000 in total. They took far fewer casualties in comparison to the Prussians, with definitely more troops available to them. And the Cossacks decided to show why they were so brutal after the battle, plundering and devastating, because that's, well, pretty much what Cossacks can do only.
They understand
But
their
this
job
was
very well.
very well, definitely. And this was a massive blow for the Prussian cavalry because 60% of the Prussian cavalry was destroyed that engaged were destroyed in this battle. They lost almost 200 cannons as well. Those are not really losses that are easily replaced. It takes a lot of time, and this definitely would have pushed, like everything together. And they were still wary, but this kind of like solidified the Russian and Austrian alliance because this was definitely a battle where the two commanders did fight together. Saltykov was actually promoted to General Field Marshal, and Empress Elizabeth also sent a sword of honor to Loudon. And I think the biggest credit you'll have to just give Frederick for this battle was within a week or so after the battle, he managed to regroup his scattered army to form at least a cohesive fighting force. Somehow he just manages to do it, but the enemies do not pursue him. And this is going to be the limit, you could say, of how far the Russians will ever be able to influence in this war. Because even though Elizabeth has now publicly stated that she's going to continue supporting them, they are really just at the limits of the supplies. So the effectiveness of the Russians at this range versus like where if they were closer to East Prussia, big difference.
Yeah, and one of the main hopes that they actually have would be that they could link up with the Austrians and kind of use their supplies to supplement the issues that they would have.
Yeah, and I think with that, we're going to switch theaters because France has decided to do their first planned invasion of Britain. And this is the brainchild of what you could call the newest prime minister, which was the Duke of Choiseul, Francois de Choiseul. So I'm sorry, I can't pronounce his full name. So I'm just going to call him the Duke of Choiseul. He's at the turn of 1759 was, you could call him the effective prime minister of France right now. And he wanted to launch an great bold attack that would knock Great Britain out of the war in one particular go. Yep, that's it. His great attack was that. And this is primarily because by now, as you mentioned, Greg, the British are kind of pushing back the Nouvelle France quite decisively in North America. So this is an insult to the French, and their whole strategy represented on them gaining enough ground in the European theater of operations to barter away the colonies. And he wanted to launch a double attack against Britain and Hanover. So he was interested in the invasion of Britain, and he said that if a large French army crossed the channel without being intercepted by the Royal Navy, boom, we won the war. The only problem was his planning. Honestly, makes me think of Operation Sea Lion, because he believed that he just needs favorable winds and flat barges to cross the English Channel. And hear this: without any French naval warships involved to cover against the Royal Navy. Yep, very great idea. At least I want to say, thank God Napoleon at least envisioned having the French Navy at least unite for a temporary numerical advantage to allow the crossing to take place. Because this guy's idea was literally to float 100,000 soldiers across the 50, 60 kilometers of the English Channel.
At
And then
least he
they
didn't
would
order
provide
them
logistics.
to. At least he didn't order them to swim across. That's
Yeah, because this guy believed that if you got warships involved, it'll be the same fate of the Spanish Armada. And the concept was literally just, go by boats, as I mentioned.
These guys,
And
if they
he just
made it
believed
to Britain, are they going to live off the land? Like, how's that going to work?
the thing is, he believed that Britain will have absolutely no troops enough to fight, because apparently, I guess, the local people are just supposed to fold without any resistance. But he got this plan approved and passed through the French cabinet. And this was going to be one of the two major offensives that the French would mount, with the other being a battle against Hanover as well, which we'll also get to. And France also tried to consider starting a Jacobite rebellion in England again, and tried to get Russia and Denmark to provide troops and naval stores for the expedition. The only thing they got was Sweden considering sending a scouting force to Scotland. That was pretty much the only support they got for their. Yeah, just don't want to ever ask about the French and their invasion plans. And the problem is, he decides the British are not as fractious as he also assumes, because the British spies, like the type of the Spanish Armada, was so well informed. And William Pitt and the Duke of Newcastle had already decided to put their personal differences aside, and Britain was now fighting a cohesive European and global war from a political strategy point of view. So that was a big uh, plus for them. And they also began to raise around new troops to support the 10,000 regulars that were to be maintained. And the British, under Admiral Sir Edward Hawke, decided to put a blockade around the French ports. So that the French, they literally spent 30 million livres on the construction of these barges. And by midsummer, it's estimated that they only have 325 transports for 50,000 soldiers. But it's kind of short of what the Duke had sold them on. And despite opposition, the Choiseul still is not wanting to take any French naval military support. I just don't know what this guy was on. Must have been the good
Like,
stuff, I guess.
Hermann Goring being like, let's just drop 100,000 German paratroopers into Britain, and that's it, nothing else.
Yeah, and to top it off, he's now agreed that instead of landing the 100,000, we're going to also send 20,000 more soldiers on barges to Scotland to support a Jacobite uprising. Just
Wow.
This guy's, yeah. So the British react. So you have they know about this plan, so there is first a small raid by Admiral George Rodney, where they attack one of the preparation ports of Le Havre, and it's a small success. You could call it like similar to Francis Drake saying "singeing of the King of Spain's beard." It just set back the operation a little bit, but destroyed some transports and everything, but nothing really crippling. So it's not really worth eventually, but it did um, push the invasion launch date back a bit. And this is actually where opposition starts to mount up, because the further you push back an invasion, especially in the time of Age of Sail, when you're approaching winter, that's not really a good thing for anyone to be considering. Then in August of 1759, the British engaged the French at one of two naval battles that are about to take place. Yep. One sec, I'm just bringing up a map because where the battle takes place. Yeah. It was also pretty, it's a bit relevant because one, this is close to where Trafalgar also takes place a few decades later. And second, it's also where Portugal is going to somewhat be involved in the war, but I'll get to that in a bit. We have the Battle of Lagos, and in this we have the French fleet from Toulon under Admiral Leclerc. They slip the blockade and go out through the Straits of Gibraltar, and are intercepted by a British fleet led by Admiral of the Blue Edward Powaskin. It's 15 ships of the line of the British Mediterranean fleet that are intercepting them with 10 frigates, whereas the French have 12 ships of the line and 3 frigates. And, during the battle, 8 of the French ships actually just decide that they are going to continue to Cadiz. And this is interpreted because apparently they saw a change of course from the flagship of the Admiral Leclerc. So the French, most of the French fleet just decides not to engage. Well, French and naval attacks never seem to really work out. And we have the British, several French ships engage because the French are covering the slowest moving ship, which is the Sovereign, and the British, begin to attack and defeat the French in detail in this battle. The British casualties are very light: 56 killed, 196 wounded. The French have 500 casualties, but three. This is where the casualties really mount up. 3 of the 12 ships of the line are captured and 2 are destroyed. So it's a bit of a blow, considering the British have absolutely no hull losses. And next we have the more decisive Battle of Quiberon Bay. And this is a pretty decisive battle for British history, because this is where you could say the Royal Navy takes over the title of the number one navy in the world, a position that is going to hold unchallenged for 200 years. And this battle, what we see is the French arrive and are intercepted again by a British fleet. And this is where the admiral of the French, right, Admiral de Bruyne, sailed from Brest, heading down to Quiberon Bay, which is where the invasion army was supposed to board its transports and head to Britain. And because the invasion has now been pushed back, an Atlantic storm blew in and delayed the French fleet by a few days, which allowed the British to catch up. And when that took place, the British under Admiral Hawke, Sir Edward Hawke, engaged. We are talking about fairly equal size, but the British have a bit of a numerical advantage. They have 24 ships of the lines with 5 frigates versus 21 ships of the lines and 6 frigates. So it's not really Nelsonic epicness in terms of being outnumbered, but having better crews. Well, I guess Britain can't win it all like that, I guess. And initially, at the start of the battle, the French were formed into the line of battle, preparing to engage. And as usual, at the last minute, the French admiral changes his mind, and well, he decides that they need to take shelter in the bay. And Admiral Hawke took a high risk pursuit in the middle of a storm and captured a drove aboard 5 ships with no losses, or with 2 of his own ships running aground but would later be recovered. And this battle just put an end to any threat of an invasion for the British on their main line. But yeah, this was the great ideas of the French, that they can invade Britain and get away with it.
Honestly, it was probably a good thing for them. I can't imagine how this would have gone down if they tried to get the barges out there.
At least sea lion seemed relatively a better idea than what these guys concocted.
Yeah.
But if it would have happened, that would be absolutely legendary.
Yes.
If. Because land generals need to remember one thing. They're not crossing a river. But maybe I think we should head back to the main theater, because I think, Simon, we could talk about Frederick's recovery. Because now it's the year 1760, because after the Battle of Kunersdorf, there are no real major engagements in the Silesian and Saxon theaters. Since, as we mentioned, the Russians are at the edge of their supplies, and both sides, you could say, despite that initial jubilation at beating Frederick, they do not really get along with each other.
Yeah, essentially, the Russians sort of want to retreat to their winter quarters again in Poland, but the Austrian and Russian empresses both say that, no, you're gonna work together and you're gonna combine, and that is essentially what they try. And during that time, now there happened 2 battles. The Battle of Maxen, which is like an attack where Frederick tries to attack the supply lines of the Austrians, which doesn't go well, because every time Frederick splits off parts of his army, you can imagine it's going to be an absolute disaster. Essentially,
it's not like he has many troops left.
Yeah, this force gets surrounded and defeated. And the second battle that happens is the Battle of Landshut. Well, happens in Silesia, where Frederick essentially orders another split of part of his army and tells them to hold the fortress city of Landshut. But once again, something very similar happens. A isolated part of his army gets surrounded and essentially attacked. So as you can see...
And this was... Yeah, just continue.
Yes. So as you can see on this map, the Austrians are just surrounding them, and the Prussians are essentially holding a line in the center. Well, in the middle of them, they have the fortress city of Landshut itself, and both to the south, southwest, and northeast, they have further troops, and they're both of their flanks.
And this was actually a big loss, because the Austrians suffered about 3,000 casualties, whereas nearly all of the 12,000 Prussian soldiers were either killed or captured.
Yeah, because...
So it's a pretty big loss.
We're gonna keep this very brief, this battle, because what did happen is that the Austrians attacked the Prussian left flank and just pushed them down further into the fortress. They captured the fortress. All of them were surrounded. The cavalry tried to break out, but was also defeated by the Austrian cavalry. And later, when the infantry independently tried to break out, because the infantry had no idea that the cavalry was trying to break out, they were once again defeated and surrendered, with the rest of the troops that survived being captured. Now, the entire war at this point seems pretty hopeless for Frederick. He has lost battle after battle after battle, having lost essentially all of his veteran troops, and the troops he still have are inexperienced recruits and sort of the people you actually do not want to have in an army. The quality has degraded massively.
Should we just briefly also mention the Battle of Liegnitz? Since it's around the same time as well. Because it was a great victory for him.
Yeah. So the Battle of Liegnitz is essentially the prelude to the next battle we're going to talk about, where essentially Frederick himself gets surrounded, in essence, where his right flank is essentially facing the main Austrian army on the Dön, and his right is facing.
You mean his left?
Yeah, his left. That's correct. His left is facing the Austrian right under. I keep
Loudon.
Loudon, yeah, under Loudon.
Yeah.
Now
And
these
again, I was just saying, Dawn is going to be Dawn.
Yeah, and the communication between these two sides are actually really bad. They do not know what the other side is doing. So Loudon essentially decides to attack, and Frederick has anchored himself on this hill you can see in the center. So Loudon's group has to charge uphill at the hunkered down Prussian army, and they absolutely get demolished. It's really hard fighting. They are shot by artillery. The Prussian infantry is constantly shooting at them. And
I think this is one of Loudon's failures, is while he was really pragmatic and a very competent and capable general, this battle he did not coordinate even his own forces.
Yeah.
Dawn's bulk of the 50 to 55,000 soldiers that we see here, right? Where on this map where we see Dawn, Waldau, Lacy's troops, they never engage. It's only Loudon's 25,000 against the 30,000 of Frederick. Even his own infantry, artillery, and cavalry were uncoordinated. And it was a pretty big mauling for him.
He actually gets outflanked by those troops you can see between both sides of Frederick's army. And the moment he gets those flanked, his army just folds. They have been mauled by the infantry and now outflanked, and they flee. And this is actually when Dawn decides, okay, I'm going to move up my army and try to fight him. He actually managed to deploy in time, but Dawn being Dawn decides that engage. He has deployed, that's enough. He's not going to engage. Which actually allows...
Even though the... Yeah, I was just going to say, Frederick's troops are tired, right? They've been fighting Loudon's army, but these 55,000 are fresh. They are ready for battle, and Dawn does not engage and just withdraws. But yeah, it's crazy what this guy was.
Yeah, this essentially is sort of the prelude to the next battle, which happens very shortly after.
I'll just quickly tell about the casualties. Frederick suffered about 3,400 casualties, but inflicted closer to 9,000 on Loudon's armies. I'm not even going to call it the Austrian army. I'm just saying Loudon's armies for a reason, because at least that guy fights. I'll just switch over to the next battle.
So the next battle is, as you can see, very different, because for one time, it's actually not Frederick that gets more or less ambushed. Essentially, Frederick manages to move around the armies of Dawn, who has camped in this, it's kind of gorge or something.
Yeah, to the west of the city of Torgau.
Yeah. And Frederick sends parts of his army under Zieten to surround them from the south, while he and the main portion of his army is moving to the north to create a pincer movement. Dawn actually realizes this, and he essentially takes his rear line, his second line, and turns them around so he can fight on two sides at the same time.
Can I just add this fact that it was a pretty large battle, over 100,000 troops on both sides. Frederick had 48,000 to 49,000 men, and Dawn had over 52,000 men. What I think I find most interesting or such is the number of artillery pieces. The Austrians had 275 cannons at this battle. Frederick had almost 310.
Yeah, it was actually that while while the infantry was keep getting worse and worse, the artillery was getting increased at the same time. Because if you lack people, you do not need as many people for devastating effect as the infantry needs.
That is actually one of his smart financial decisions, you could call it, because as Simon mentioned, the quality of the Prussian troops are going down. So because of casualties and attrition, the Prussians had way more guns. Because if you remember in our early battles, he was always outgunned by 2-1 or 3-1 margin in the number of guns available.
Yeah.
Simon, would you like to continue about Argyle?
Yeah. So what happens now is that Frederick himself begins an attack, and he essentially fights the now second line or the rear line of the Austrians, and this is just heavy fighting there. Leuthen actually at the same time does not attack because the communications between these two sides is very sparse and they do not coordinate very well. So Dawn can actually focus a lot of his troops to the north and manages to hold up Frederick at least for a time.
I was also going to add to the fact that because Leuthen did not attack and Frederick attacked because he believed Leuthen was under attack, Dawn, being better apprised of the tactical situation, actually concentrated a lot of his cannons. And Frederick's half of the army, you could say, took 5,000 casualties in a very short period of time.
Yeah. But at some point, Leuthen actually now managed to attack, which completed the pincer, and Dawn now fighting on both sides of his troops and facing to get outflanked, and he actually would get outflanked from the west by parts of a cavalry charge. Realizes that his position is untenable, and he decides to retreat to the east.
And
now, despite
this was a Prussian victory.
Yeah. Despite Prussia surrounding the Austrians and they considering victory, the casualties for the Prussians were actually really high. At the first, Frederick considered this a great victory, but later when he received how many troops he has actually lost, he reconsidered and was not that excited anymore.
It's definitely a Pyrrhic victory, I would call it.
Yeah.
That he lost almost more than a third of his army. The Prussians did admit to casualties of 16,670 men. And they acknowledged also that the Austrians suffered just under 15,900 casualties. Consider the fact the Austrians had a slight numerical advantage in this battle. It wasn't 4,000 in these kind of battles is not a decisive factor in the numbers, but they still took fewer casualties on a larger base. So. And I'd also add that both Frederick and Dawn were actually injured in this battle.
Yeah, it is even stated that Frederick was so heavily in that he lost consciousness several times.
Yeah, and this was, I think, where we will be ending this episode because this does mark to the end of most of the 1760 campaign. We still have some pretty big battles to come, and our favorite cuck of the world will be joining us in the next battle, and I'm just so waiting to talk about Peter III of Russia. We'll try to conclude this episode definitely in the next one.
For the European theater.
We are going to see expansion of the war as 2 new combatants are going to be joining in.
Well, all right. Would you say that this at least increased morale for the Prussians as they were, suffering a string of defeats?
So I think a Pyrrhic victory does not do. I think it makes it worse than a defeat.
Yeah.
And you also have to keep in mind, these troops know that they have been fighting for years. They are absolutely exhausted. This has long since been it's been a thing of the past for several years now, or that there were decisive battles, and anyone had any hopes of winning this in a real manner. And at this point, I think the troops have realized that as well.
Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/thepacificwarchannel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out.
Alright, so we are back in Europe. We've concluded the Americas and the India theater with the British in complete dominance there. Now, back in Europe, the year 1758 for Frederick was 758-59 for Frederick the Great was really bad. So the man had suffered disastrous defeats in several battles. You had, the battles at the biggest one was probably the Battle of Kernsdorf, where, as Simon explained, Frederick's overconfidence and severe underestimation of the Russians, given that Western Europe tended to have a very low opinion of the Imperial Russian forces, and several other battles in the build up to that we discussed in episode 2, Hawkridge, etc. That battle was where Frederick lost half of his army. Half. Let that number just sink in, right? It's estimated he lost almost up to 20 to 25,000 men against Loudon and Pyotr Saltykov's Russian and Austrian forces. And the impact was that provoked closer cooperation between the Russians and Austrians, moderately, given that they are amazing allies, not like what Britain and Prussia were, at least in this war. And the losses in experienced manpower was devastating for Frederick. He had lost many of his veterans, and as Simon had alluded to, as the war dragged on, the quality of the Prussian infantry, which was the gold standard at the start of the war, deteriorated rapidly, but Frederick was smartly compensating it by his superior artillery. There was also a few other battles that took place which also affected the Prussians, one being the Battle of Maxen, when a Prussian corps was completely ambushed, and this was in Saxony, by the way. This was surprisingly by Field Marshal Daun, and it would lead to the surrender and capture of an entire Prussian corps. So that's 14,000 casualties if you include the prisoners that were taken place. And the only saving grace you could say for our great Frederick the Great in that battle was Field Marshal Daun who was taking the victory, and he did not exploit it as usual. He just retreated to his winter quarters. But I would just like to add to the fact that it was a force of 14,000 Prussians against 32,000 Austrians, and Daun suffered a fewer than 1,000 casualties. It's a pretty convincing victory, to say the least. And in the aftermath of this, Frederick was livid. Like, he was, this is probably, you could say, the most out of control he got at a subordinate in the war, because the General Fink, who was the commander of the Prussian forces that surrendered, he spent the next 2 years in captivity, came back to Prussia, and Frederick had him court-martialed and imprisoned again for 2 more years. Even though a lot of Frederick's loyal generals, like Seydlitz, etc., these guys were really like he just followed his orders. He did not really do anything too bad. But, well, the king was in a pretty foul mood to say the least. And we also had the Battle of Landshut, which also took place, and it was a similar outcome where 12,000, almost 12,000 Prussian soldiers were killed or captured. But and this was led by General Laudon. So, folks, maybe just a very quick reminder: the two primary Austrian commanders are Field Marshal Daun and Field Marshal Laudon, with Field Marshal Daun being a more experienced but very cautious commander, does not take any aggressive action until he has everything in his favor. And Field Marshal Laudon is the guy who advocates for an aggressive strategy. And this is going to be part of his 1760 campaign. And the Battle of Landshut that I was just describing right now was him opening an causeway into Silesia, try to kind of link up with the Russian forces that are now coming in under the various Russian generals. Because in the aftermath of Kornersdorf, the preliminary agreement was that the Austrians are going to be supplying the Russian forces with, food, ammunition, etc., which has been the only real weakness of the Russians, you could say, supplies. They've not suffered any massive defeat of anybody in this war. Simon, is there anything you would just like to add on this?
Yeah, you pretty much said everything important. I mean, the only reason Frederick was able to recover were that right at the end, there were only 2 battles where he managed to actually win and sort of stabilize his position.
I think I'll just also add that in the about the Battle of Landshut, the General Falk, who was I'm sorry, I mispronounced it, Fonqua or such. So please pardon my pronunciation. He commanded very ably because General Laudon attacked, and in a perfect maneuver, he actually managed. Let me just see if I could just bring up. To have an image of it up because I have so many tabs. But just getting back to that battle, he was completely outnumbered. And one sec. Yep, found an image. Let me just pick it up. So this is probably the best map I have. But if you see the blue rectangles in this image, that are the Austrian forces under General Laudon. And you can see just very small Prussian detachments in the red here that are kind of centered around the village of Landshut. These features represent various fortifications and high grounds. They're out of supplies and everything. And they put up a very gallant defense despite the numbers. And General Fonck himself was wounded very badly during the fight. And during that, another one of his fellow generals offered him his white parade horse so that he can escape because this guy's bleeding heavily. And General Fonck says, "I will not let my blood, soil the fur of such a magnificent beast." To which his fellow general actually said that the honor and glory that this beast would have would only enhance if it had like the blood of a hero. It's a bit crony, but yeah. But ultimately, they surrendered, another 12,000 losses for the Prussians. But consider this: Dawn, when he attacked, against 40,000 Prussians, he lost just under 1,000 men. General Loudon attacked 12,000 Prussians, who were better commanded. He lost almost 3,500 men. But at the start of, you could say at the start of the 1760 campaign, Frederick probably has maybe 130 or so soldiers that are available for him to, utilize for combat. And 130 is more on the higher end estimates. Some estimates go as far as 110,000 soldiers. These are not veterans. They're really poor in discipline, fighting technique, but his artillery is there. But the probably the biggest factor that's destroying the Prussians is the lack of morale. For practically 2 years, they are just being on the ropes. They are getting their ass whooped. Like, I'm not even going to mince my words. Actually, I come to think of it, I don't think I can even recall any victory that the Prussians had for quite a while. At least in the forces in Saxony, East Prussia, etc. Simon, you could just correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, it was a really bad year. And I also can't really think of a battle where they did really well. It was all just disaster after disaster, or tactical mistakes causing issues down the line.
Yeah, I think the only, you could say that, I don't know if you won't even call it a victory, was the Battle of Jorgau, which we briefly discussed. And this was not really something that even Frederick can be proud of, because it was 48 to 49,000 Prussians, 52,000 Austrians, and Frederick lost about 14,000 men in this attack when he tried to launch a pincer with General Zieten. The Austrians lost slightly more. I would probably use the term a Pyrrhic victory for Torgau, but I guess you could say the only reason he got the victory was Dawn had to leave the field of battle. I remember my uncle from the military, he said, the casualties don't matter, it's just the outcome.
I mean, what you can essentially say that for him, the battle itself was a Pyrrhic victory, but what it meant, at least in the grand strategy of the war or the outcome of the war, the impact it had was massive, because this was pretty much one of the few reasons that he could hold on to everything he had and didn't get further losses of territory.
That is true, but speaking of Frederick's reversals, I want to talk about one battle where he won, and pretty convincingly. I think you definitely would consider that a proper Prussian victory. It's not what do you call it? I won't call it a disaster, but just give me a moment to get that particular map up. Why do I have so many tabs? But back to General Loudon, when he began his, you could call, whether you want to call it that reign of terror kind of attack, because he believed in a very aggressive conduct, shock attacks, not long sieges. He preferred to assault fortresses. He had a lot of success, captured key fortifications in Silesia. And what also would happen was the Russians were also coming in. He was getting, and Loudon's 35,000 men were being reinforced by almost 90,000 Austrians that are coming under Generals Lacy and Field Marshal Daun. Now, the Prussians had won a little bit of respite in this battle, because prior to this engagement at a fortress, Prince Henry of Prussia, someone will definitely speak about in one of the who commanded the last major battle of this war for the Prussians, he managed to relieve the siege, and then Frederick was also coming in. The problem was, while you have more than 100,000 Austrians closing in, and Frederick has like an army of what 35,000 at most, the situation for him is that the Russians are also nearby. So you had two entire corps of Russian soldiers that were within a 40-kilometer march of this battle. And that is around 25,000 under General Chesniev, who had marched, and their objective was to link up with Laudon's forces. And then you also have Pyotr Solkov's Russian army as well advancing. I think that is also approximately a corps size. So it's not looking good. So as you can see on this map, one second, let me just try to zoom in a bit more. Frederick has taken position. So he was actually more towards the village of Liegnitz over here. But before the battle takes place, on that night, he actually moves to the high ground over here in the night, just repositions his entire army. And just consider this, that General Laudon is in the east. His initial camping before the day of battle was somewhere around here. So he's blocked off the east. Theoretically, you have the Russians to the north. Lacy and Dawn's massive army has also arrived, and they are covering the south and west. He's entrapped. The battle, however, does not go the Austrians' ways, because in the morning, General Laudon breaks camp, marches north. He crosses the river and is going to move south because the Austrians want to converge and destroy Frederick. But Frederick's redeployment at night, I don't know whether you want to call it like a great strategic decision or just blind luck about this position, but he has chosen it very well. The Austrians have to kind of march through this kind of like narrow passage over here. And after an initial small skirmish, the Austrians of General Laudon are bombarded and wrecked by the Prussian guns. The cavalry and the infantry of Laudon's armies launch devastating attacks. They are pretty effective at trying to get to the Prussian guns, but always get pushed back. And it was also one of the rare occasions when the Anhalt Bernberger's infantry battalions actually fixing bayonets completely repelled a cavalry charge without any cavalry support, which at this point in time was pretty rare for anything, because the most effective defense against the cavalry was and breaking it apart was your artillery and a counter cavalry charge. And after suffering from a heavy bombardment, Laudon decides to withdraw his forces because he realized he was facing the full wrath of Frederick's army. He initially believed that this was just a rear guard and Frederick had deployed in the day to actually face off against Lacy and Dawn. So Laudon withdraws, and would anyone like to guess what did the other Austrian armies do?
Well, I pretty much know it because Dawn
Craig,
is
what do you
Dawn.
Craig, would you like to take the guess of what Field Marshal Dawn and General Lacy did with their massive 80 to 90,000 strong army?
Hesitated.
Yep.
Well,
They actually did not even know that the battle was going on for quite a while. And the biggest, you can call it a what if scenario. Dawn was actually on the field of battle with his forces, close enough, like maybe probably within an hour's or so's march, to start engaging Frederick's flank. And at that point, Loudon was still in the field of battle as well with his forces. So he could have actually pulled off the victory if he actually chose to attack, but unfortunately, as Simon said, dawn is dawn. And in terms of losses, the Prussians suffered about 3,400 casualties. Loudon's corps was battered. Of its almost 28,000 men or so, nearly 10,000 were casualties, like killed, wounded, prisoners. And he also lost almost 100 guns. So and because of this, Lacy and Dawn would withdraw from the field of battle completely. So it kind of secured Silesia for now. Breslau did not fall prior to this and would not fall now. And more importantly, the Russian armies that were there in Saxony, they are currently in the territory of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, trying to, except for General Chechnyev's corps. And they decide to withdraw as well. So Frederick managed to kind of stave off another inevitable defeat where it probably looked like, the wolves were coming to really take him, but well, another, I don't know whether you want to call it luck or just the blundering of his opponents. I think I know where Simon would probably put his comment.
Well, he had certain skills, but as everybody knows, a general does not always have to have a good strategy. Sometimes opponents are just bad, or sometimes, like every major person in history at some point had to rely on sheer luck to get something done. That is what a lot of people always forget. That
You mean like Caesar's famous luck?
Yeah, or we have every person has every important person in history has like one account of where they nearly died, or any person at any kind at any time could have just gotten sick and died. That is history for you, and which is one of the great things that it distinguishes it from fiction, where everybody has control over it. But sometimes it's just gonna be luck that saves your day.
True, but this would now brings us to the year 1761, and Prussia's situation is pretty dire. Their total manpower and armies now do not exceed 100,000 soldiers across all theaters. So this is considering that Frederick is going to be keeping maybe 30,000 or so with him. Prince Henry, his brother, would be having a similar number. He probably is keeping at least a garrison of 6,000-7,000 at Berlin, especially after the Great Cavalry Raid. He has to maintain some forces in the north against the Swedes. And the Eastern Front was a big worry that takes place, because at the end, there is this long siege of Kornberg, which finally ends towards the end of the calendar year 1761. It was practically the third siege of the city, and the Prussian defenses finally gave up. And do you know what was the significance of this, Craig? The Russians now have a Baltic port to ship its supplies. The biggest Achilles heel of the Russian armies in the entire campaign has been removed.
A warm port in the Baltic, I guess.
Yeah,
Be
it's
warm
relatively
water?
warm water, because from what I at least know of the geography of the Baltics and the ports, the more frozen ports tend to be closer to where the Russians are.
Yeah,
like,
St.
on the
Petersburg.
Russian
Yeah, it's
territory.
close Cold War. Yeah, okay.
But this was a major boost for the Russians. And there's also like absolutely no risk of Prussia, intercepting the supplies. In the past, they had some moderate amount of luck with various cavalry squadrons in East Prussia and Pomerania, everything just managing to intercept supply wagons and all. But well, unless you're putting like maybe a Napoleon Total War cheat code for the Prussians to have your cavalry go onto the water, you're not going to be able to intercept that.
Well, and they couldn't really pull a Sweden anymore and just use the horses across the ice and capture the boats.
And this is but I'm just going to pause on this particular front because we need to switch over to the Western Front, you could call it, the Hanoverian Front, where the Duke of Brunswick is leading the Hanoverian British and the German troops there, and he he has like a kind of harsh year, a mixed year, you could say. You have the Battle of Lagnesla, which was a battle between the French under General Marshal Jacques Philippe, and he managed to drive them off. Because Craig, when did we see that the British completely take control of the North American theater? Which year was it? Was it by 1760? Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
so yeah, because the reason is by 1761 France is hedging all of its bets now against Hanover.
Yeah.
They lost Nouvelle France by now practically, and as you remember, as we discussed, the strategy relied on these guys gaining in different theaters or on the continent to barter away. So if you want to get Nouvelle France back, you got to have something of some significant value. Even though, as you mentioned, right, the trade was still going down.
Yeah, they never gave a shit.
True, but that's actually why we see the French armies redoubling with an impressive size right now. Now the size of battles on this theater, because so far all the large battles that we've seen have been with either the Prussians against the Austrians or against the Russians. The French have never really sent an army exceeding 40,000 until 1761, when they realized that, oh, well, shit, we really need to get something here. But the first battle was the Battle of Langenzla. I'm sorry, Simon, I don't know if you can pronounce that word.
Well,
Because
I don't have that written down, so
okay,
Salsa?
Langenzla. Sorry, thank you so much. But that was it was an early battle for the campaigning season, you could also say it, because it was in February. But the French had tried to invade Hanover, and this kind of pushed the French forces back, because that's pretty much what the Duke of Brunswick was very good at, pushing away the French. But unfortunately for the Duke,
should probably say his full exquisite name. Jacques-Philippe de Choiseul, Duc de Stainville. Oh my god, the old French names are hilarious.
You mean the French master? I wonder if he was actually related to our... Ah, yes. Now I know. I just found out who he was.
He's the older brother of Etienne François, Duc de Choiseul.
Yeah, the man who suggested that the greatest way to invade Britain is with unescorted barges across the English Channel, because the Royal Navy has absolutely nothing to do with life.
If he was born just a little bit later, he could have led convoy duties for the Japanese in the Pacific War.
Why? Because warships should be going against warships only.
Exactly.
The Americans should never target supply ships, troop ships, right?
Dishonorable.
It's probably what they thought, anyways. But yeah. Anyways, this was the first battle, and it worked out well for the Hanoverian forces, you could call it. Then Duke does try to go to Hesse Castle in Germany to try to capture the capital of Kassel, which is right now being held by the French. However, he does suffer a setback when the Duke de Broglie um, is able to beat him at the Battle of Grunberg. And this was a pretty big defeat for the Duke. Nothing catastrophic, but he suffered like closer to 10,000 casualties. And the French did not have that many losses, so it did force the Duke of Brunswick to, lift the siege of the city since he does not have enough forces. And I don't think he believes in overstretching his lines as much as Frederick does. And it is after that battle you actually have the Battle of Villingenhausen. This is fought in July. Again, you have the Duke de Broglie, who is leading the main army. Thanks, Craig. I was literally actually getting that scene battle up. But we had the Duke de Broglie leading, and we actually have an old name returning to this battle, which is the Princess Soubise, who, if I'm not mistaken, was defeated at the Battle of Rosbach by Frederick in 1757. Has been pretty idle for most of the war, probably sulking in Louis XV's court, I guess. And since France never had, at this time, a shortage of great nobles wanted to just go up against the Duke of Brunswick. I digress. And so we have, it's a pretty large scale engagement. We are talking about almost 65,000 Castle, British, Hanoverian, and Prussian soldiers against 90,000 French soldiers. So it is, pretty big. But the French lost for the simplest reason. Their commanders absolutely hated each other. I don't know how many times it keeps happening to the the Austrian, French, Russian coalitions. You have commanders who absolutely hate each other.
I mean, that is not exclusive to them. It happens everywhere, every time. In every war, there's like one scenario where two generals just hate each other and lose because of that.
No, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think, Craig, we've always said, right, MacArthur's greatest enemy was the United States Navy.
Absolutely.
IJA, IJN,
Yeah.
Rome, also so many examples. But I guess I'm referring to the working relationships of the commanders in this particular war. For example, Nouvelle France, we saw, right, the governor and
Montcalm.
Montcalm, yeah. Remembering like just V and M. Sorry, man, I can't recall the names. But you have this. We've seen it with the Austrians, with Don and Charles of Lorraine, for example, in the past. And I'm pretty sure I can bet my life that Loudon hates Don, given their completely different styles. But so here's the problem: the Duke de Broglie is pretty aggressive, and the Prince de Soubise is defensive because he does not know much of military high command. The only real advantage and why he got the job in the first place, better politically connected. But I guess that's typical, right? Not everyone had Prussian academies right now for the officers. And Prince Ferdinand, who has the respect and love of his generals and soldiers. Their main objective was to prevent the French overrunning Hanover and protect the city of Lippstadt. So how it goes is, Greg, is it possible you could zoom in a little bit? Because I know the graphics of this particular map are not that great, and yeah. So the Duke of Brunswick, he takes his positions up between the Lippe River and the Arse River. And as you can see on this particular map, there is a lot of foliage, right? You have a lot of forested areas. And while it will probably not be shown on such a map, the area was supposed to be very marshy, boggy, damp, and has ravines. So your means of movement is horribly restricted for the battle for either side. It's whoever is going to adapt to it the most. And so the battle is a several day affair. It takes place over 2 days, the 15th and 16th of July. So on the first day, the Duke de Broglie, who wants to try to win quickly so that he gets his glory, and he's more aggressive and wants to obviously humiliate the Princess Soubise, he attacked early. Now, his initial attack is pretty good. The outposts in the village of Willingenhausen are, of the Duke of Brunswick are pushed back, but the British commander who commands the left flank, this is the Marquis of Gnarby, his British troops held the high ground behind the village, and by the night, the repeated attacks of the French completely failed, and they retreated. So the Allied lines were not broken. But apparently, I don't think Anakin Skywalker ever saw this idea that holding the high ground works. the The next day, the Duke of Broglie, sorry, he expected the Prince de Soubise to launch a massive assault on the Allied right because he was commanding the left. So the idea was so that he will pin down the Duke of Brunswick's forces there, and the Prince de Soubise, now it's up for speculation whether you want to call it incompetence or spite. He does not even attack. He just makes a demonstration. Now, if your objective is to hold down an entire allied flank, sorry, an entire flank of an army, not an allied flank, apologies, you really got to sacrifice your troops or really put in that effort for the diversion to work. And the Duke of Brunswick is like, all right, my right flank is completely safe. So what does he do? He redeploys reinforcements from his reserves and the right flank to poles to the left, where the Duke of Broglie is planning to make his attack, and they were able to move into the village of Willingenhausen. And at 10 a.m., on the 16th of July, this column arrives, and the French were caught in this crossfire. And the Duke of Broglie is like, well, shit. My men just surrendered there because an entire brigade just gave up quickly. And he also realizes that the Princess Soubise is not making any headway. He's not going to attack, so he calls a retreat. And the retreat was not even a good order retreat like what Laudon managed at Liegnitz. It was one half of the French army retreated in one direction, one half retreated in a completely different direction, and both of them blamed each other for everything.
I mean, it would have only been more fitting if they both yelled, "Scatter!" and just ran away.
Yeah. In terms of losses, especially if you consider the size of the forces involved, it really was not that big. The Allied victories because it was Britain, France, Hanover, they lost about 1,400 casualties, and the French suffered about 5,000 casualties, and overwhelming majority of that from the Duke of Broguil's flank of the army. The the fallout was more critical. It's kind of like, I guess, a similar situation where of the Battle of Actium, where the actual battle was not decisive, but the fallout after the battle became more decisive. In where back in the French palace at Versailles, the War of Generals exploded, and what happened was that the Prince de Soubise was protected and won that battle just because he was a favorite of King Louis XV's mistress. And the Duc de Broglie was stripped of command and exiled. Yep, that was pretty bad. And this victory did save the city of Lippstadt, and Hanover would be safe for the rest of the season, the campaigning season, and knew that he would also be able to handle larger threats. And it was actually like this battle that also boosted the prestige of the British Redcoats, because they held off that initial first attack by the Duc de Broglie. And otherwise, people really do think of like the British as what, the chums of the Europeans, right? They don't have an army; they just have a navy. So I think that is just kind of like bringing the end to mostly this theater of war, because nothing seriously is going to develop here. But we do have to go to the Iberian theater, because we have two new combatants joining the war, two global powers who had at one point decided that the world actually belongs to them. So we now have Spain and Portugal entering the theater of operations.
Because what could go wrong in entering a war that already is a disaster?
True, but it was called by Portugal, by the Portuguese history, it's called the Fantastic War. And this particular theater of operation was only characterized by guerrilla warfare, partisans of the Portuguese, civilians, heavy illness, sickness losses, and very little battles. And the consideration for the conflict was actually driven by Britain and France. So right now, the Spanish are ruled by the Bourbons as well. France has yet to get into its revolutionary space. So, Louis's head is secure on his neck for now. Keyword the Louis, not Louis XV in particular, but yeah. And they were able to kind of like, link up and use their family connections. So the King Charles III of Spain and King Louis XV of France signed a treaty. It was called the Family Compact, which is, I guess, pretty fitting name. And Spain was convinced to join, not only because of their relatives' pressure, but because of the defeat of France in the Americas. Because now Britain's influence and power in North America is huge, and it's a big threat to the Spanish possessions, especially the Caribbean island, which, Craig, I know you alluded to, was like a huge source of income for France for many years to come.
Sugarcane is getting good now.
Yep. Too bad they don't have Coca-Cola back then. I would have loved it. But so the consideration that they put was the Royal Navy is now the clear number one navy in the world. It's not going to have that margin of naval dominance that it would have from like the late 1790s till like World War II, where it was heads and shoulders well above everybody. It is vulnerable if maybe say like a France or Russia or the Scandinavian nations and Russia, etc., all band up together. So that was one. That's why. That's also why France and Spain wanted to team up, so that they also have that naval superiority, which is something they do for Trafalgar as well. And they decide to attack Portugal because it is Britain's oldest ally and a major trading partner. And the intention was they hold Portugal for ransom and trade it away for all the lost territories. That was the consideration for why they wanted to invade Portugal. I guess. Do we have anyone who's ever held a country at ransom? I don't know.
There is one story of someone doing that in Central America. It didn't work,
Yeah,
but they tried.
Yeah.
They actually
And I'm
took the
pretty sure
country.
Fair enough. Was it Bolivia?
I don't know which one it was, but there's definitely a story there, as far as
Fair
I can
enough.
remember.
And I'm pretty sure Spain is probably eyeing up Brazil right now. Because if I'm not mistaken, barring Brazil, all of most of South America is under Spanish influence.
There's a few
So,
French, English, and other colonies, but yeah.
but in early 1762, the the Spanish and French gave an ultimatum to the British, sorry, the Portuguese, right? And this comes in May. They literally demand to King Joseph of Portugal that terminate your alliance with the British and replace it with a new alliance with us. You close your ports to all British ships and interrupt all commerce with Great Britain, both in Europe and within your empire. You declare war with Great Britain and accept occupation of Portuguese ports, including Lisbon and Porto, by Spanish army, so that Portugal is both protected and liberated from its British aggressors and oppressors. I'm pretty sure, as you can imagine, that did not go down
I
too
mean,
well with the Portuguese.
who could have imagined that explaining to someone that your peaceful intentions by declaring war is not going to work?
Yep. But Portugal was given only 4 days, after which invasion was to take place. And for Portugal, it's actually a bit of a worry. You had the Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755, and it completely destroyed Lisbon, obviously, and it was estimated 40 to 50,000 people in Portugal died from that earthquake and the associated natural disasters. And rebuilding the country and all its infrastructure meant you don't have really money to sustain an army or navy. They've not been able to rebuild their forces. The Brazilian gold that Portugal relied on was pretty much in terminal decline by now. And I think you should hear the size of the Portuguese navy, which at one point was a pretty powerful force. 3 ships of the line and a couple of frigates.
Yikes.
I'm gonna even bet that they're not even going to be like second rates.
That is pretty much Jeff and his boats.
Yeah, I guess. So there are 3 invasions of Portugal that kind of take place by the Spanish, right? So the British at least do, um, you know, send help, but the Portuguese do declare, they refuse the ultimatum, so the war does start. Even though the Franco-Spanish troops have already mustered on their side of the border by March. So they've been there for at least 6 weeks by now, and at their peak, the Spanish are going to be invading Portugal with almost 40,000 soldiers, and the French are sending in about 15,000. The combined British and Portuguese army at its peak was 15,000 as well. that's a disparity. So the first invasion, which takes place between May and June, is the Spanish army, which is led by the Marquis de. Let me just quickly bring up a map. Not been able to find some maps of this game. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't really have like maps that just show much of the invasion routes. Just give me a second. I have to just make do with these. Just bring up. Oh, wait. But yeah, that, as you can see, the highlighted sector, the north, that was the primary theater of operation. I was just literally opening the same images. Greg, do you have the other images also ready? There are two more. I have them ready, so I can take them up.
Okay, you put them on.
All right, sure. As you can see, the first invasion was led by the Marquis of Saria, invaded the northeast, which is called Trasomontes, and their aim was to capture Porto. They did capture some towns, but the invasion stalls because of the simplest tactic called scorched earth. And the peasants of Portugal were really unhappy with Spanish troops going through their lands. And well, guerrilla warfare was pretty effective. And the Spanish retreat after a few weeks because of starvation and diseases, because I guess they probably expected a steamroller and did not build up their supply base. Who knew, right? Especially when their enemy is burning down its supplies, not that they have much in the first place to begin with. Oh. Has the map zoomed in? Is it
Yep.
zoomed in on the main tab? All right, thanks. So yeah, this is the second invasion, which takes place from July to August, so it's about a few weeks. So the Marquis of Saria is removed from command, and the Count of Ananda leads an even larger force. They do capture the city of Almeida in the region, which was a big success because it was a major fortification against border. And instead of going in and relying on warfare, the Count of Lippe, who was the primary commander of the Portuguese, and he was actually a German, I might add. His full name was Wilhelm. He was born Friedrich Wilhelm Ernst Graf zu Schwamberg-Lippe Buckeberg. But he was like a general, or he has been fighting in the war actually. So even though he's the Count of Lippe, he's been Frederick's artillery commander. So man's been involved in quite a lot of battles. Anyways, the Count of Lippe does not choose to engage directly. He uses mountains and terrain to block off the mountain passes and cut the Spanish supplies, which, as anyone knows, is pretty impressive. And that once again would force the Spanish to retreat. And this is also looking at the partisan attacks by the peasants. We're talking about starvation now, and we have a situation where the Spanish and Portuguese are losing like over 7,000 men. So they do consider and take the third retreat. Now we have our third and final invasion. Which, as you can see, right, they kind of decided to go as the invasion count went up, the geography went to the south. And we have the final invasion where the Spanish moved through the Alentejo region to reach Lisbon directly. So we have the battle. We have this battle of one sec. Sorry, just trying to pronounce it. Of Valencia de Alcanatra, where the British, led by Brigadier General John Bourgogne, who would later be pretty famous in the American Revolution, he leads a sudden raid of cavalry into the Spanish lines and destroys a major Spanish base supply depot and captures a Spanish general to add further insult to injury. And then you have the Battle of Villavella, where he strikes again in October, and he defeats Spanish forces that are in the middle of a crossing, and again causes heavy casualties for them. The aftermath is that the Spanish have finally lost their appetite of war and decide to completely withdraw. So by November 1762, the Franco-Spanish are in full retreat. And in terms of casualties for this theater, they lost over 25 to 30,000 soldiers, which, considering they did commit a force of almost 70,000 between the invasions, 77,000. The British and Portuguese, you could call it like their regular forces, never amounted to more than 15K.
This is a pretty upsetting loss.
Yeah. That's putting it mildly. I guess Bourbons are pretty weak. But this was, ultimately, this battle completely destroyed Spanish prestige. One point, the most powerful empire in the world. Like, no one was even close to Spain. And now they just are kind of like a bit of a joke. But yeah, this is just like, the small theater of war that opened up and is over. But now we return back to the Eastern Theater, where, as I mentioned, the Russians stormed and captured the fortress of Kornberg in Pomerania. And Britain is now speculating that Prussia is on the verge of complete and total defeat because the Russians are ready to attack. And Simon, I need you to lead this. We've been waiting for this.
Oh yeah. First of all, now I think the thing you want to talk about, and you also have been very excited to talk about, happens a bit later. I first just want to mention a bit about the year 1761. That is now happening after essentially Turgau happens, which is the last battle of the year 1760. And then during almost the entire year of 1761, no major battle happens. The Russians and Austrians at some point even managed to link up to each other and form a combined army. But the Russian general is so hesitant to attack that at some point he just said, okay, I'm going home. Leaves the combined army and returns to his own territory. Which Loudon...
Did he get like approval?
Like, I mean, the funny thing is he matched up with Loudon, and Loudon repeatedly tried to force him to help him in the fight, but he just wouldn't budge, really. Actually,
the Russians generals were pretty bold also because they had their own preferences.
yeah, they definitely had. Everybody had also their own goals, and well, to be fair, they had the most difficult way to the fight. That as we mentioned repeatedly, logistics is really bad for them. So this
True enough.
essentially happens. There's another small fight where Leuthen actually manages to capture one of the key fortresses of Silesia, which is Schweidnitz, which is one of the key fortresses to securing Silesia, which he takes in a very short time by a night attack, and absolutely shocks Frederick, who is absolutely distraught once again and thinks he has lost the war. And then the event happens that Gorov already mentioned that completely changes the war, which is that the Tsarina Elizabeth dies. And
To be fair, it wasn't a sudden death. Her health had been on the decline for many years. It was said by this in the midst by the 1750s itself. But yes, on the 5th of January 1762, she passes away. And she and Maria Theresa kind of got along pretty well. And they both disliked Frederick. So kind of united in that displeasure. And that's why you had like pretty good cooperation between, well, pretty good as far as it could get, cooperation between the Russians and the Austrians. And she is succeeded by Peter the Third, and he is pretty influential within Russian circles. The victor of the Battle of Gros, Jägersdorf, Field Marshal Abraxkin, he's a big supporter. That's one of the reasons he actually did not even uh, continue his advance back in the early days of the war. Was he got false intelligence that the Tsarina had died and wanted to return to support Peter's claim to the throne. Now, Peter is
well, there is a reason that this changes the war completely, which is that Peter is, well, some people have a passion. Peter is a full-on fanboy, and he's a fanboy for one thing, and that is Prussia. He absolutely loved Prussia. He once stated, there's an actual quote for him where he said he would rather be an officer in the Prussian army than the emperor of Russia.
I don't know about you. I would rather just have that. But yeah, that's a very famous quote of him. I just probably don't agree with it, but yeah.
And Frederick, of course, seizes this opportunity and just sends so many gifts to Peter. He gives him he sends him uniforms, military honors. He sends him an entire Prussian regiment for him to train. Gives him a prestigious role in the Prussian army.
If I'm not mistaken, Peter also just kind of demanded like one particular medal, right? Which is not even like one of the elite medals, like the highest medals. It's just like a medal of the officers.
Yeah.
Frederick gave, even though Frederick's own diary writings that survived, he really does not have a high opinion of Peter right now. But he is absolutely desperate for anything.
Yeah, and
Frederick's literally tried to get the Ottomans to come in and support him.
He's courting the Ottomans at this point.
Yeah,
he did try to court them.
He actually sent a message.
The Sultan did not even know.
He actually sent a message to his ministers, literally stating that if we do not persuade the Ottomans to attack the Austrians, we are losing this war. Do everything you need to do.
Well, then again, that's kind of the trump card by the Germans. World War One and even World War Two, they kind of start courting the Turks. Yeah.
True enough. So I guess this is where the precedent came from.
Yeah,
But Simon, continue.
yeah, and thanks to all of this, Peter makes peace with the Prussians and essentially reverses all of the gains. He more or less takes nothing in exchange for the Prussians in the future supporting him in taking back the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, which are to the very north and are currently controlled by Denmark in a personal union.
I would just add to this. Peter also, he was a Duke of the Holstein Gottorp as well, so he did have a personal interest in kind of expanding the power of Holstein.
Yeah, so essentially taking back his sort of ancestral homeland of his dynasty.
But the effect for Frederick is enormous. The Russians were about to start the siege of Berlin, and they withdrew. They withdrew from all their conquests completely, and Peter even decided to throw in a nice offer. He offered an entire Russian corps to Frederick.
Yeah, he actually gave him troops to fight the Austrians.
Man, when you have allies like this, who needs enemies? Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Maria Theresa and her court, especially her chancellor, who was like, along with her, the biggest war hawk in the imperial court at Vienna, were pretty pissed off, to say the least.
I mean, this event in the history books of Prussia and in Frederick's diaries, it is referred as the second miracle of the House of Hohenzollern.
I mean, I can see why. Jeez.
And it kind of works, right? Because Peter is kind of like not popular with the nobility because of some other domestic rules he wants to go through. Because that's actually why he was also proposing Schleswig-Holstein's conquest, because it's kind of like a way to boost his prestige. So it's not only just like, it's trying to maybe strengthen his domestic position. So the Russians, or he also passes like 220 laws in his 186 days in the throne.
Yeah, because we have to point out 286 days of his rule, because who would have guessed that the guy who ended one of the longest and costliest wars of the time by essentially gaining nothing on the cusp of victory would, well, get deposed.
And his huge German tendencies obviously is not a good look for the Russian people.
And what's even more insane is that his replacement was his wife, Catherine the Great, which is a born German. She is born in Germany, and they even preferred her to the Russian emperor.
Well, she became Tsarina.
Yeah.
But yeah, she leads a plot with many nobles and has Peter, executed. And he was kind of forced to abdicate on the 9th of July. And he was transported to Ropsha, where he dies. And there is a mystery to the death. Officially, it was a severe hemorrhagical cloic and an apoplectic stroke, while others say he was assassinated. And some say that he was kind of strangled after his midday meal, but managed to escape, and then they strangled him with a scarf because the first attempt with the mattress failed.
What a way to go.
Yeah, and
the most funny thing was actually after his death, 4 people claim the Russian throne saying they are Peter.
Yeah, and there's also one really funny story where actually we have a statement from Frederick the Great who just says that Peter let himself be dethroned in the same way a child is put to bed.
Oh boy.
But ultimately, Catherine the Great, Catherine succeeds him as Catherine the Second, known as Catherine the Great, and the biggest outcome is she's not interested in renewing the war. Even though the Russians have performed very admirably, the reality is they have also suffered heavy losses overall. Their economy is even worse off than Prussia, and it's been stretched to its absolute limit. So she does not want to continue financing this war.
And
this actually also means Sweden leads the war.
well,
So Sweden were like the minor annoyance to Frederick, you could say, throughout the war. But with initially, if Peter helped kind of negotiate a treaty with the Swedes, which caused them to withdraw. So Frederick now just has to focus only on the Austrians for the rest of them. Considering he was fighting on 4 fronts, he'd consider this a really good fortune of luck.
Yeah.
Pretty good turnaround.
Well, to be fair, the Swedes were only there for the opportunity of just taking a few towns in the north.
True enough.
Just Viking stuff.
Ultimately, while he was Peter the Third was buried in a monastery, and when his and Catherine's son Paul the First becomes a czar in the 1790s, he actually is very mad at his mother still for the way she dealt with his father. So he actually does, exhume and rebury Peter's remains in full honors as a czar. I mean, just a small side note, but
yeah,
this is literally the biggest turnaround Frederick could get.
Yeah, this would
because
this was pretty much lead into what happens next with two really important battles that sort of close the war. And because now Frederick can essentially amass his troops in 2 armies. One that is placed in Saxony, commanded by his brother.
Prince Henry, possible king of US.
Yeah. And the other army is commanded by Frederick himself, who moves into Silesia to essentially recapture the lost territory and try to defeat the Austrians there who are moving in there. And Don is essentially trying to, as I mentioned, they managed to capture Seidnitz, which allows them to move further into Silesia. And this is sort of their last attempt at winning the war because the Austrians are absolutely bankrupted. They had to release 20,000 troops from the army because they just couldn't pay them anymore.
I guess one advantage of if you suffer more losses in battle, you don't have to pay that much. But I just want to add a little bit, since we are coming to the end of towards the end of 1762. France's morale has also come. France is the last remaining major ally of the Austrian Empire, and they are completely shattered as well. They've taken heavy losses in India in terms of prestige. They've taken heavy losses in North America. The Duke of Brunswick continuously beats the crap out of the French armies. And the British blockades have kind of put a big drain on the French economy because resources are not moving in as quickly. And obviously getting the news of the Russian withdrawal and their failed invasion of Portugal with the heavy losses suffered. It is said that King King Louis and his court were convinced that Austria would not be able to reconquer Silesia, which meant they do not want to support them. Because there was a selfish reason for France supporting the Austrians. If the Austrians were to recapture Silesia and incorporate it back into the empire, the French were to get the Austrian Netherlands as their territory. Now, without the ability to, like, they don't believe they will be able to recapture it, the material support for the Austrians are now also dries up. And as Simon mentioned, the Austrians are pretty much bankrupt. I mean, it's not like Frederick isn't. He's also utterly bankrupt. But Britain is still supplying him, luckily. So he's getting some amount of his supplies and funds taken care of. And he still controls Saxony with its treasury that ultimately did fund almost 25% of his war chest. But yeah, coming in now, Frederick is having like what, 60,000 Prussian troops, but with the Russian core, he is able to bolster his numbers. And I think Simon,
yeah,
maybe you'd like to take us through this battle.
Now, the thing with the Russian core is that at this point, Peter had already been deposed and Catherine took over, and she orders the troops to return to Russia. But Frederick relies on a very old tactic that I think we talked a lot about in our first episode, which is good old bribery. He just bribes the Russian general into staying long enough, not to fight for him, but just staying there, so the Austrian thinks that he has more troops. And as you can see, to the north here, the greens are the Russian troops, which are pretty much decorative. Now, Frederick essentially places his army, as you can see, and
I'm just going to just add, the Russian commander was called Zakhar Chernyshev, and he was going to be one of the 10 military commanders relieved by. Sorry, he was actually going to be playing a role in the reformation of the Russian armies, but would never. This would be his last command in the field ever in his career.
Yeah, so as we can see, Dawn here is to the south, and they both form these semicircles surrounding each other. And Frederick starts out to the on the western side with his troops, but slowly moves more and more troops to the right. Now, thanks to the Russians, the Austrians are still forced to deploy major forces to their left flank to prevent a attack there, or fearing an attack on that side. While the Prussians themselves can focus their pretty much most of their strength to their left flanks, so facing the Austrians' right.
Yeah, and I think in this battle, for a change, Frederick actually outnumbered the Austrians. Though the margin isn't really that great, it's with his Russian allies, who contribute approximately, maybe slightly under 45% of the troops. Frederick is deploying about 23,000 men, whereas Dawn has about 20,000. And you also got to consider everybody is war weary by now. Like even the veteran soldiers, even the generals. So there was not really much fancy maneuvering for this battle.
And we also have to keep in mind that for this battle, the Austrians tried to fortify their position as much as possible to make the advances as difficult as possible.
Yeah, but it did not work, and it was a pretty convincing Prussian victory.
Yeah, pretty much the Prussian attacked as I mentioned, the right flank of the Austrians, actually managed to outflank the flank and push it inwards, and in this way managed to defeat the Austrians, forcing them to retreat out of Silesia, pretty much securing this area. While they wouldn't, I will say that for the future, recapture the fortresses that were taken by the Austrians, due to the losses gained and their financial problems, wouldn't be able to form another army to try again to attack. But this will actually not be the last battle of the war, because there will be another one fought in the place that the entire war began, which is Saxony.
But before we do that, Greg, I remember I had asked you if you could speak about a certain individual, because he is going to be the man who leads a pretty successful attack that wins this battle. So would you like to talk about Prince Henry?
Yep, sure. So, well, I think he was born Friedrich Wilhelm, but Prince Henry of Prussia. He was the elder brother of Frederick the Great, and he would be one of his most trusted professional generals. Early in his career, he embodied the requirements of a disciplined, Scharnhorst-like officer before those ideas even existed. He was rigorous with his drills, he was very efficient with his staff work, and he was known to be quite calm and methodical in his approach to war.
Well, he had to be a soldier, right? Because his father was the soldier king.
Exactly. His reputation rested on, steady leadership, reliability under pressure, and a keen sense of battlefield logistics. As you were both speaking of quite early on in the series, during the War of the Austrian Succession, he fought alongside Frederick, and he played quite a crucial role in expanding Prussia's strategic footprint, commanded corps and detachments in key theaters, contributing to Prussia's hard-won gains in Bohemia and Silesia. His 1745 victory at Hohenfriedberg was quite a notable achievement.
Oh,
thank you.
Sorry, somebody came in my room.
Oh, no problem. With the outbreak of the 7 Years' War, he remained one of Frederick's principal generals and a stabilizing strategic figure for the Prussian lowlands. He would direct substantial portions of the field armies, especially in the northern and central theaters, coordinating multiple sieges, maneuver campaigns, defensive operations, as the previous coalitions of Austria, Russia, France, and Sweden, they were pressing upon the Prussians on multiple fronts. While Frederick led several major campaigns personally, Henry's command presence ensured that Prussia could sustain a long multi-front war. And he was quite prized for his organizational skills, securing supply lines, executing operational depots, and maintaining cohesion within the army's ranks. So I guess in a lot of ways you could see him as kind of the glue that held a lot of the military together.
True, and I think just because of this, I would like to take over, and we want to talk about the Battle of Freiburg. As Simon mentioned, the theater of what do you call it? The Silesian theater has closed out. Frederick has won with the help of the Russians and good old rivalry. The Austrians are too broke to recapture it, but the Prussians still occupy Saxony, which is obviously coveted by, which is the place where the entire war started, because that's where the first battles and everything took place. Now, right now the army is also going to be reinforced with a lot of Saxons as well, because the Austrians just don't have enough manpower to even have like a full army here. But they do with the Saxons helps, because only despite occupying the entire province, the biggest advantage that the Saxons have is the capital city of Dresden had never fallen. That still remained in Saxon hands. So that's where they were able to mount the defense. So during in the build up to the battle of Freiburg, you had the Prince of Stolberg and the who was you know later part of the House of Stolberg. He commanded the Saxon Austrian forces around the city of Freiburg and was expecting an Austrian army led by Andreas Hadek from coming over. Hadek is famous as a cavalry general who made that raid on Berlin and held it for ransom with 3,000 cavalrymen. Now, initially, the Prince of Stolberg has the command of the city of Freiburg and its fortifications. And as you can see here, right, around Brand and this position, he has created strong fortifications and entrenchments, which are not going to be easily assaulted. And not visible on the map, there are about 8,000 other Austrian soldiers as well. Prince Henry was initially north of Freiburg, and he actually was planning to move to the north to link up with another Prussian general that was there. That Prussian general, Hayes, had about 10,000-ish soldiers. And in the build-up to the battle, which takes place in October of 1762, like towards the end of 29th October 1762, in the few days before the battle, both armies get the notifications that they are going to be reinforced. Prince Henry is told that his older brother, Frederick the Great, is dispatching 20 infantry squadrons to reinforce his army. Whereas the Prince of Stolberg is told, a similar sized force of Austrians plus General Hadek's cavalry forces are going to come and reinforce him. However, Henry gets word of Hadek's and the other Austrian arrivals and decides to make a bold gambit and attack. And he's not even coordinated with the other Prussian general as well, I might add. He takes the initiative on his own. But he does have one great one great asset. General Seidlich is one of the generals serving with him, who is, as we've discussed in the previous episodes, one of the great cavalry generals of the war. Now, Prince Henry, during his reconnaissance, observed the Austrian positions, and while he noted that there was a lot of strong defenses, this particular region, where between the city of Brand and their main fortifications here, was exposed and undefended. That is where he intended to make his main thrust. But in order to do so, he needed his right flank and center, which was to be led by two commanders. They had to, keep the Austrian forces occupied so that they do not redirect reinforcements. Basically, do a better job for him than the Princess Ubisi did against the Duke de Brogal. So, in the start of the morning, on the 29th, you had the central and right columns of the Austrian armies, move forward to attack, and both columns are led by two brothers of the Stutterheim family. They make a very bloody attack. They storm and successfully take the outer bastions of the Austrian and Saxon forces, and so they have some success in the center. The right flank, it is initially shattered by the by the Austrian defenses. And the Prince of Stolberg himself comes, but crucially has redeployed with a lot of the reserves. So the Sturmheim brothers do summon their own reinforcements so that they can pin down the Austrians at this part, because this is a key part of the tenet of the plan. And at the same time, the other Prussian general that I mentioned, who had a camp to the north, he got wind of what the prince is doing, and General Holsten does try to move across the river here to try to be in position to intercept the Austrian and Saxons as they retreat. With Austrian attention now focused at the center and the right of the Prussians, General Seidlitz leads the main force with Prince General Kleist as well and Prince Henry. They move in successfully, mostly making it into this area between the Austrian lines and start redeploying. It is only then that the Austrians realize the gravity of the situation. Prince Henry makes a decision, and a bulk of the forces wheeled and face towards the north, so that we have them facing the full might of the Austrian and Saxon armies as some reinforcements come from Freiburg, and the reinforcements that the Prince of Solberg took are redeployed across the entire field of battle. General Seidlich and Prince Henry leave a very small force with a good amount of artillery to kind of bombard the positions of this Austrian fortress here and at the city of Brand, which means the Austrian forces that are there do not come to reinforce the Austrian defenses around the city of Freiburg itself. It's a grueling battle. It's a big back and forth. But by 10 a.m., the Prussians under Prince Henry do take the advantage and start pushing back the Austrians. And that's when the Prince of Stolberg just starts evacuating Freiburg and manages to withdraw in good order because he manages to get his forces across the river quickly. General Holsten, who had already crossed and was in ambush, did not pursue them, since another Austrian cavalry force of 8,000 that I mentioned was already watching his forces, so his own flanks were threatened by a similar sized army. But at the end of the Battle of Freiburg, the 22,000 of Prince Henry of Prussia suffered 2,500 casualties, whereas the Prince of Stolberg's Austrian Saxon army lost 8,000 men on their 30,000 strong army. And this was the last battle of the war. So the 7-year war is finally over. And it was a pretty brutal war, as I think anyone could imagine. And if we were to consider the casualties in losses, it's estimated Prussia lost over 180,000 soldiers throughout the war. Britain lost almost 160,000 as well. Portugal are almost 10,000. On the other side, the French lost over 200,000 men. The Austrians, similar number to the Prussians. The Russians had 120,000 dead only. I know I'm using the term only, but the biggest success of the Russians in this entire war was they were never categorically defeated outright. They did not suffer any major loss, unlike any of the other powers. Which is actually to their credit, you could say.
But to be fair, they were never really the focus of Frederick and
True
his
enough, but
main army. We have to admit that, but still very impressive.
I'm completely with you. They were supposed to kind of be a support to the Austrians in the grand scheme of the war, because Austria was the one that harbored the deepest grievances. And in the aftermath, you do have the Treaty of Paris and the Treaty of Hubertsburg. So the Treaty of Hubertsburg was signed between Prussia, the Austrians, and Saxony. And this treaty in particular just returned the lands to the status quo before the war. But See, if you really consider it, it's a victory for Prussia in the sense that they kept Silesia, which was ultimately what Austria demanded for its honor to uh, get back.
And we also have to keep in mind that thanks to this, the Prussians moved up immensely in power and reputation. They started this. They started this entire war out as a regional power with somewhat some modicum of influence, and ended it as one of the major powers that had a reputation for extreme martial prowess.
And there was concurrently another treaty, which is the Treaty of Paris in 1763, signed between France, Britain, Spain, and Portugal, which saw a lot of exchange of territories in the New World, you could say. The key thing being the loss of Canada to the British, but the French gave that up so that the Spanish gained more for the Louisiana treaties area, and the French would keep their Caribbean trade, which is what they wanted primarily. The French were allowed in India, for example, to retain and keep all the trading ports that they lost, like which is like Pondicherry and all, on the condition that they could never be fortified again. And the France lost its influence in the US, which was a major loss with loss of fishing and everything. And some people in the British government, especially William Pitt the Elder, was actually pretty pissed off with this treaty. He felt they could have gone way more harsh on the French. But as Simon correctly mentioned, the Prussians were the true victors in terms of the reputational boost that they got, because their army was utterly destroyed in this war. That in the War of Bavarian Succession that takes place, even though Frederick leads his armies, the Prussians perform really shit. Now, Frederick markets himself very well. His personal reputation went up, and he's seen as the guy that won the war, conveniently ignoring that the British bankrolled a good chunk of your war effort and also helped keep your flanks safe.
I mean, in the modern Germany, he's seen as one of the key people in German history, or the German unification, right up there with people like Bismarck himself, or funnily Napoleon is also seen as one of the main people that caused the foundation of the German nation.
Well, to be fair, he did cause the dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire, right?
Well, it's more that everybody hated him so much that they decided, okay, let's form Germany to beat him up.
Well, to be fair, the greatest achievement of Napoleon was getting all of Europe to, drop in so many resources and ally together just to take him down. But just back to Frederick, he also conveniently forgets the second miracle of the House of Brandenburg. House of Hohenzollern. He kind of just puts Prussia at that pedestal. And despite this, as you mentioned, people from all the European powers, Britain, France, Austria, Russia, they do send representatives to study in the Prussian military academies to kind of learn the secrets of their power. And Prussia is definitely going to be a major power in Europe, though their army is really just going to be coasting on reputation till practically by 1810, when they start to remodel under General Scharnhorst.
I mean, when they were pretty much forced to completely change their army because Napoleon beat the shit out of them.
Yep. Like what? In 6 weeks, the entire Prussian army was practically killed or captured. Napoleonic blitzkrieg. But yeah, the Prussian army was just going to be coasting on reputation till, you could say, maybe 1810, when General Scharnhorst and Gneisenau start to really put their reforms. But post that, the Prussians do try to put a greater emphasis on their officer training, which, as Simon and I have discussed many times in our private conversations, is pretty much like goes to the next level when General Helmut Moltke the Elder takes over, empowering the junior officers. And Russia is also a big, you could say, a winner of the war in terms of reputation, because Russia was also a very poor nation in the build up to the 7 Years' War. They were seen as weak and not up to scratch. But throughout the war, they proved themselves capable of holding their own and actually beating the shit out of Frederick.
I mean,
Koenigsdorf being the biggest example.
they ended the war as the youngest of the great powers. And now they were only the second youngest of the great powers in Europe.
So you have them, but they kind of like become a bit decadent. But yes, they were the greatest victors, and they also eliminated like the French influence in Poland, at least for now. And this is actually where I would say that, and I'll just get to Austria first. Austria starts its terminal decline as a power. I would say that, like, they do have a bit of a resurgence at the end of the War of the Sixth Coalition, but that's just kind of because, like, the Russians and British and pretty much everyone in the world has united against Napoleon. But Austria is losing its influence because Saxony is was not protected. Frederick took over Silesia, and so it's literally they got beaten by one of their elector states.
And
this actually also means Bavaria, which has always been like that elector state which had a lot of attitude, they start pushing for their own reforms and such, to the point that they actually become a kingdom in the future.
And we also have to keep in mind that a lot of the Austrians' power in the past has actually come from convincing the rest of Germany to support them, because as I often say, and I often tell in private conversations, and I think I also mentioned at the start, the Holy Roman Empire is very weak internally, but can be very strong externally when it gets its shit together. And especially in the wars against the Turks, we have seen against for the Austrians, they oftentimes really had help from the rest of Germany. And now for the first time,
it kind of like, for example, like when Prince Eugene in that great Turkish war, right?
Yeah,
the Battle of Zenda, because the imperial diet and all the German states did contribute pretty heavily for the Austrian war effort.
Yeah, and now for the first time, really since like the Middle Ages, there was a power strong enough to actually challenge the Austrians or put in different ideas to them in Germany and sort of challenge. So there's this somewhat big divide in Germany between the north and the south, and for the first time there was a power strong enough to essentially champion the northern ideals of German culture, not just the southern one.
Yeah, and I think what also happened was these outcomes did force Frederick the Great to really, go to that. I call it like the second half of his reign, where he really focused on enhancing his kingdom through administration, farming, infrastructure development, and everything.
And-
because Prussia was absolutely devastated, like Saxony and Silesia.
And there's this really cool thing that he did, which was that a lot of these soldiers or the veterans were really educated, but they had were injured or unable to do like the work they did previously, which oftentimes was farming. So what the Prussian state did, it essentially gave them jobs in the schooling system, and they, thanks to this, they actually started very early in teaching children and actually the lower classes how to read and write.
Yeah, Frederick really focused on protecting his subjects passing a lot of good laws for the people. He became the potato king and then he also had to encourage a lot of movement of people into Prussia. So it's, they took a pretty brutal beating and loss of manpower. And I think the biggest loser amongst the Germanic states, 100% was Saxony and Poland. So Saxony at this time, its elector was also the king of Poland. He was able to do absolutely nothing for the entire war. Really impactful. And with Poland losing the Polish-Lithuanian crown, losing a lot of influence, you actually would have Prussia, Austria, and Russia just between the 1770s till I think around the 1790s, when you had the final partitions of Poland, which completely wiped the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth off the map.
Yeah, and a story that is actually forgotten that also ruined Poland was that the Prussians managed to get a press for Polish coins, so they just flooded the Polish market with debased coins and counterfeit currency to finance their own war and just absolutely crippled the Polish economy.
Damn. Okay, that I never knew.
That is sneaky. That's good.
I'm not sure the Poles might appreciate that, Greg.
Ouch.
Yeah, and then I think now we just quickly get back to the other two major powers, because I'm not going to really talk about Spain, Portugal, and Sweden because, well, in the grand scheme of the war, no one just gives a damn. All three are waning powers, just trying to stay relevant. As Simon said, Sweden just literally came onto the war in an opportunistic sense. It never made a serious effort.
At least they were invited to the war. The Ottomans just sat out. Pretty pathetic.
They're the old man of Europe, man.
I mean,
gotta give them something.
This was one of a chance where they maybe actually could have taken some stuff.
Yeah.
Especially if I'm not mistaken, they literally lost the kingdom of Hungary to the Austrians, 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah, and we also have to keep in mind that the Ottomans would actually use a lot of the territory to the Russians soon after in the wars that Catherine the Great would start.
Oh, missed opportunity. Britain, in the aftermath of the 7 Years' War, became the preeminent global power now. They controlled the trade in North America with the treaties. They had no problem letting the French keep their sugar trade because their own Indies sugar trade was secured. They gained a lot of prominence and power in India. But I think the biggest loss was obviously that they're going to be losing the American colonies in a couple of decades.
Certainly a turning point.
Yeah. The French, they also suffered because of economic hardship, and because ultimately, from a PR perspective, you backed the losing side pretty badly. The Royal Navy really crippled and destroyed the French Navy, and it was really a very aggressive and very ambitious rebuilding program that the French undertook over the next 15-20 years to actually get the Navy up to a comparable size. Not as big as the Royal Navy, but enough that the British know that, okay, the rebuilt French fleet is going to be a threat. Because I think by the time of the Revolutionary Wars, the French fleet is having maybe 50 to 55 ships of the lines, which back then it's kind of just having the battleships, right? But yeah, this is the war that takes place, the World War Zero. The funny thing is the alliances that were made quickly fracture within a few years after the war is over.
Of course.
But they're all going to unite again one day against one country.
I can't guess who.
Yeah, Vive the Emperor.
A tiny man
But
with a big
yeah,
horse.
God fights on the side with the greatest artillery.
Thank you both for traversing what is it's almost the longest one we've ever done. I think the North African campaign still is the champion at like 14 hours or something. But this
Well,
has
to be
been
fair, we
quite
had 10
intense.
episodes there.
Yeah. And for the audience who's listening to our simultaneous Taiping Rebellion series, yeah, I'm going to make sure it's not 12 episodes long. It's going to be cut short. It would be way too long. Thank you both for going through all of this. This certainly was World War Zero, as it did encompass a large part of the globes. We didn't talk about, there's battles in Manila, for example. I mean, there was all sorts of battles all over the place in the colonial possessions. It
True,
was
but
all
those are
encompassing.
very. I know I did deliberately skip over those,
Yeah,
just because they were just really tiny in comparison. Because barring North America and India, the action was still really new.
Yeah, it was practically a raid of Manila, and then you have the Caribbean island battles and such. But in the grand scheme of things, these were just little tokens on the negotiating table at the end. I want to remind everyone who isn't checking us out on YouTube or on Spotify, for that matter, put a lot of effort into putting up a lot of maps and portraits to try and really give this more of a visual feeling to show off the geography. Certainly, for those of you watching the Taiping Rebellion episodes, you have to you see some of the maps because it is very difficult to go through the geography of China. Before I let you go, I just want to remind everybody, if you'd like to further support the channel, consider checking out the YouTube membership or the Patreon account. Either gets you access to the exclusive podcast series. Episode 36 will be coming along soon. I'm going to be putting up a poll to see what people want to hear more about. It's definitely not limited to just the Pacific War. I cover any type of history I can, and sometimes I dabble into fantasy or sci-fi. You're going to get a lot of early access to some of the stuff I'm cooking up with my animator, and he's about to give me a lot of content involving the Battle of Beiping and Tianjin. So that's the opening of the Second Sino-Japanese War. And you get voting rights for the subjects I'll tackle next. Stating all that, big thanks to our guest Simone for joining us on this journey, and we hope to see you again in the future.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. It was really fun to do this, and feel free to invite me at any time. Yeah, as I said, it's been a lot of fun.
All right. Till next time.
I think I'm just gonna say we're gonna have him for the Napoleonic series just because he hates that era of history.
Well, I do not hate the era. I have certain grievances against certain people.
I don't know what he's alluding to. As far as I know, Napoleon was very nice to the Germanic people. Very nice. Well, till next time.